Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a civilian trained and became the greatest seal master. Let the tale begin. Chapter 76, You Plan This. The dinner is ready. Inoichi flatly stated before turning on his heel with a huff and sullenly stomping back into the house. Oh. Rin awkwardly thought, inwardly cursing at this blunder, not a great start to the evening. Both he and Ino looked at each other in incomprehension, expecting a much more explosive reaction from Inoichi. Why did you do that? Ino whispered as she chewed on her lower lip, her expression showing that she wasn't unhappy, just a bit flustered from being caught in the action by her father. Rin rubbed the back of his head. You look frustrated. I even called out your name but you didn't respond. He shrugged. He didn't regret it, though. Fondly shaking her head with a small exasperated sigh, Ino took Rin's hand into hers and giggled, let's just go. She started dragging him into the house while entwining her fingers with his. When they entered the kitchen, they exchanged greetings and general pleasantries. Nariko, Ino's mother, was as always a sight for sore eyes. The most beautiful woman Rin had seen in both of his lives. Ino was on her way there but she didn't have that mature and experienced beauty that Nariko casually exuded just yet. It took Rin a bit of effort to prevent himself from staring as he handed Nariko the gift he prepared for Ino's parents, a particularly well-crafted Jake hairpin for Nariko and a bottle of quite expensive sake for Inoichi, both coming from the capital city. Having a transportation seal in there came with its perks. Then, he was seated behind a table with Ino next to him while her parents sat opposite them and the dinner started. It was quite nice. Good food. Inoichi brooding. A bit of talking. It was mostly Nariko asking unimportant questions and making small talk while Inoichi only occasionally added his input. But when they were done eating, Inoichi's demeanor suddenly shifted into seriousness and Rin knew that this was it. The time for some serious dad talk was imminent. Ino noticed it too and her hand gripped Rin's knee in silent support just as Inoichi spoke. When I hired you to train my daughter, he stared at Rin, I expected you to make her ready for the graduation exam. But instead, you are training her to become a strong and effective kunoichi. For that, you have my gratitude. Both as the head of the Yamanaka clan and as her father. Seeing how startled his words made Ino, Inoichi threw her a small reassuring smile. You are good at hiding it, princess. But you tend to relax your guard at home and I am one of Konoha's best interrogation officers. Getting information from context clues and piecing it into one conclusion is what I do for a living. There is nothing to thank me for. Rin nodded in understanding. He expected Inoichi to figure it out sooner or later. I have a vested interest in her continued existence. As much as he derided the ninja way, their mindset, and outlook on the world, they were not stupid and they were good at what they were doing. In fact, Rin was surprised that Ino managed to last this long. Or maybe Inoichi just didn't see a reason to confront them sooner. His daughter was getting stronger as a kunoichi, which raised her chances of survival in their profession. There was probably no reason to intervene from the man's point of view. Now, I know you are sleeping with my daughter. Inoichi instantly decided to get to the heart of the matter while giving Rin a displeased frown, only for Ino to sputter in her seat. We are not sleeping together. She indignantly exclaimed, causing Inoichi to give her a small, meaningful look. Ino, dear, I am not blind or deaf. He informed her with an understanding smile. A stark contrast to the mighty frown he was giving Rin just a second ago. It only served to make Ino more indignant and Nariko decided to bring some levity to the discussion. Maybe don't shout your teacher's name out loud for the entire house to hear the next time you are masturbating, sweetie? She said with an amused smile while looking at Ino who instantly flushed from embarrassment and Rin couldn't help but give his blonde student a deadpan you can't be serious look with a raised eyebrow. He knew for a fact she had an entire stack of privacy seals, free to use as she wished. After all, he gave them to her. She really isn't very subtle, is she? Rin flatly asked Nariko who lightly but mirthfully shook her head. No. Not at all. She still has some growing up to do as a kunoichi. Being strong is not all there is to it. Even Inoichi found Ino's embarrassment endearing and his lips twitched in amusement. With a big pout, Ino decided to double down and strongly but sullenly insisted, "We are not sleeping together." It made Inoichi frown. Either Ino was lying to his face or he was missing something. He opened his mouth to respond, but Rin spoke first. "She is speaking the truth. We might be dating, but no hanky-panky is occurring." He decided that the cat was out of the bag, so they might as well fess up. Besides, Ino's father looked way too calm and collected. Sure, there was this gloom and doom sensation around him, but he seemed to be in a state of resigned acceptance rather than open hostility when it came to their relationship. Rin expected way more threats and angry shouting. So far, this dinner was going fabulously. Nobody was stabbed and nobody was bleeding out on the floor. In ninja terms, they got along exceedingly well. Inoichi looked from Ino to Rin and back several times, looking for any hint of dishonesty with narrowed eyes, but after a while, the man leaned back on his chair with a surprised blink that's hard to believe. "I know my daughter, and I always thought she would jump into sex head first. She takes after me in that regard," Nariko playfully added, putting her hand on Inoichi's forearm. "Mom!" Ino whined, but her smile betrayed that she wasn't as unhappy about it as she tried to sound. "Yes. I still remember you giving her the talk." Inoichi chuckled and Ino let out a mortified groan, but it didn't stop Nariko from grinning and explaining as she looked at Rin. "Ino instantly asked me about all the positions she could have sex in." She playfully rolled her eyes. "I am going to ask Sasuke-kun which one he likes the best," she said. Nariko huffed and Rin snorted, only to get a weak kick to his shin, courtesy of Ino, who was now glaring at her mother. "And she did ask the poor boy. Right in the middle of the street when we met him during one of our grocery runs." Nariko giggled and Ino tried to hide her face behind her hands, letting out a soundless whimper. The poor boy looked so lost on the road of life in that moment. They were 11. "Could you stop embarrassing me, Mom?" Ino desperately asked with a voice full of pleading, while Inoichi looked very uncomfortable but at the same time, highly amused with the topic. Nariko just rolled her eyes and gave Inoichi a soft poke with her elbow. "Go on. You wanted to say something, didn't you?" "Must I?" His amusement instantly deflated as he muttered under his nose. But Nariko just said a resounding yes, ending his protests in the cradle. "Ha. Fine." Inoichi gave Rin a conflicted look before sighing once more. "Look. I am not against your relationship." It seemed almost physically painful for him to admit it. He then looked at Ino. "When I was your age, my father put me in an arranged marriage. I rebelled against his decision because I fell in love with your mother." Ino became surprised as she intently listened. She heard the story of how her parents met. She knew her mother wasn't receptive to her father's courting for a while. It took him a lot of effort to win her over. That was partly why she was so determined to win Sasuke's heart in the past. It reminded her of her parents' situation. She could now see that she kinda wanted to subconsciously emulate it. But she had never heard anything about arranged marriages. Clearly, she was given a heavily retconned version of the story previously. It took a lot of effort and arguments, a lot of anger, to resolve that situation, and I was extremely lucky that my father was not too stubborn to insist on getting his way no matter what. Inoichi continued, "I swore to myself that I would never do that to my children." He gave Ino a serious look. "It's why I never complained about your crush on the Uchiha boy despite knowing he is mentally unstable and very much traumatized. If you had ever brought him home to introduce him as your boyfriend, we would have had a problem." Ugh. Ino had no idea what to say to that. Well, she could understand and admit these things now, in hindsight. But back then? She would have probably angrily argued for her choices. There. That wasn't even hard, was it? Nariko smiled and looked at Rin. "You have our permission to pursue your relationship with our daughter." "Thank you." Rin returned her smile, feeling immense relief flood him. As a clan kunoichi, Ino was basically the property of her clan. If her father told her their relationship was forbidden, Ino would most likely rebel just like her father. She did inherit that from him. But that does not mean it wouldn't make things hard for her. She clearly loved her parents, and Rin would feel bad if their relationship suffered because he entered their lives. That wasn't the effect he wanted to have on Ino's life. So, the fact that her parents were okay with them lifted a massive burden off his shoulders. Sadly, he knew that Hinata's situation would not turn out this well. Not even in his wildest dreams. Wait. Hinata. Rin realized that mentioning her right now would probably be for the best. Sure, it took a lot of effort and pushing through unease on his part. He knew this could blow up spectacularly in his face. But it was still better than if they found out on their own later down the line. He exchanged looks with Ino, his throat suddenly dry. I am also dating my other student, Hinata. He said it in one breath, knowing how it sounded. Honestly, he wanted to just burrow himself into the earth and never come back again. Why did he accept their advances again? Damn, his hormones and emotions. We know. Inoichi bluntly said, surprising Rin with an unhappy snort. I saw you walk with your students through the village a week ago, Rin. Your posture, the way you three interacted, your body language. It was pretty obvious. That's why we were having this dinner. It gave me the impression that you were having sex with both girls. But they clearly knew about each other. Actually, Inoichi first complained about it to Nariko and was quite furious. But his wife calmed him down and presented the situation from a different angle. Hence why this evening was not full of screaming and fighting with kunai. She had a point. Rin was good for their daughter. And Ino obviously loved him. Hinata also came up a lot when Ino talked about her training. It was clear to Inoichi that Ino was more than fond of the Hyuga girl despite constantly complaining about her. So, Inoichi, despite wanting to do fucky-wucky with Ren's mind, held himself back and gave the boy a chance. Of course, he investigated a lot before inviting Ren over. He probably knew more about the subtleties of their relationship than even Ren consciously admitted to himself. As a father, Inoichi knew that his darling daughter would one day bring home a boy. And her choice, wasn't a disaster. There. He said it. That doesn't mean he is going to be happy about it. He took his glass of water and started sullenly drinking, wishing it was sake. The only issue I have, Nariko started, making Rin straighten up, is that you haven't had sex with the girls yet. She said, and Inoichi almost spat the water and started coughing as it went down the wrong pipe. He gave his wife a wide-eyed look in between the coughs, and he couldn't even react as he was too preoccupied with regaining his breath. This wasn't what they agreed on or talked about before the dinner. But Nariko ignored Inoichi's distress and kept staring at Rin, who started to feel uncomfortable and out of his depth. I have my riso dash. Ino told me about your reservations. Nariko blandly interrupted him, but according to Konoha's law, Ino and Hinata, as academy students, are categorized as civilians in training. Therefore, they became adults on their 15th birthday. Clans might not acknowledge it, but that's their status according to the law. The ninja adulthood is nothing but tradition at this point. It had its use before the academy reforms, but now it is just something to celebrate. But it isn't that big of a deal. According to my daughter, your biggest hang-up is that she is a minor. Well, she is not. Problem solved. The woman explained, and Rin wanted to retort so much, but he couldn't think of anything to say back to that. Then again, I don't think that's your problem. From what she shared and from what I've seen today, you constructed these weird moral concepts in your mind when it comes to the relationship with my daughter, and you are trying to follow them. Rin helplessly nodded because there was nothing he could do. The woman was quite close. He didn't construct them. He just had them from his previous life. And more than once did he think he was being stupid. And that he was just hurting his girls with it. But the fact that they were considered minors by law was what held him back. And now, suddenly, Rin realized that despite the woman's approachable and inviting appearance, she was a former kunoichi specializing in information gathering and probably learned her fair share of psychology know-how living with Yamanakas. Feeling uncomfortable, he turned toward Ino and childishly complained, Ino, your mother is bullying me with logic. Yes. She tends to do that. Ino knowingly smirked at him, giving him a pause when he didn't get the support he expected. Both Inoichi and Rin frowned and looked at Noriko and Ino. And while Rin found this situation weird enough to notice that something was off, Inoichi came to a conclusion almost instantly. "You two planned this?" he exclaimed in surprise, causing Ino to share a look with Noriko, who shrugged. "Yes. I wanted to have a better picture of my daughter's relationship before we met her boyfriend, so I confronted her. During our talk, she complained that Rin is too stubborn to be seduced into bed. I decided to help the poor girl pull her partner's head out of his ass so she could get laid." Noriko said with an innocent "what can you do" smile, and Inoichi stared at his wife, completely speechless. He was not alone. Rin also stared at Ino, having no idea how to react either. "So, here's how this will go." Noriko turned back to Rin, giving him a very meaningful look, and her playful demeanor instantly shifted into something way sharper and demanding as she slowly spoke. "You and Ino will go to her room. You will secure it with a privacy seal." Inoichi tried to interrupt his wife with distress apparent in his voice, but she just glanced at him. "Shush." His mouth closed as he reeled back with bewilderment written in his expression, and the woman continued as if nothing happened, "And then you will take my daughter's virginity in her bed. It is what she deeply desires. You will make her first night unforgettable, and you will strive to make her orgasm at least once. My daughter might act all brash and exuberant, but she will need you to take the lead in the bedroom," Noriko ordered, much to the increasing embarrassment of her daughter. Inoichi too gulped and subtly averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing a bit. Rin suddenly had an inkling of why Noriko thought Ino would be timid in the bed. "Tomorrow, you will take the Hyuga girl on a date. Then, you will take her to your bedroom, and once again, you will make her night unforgettable. Hyugas might look reserved, but once they get going, they can be very wild in private when nobody sees them. So, I doubt you will have many problems with the Hyuga girl. Do you understand? If you have any protests against that, say it now so I can explain to you why you are being a dumbass." Rin tried his best not to gape at the woman. He opened his mouth, closing it a second later. What was he supposed to say to that? "Damn, my mom is a badass," Ino loudly whispered, looking outwardly very excited. But when Rin looked at her, he realized that underneath that mask of exuberance, she was worried that he would still reject her. Noriko kind of forced his hand here. But that was fine. Yes. He was indeed being a dumbass. And he did need somebody to tell him off. As much as he disliked feeling like a chastised little boy. Taking a deep breath, Rin looked Ino in the eyes, and with a wry smile he took her hand. "I'd like to stop being a dumbass, and according to your mother, I'll need the location of your room for that. So, lead the way?" "Yes," Ino shouted, giving Ren a quick but tight hug. She pulled away sooner than Ren could actually hug her back and threw a grateful look her mother's way. "Thanks, Mom." And before Ren knew it, he was being dragged through Ino's house, up the stairs. Before Ino pulled him into her room, Ren only heard a faint Inoichi's voice coming from the kitchen. But this was not how this evening was supposed to go. Chapter 77, Crouching Hinata, Hidden Hyuga. "Activate your Byakugan." Hayashi Hyuga barked out an order at Hinata, who stood in a dojo opposite her younger sister, while some of the Hyuga elders sat a bit further away, trying to look as if they were important. But Hinata could easily see the mocking glint in their eyes, the way they held themselves back from turning up their noses at her. Truly, if it was the old her, she would have been near tears by now. She was dragged out of bed for this farce, at 6 in the morning. Simply dreadful. To think that the esteemed geriatric elders of the all-important Hyuga clan woke up this early in the morning and left their fluffy beds just to come and witness how she lost to her younger sister. She could almost feel the familial love and support. It wasn't as if they were here to cheer her up or something. They most likely did not expect her to have a chance at winning. They just came to see her humiliated. She had fought her sister several dozens of times, and she had never come even close to winning. Not once. And she knew that these sparring matches were something the elders insisted on. They knew she did not want to fight her sister. They knew she could and would showcase more of her strength against somebody who wasn't her younger sister. But they always said, if you can't defeat even your younger sister, then fighting somebody else from the clan who trained for much longer would be a waste of time. Hinata would be astonished at their sheer pettiness if it wasn't so pathetic. The highlight of their day was bullying a teenage girl. That was just sad. No. I'll fight like this. Hinata refused with a slight slouch in her posture, something that must drive those perfectionist elders sparse. How dare she not show the perfect Hyuga grace when she is about to get beaten up? Right? She let out a small tired sigh and turned her half-lidded eyes to her sister who was frowning at her. Honestly, Hinata was still half daydreaming about Ren's cuddles. His kisses. And his big D dash, let's just say that they interrupted a nice and steamy dream when they woke her up, all wet and bothered. The jerks. Hinata. Take the fight seriously and activate the Byakugan. Hayashi ordered, completely nonplussed. Hinata could see that he was angry from how the skin around his eyes tightened even though his face was completely blank. Despite being without her fabled eyes activated, she could still use the standard observation to figure things out. When she was a kid, she was so afraid of this man. So afraid to disappoint him. She wanted him to say a simple "I am proud of you" more than anything. Now, she couldn't bring herself to care anymore. And no, Ino was wrong. She did not have daddy issues. Rin told her that her father cared for her. And she could understand that logically. He was covering for her and his actions did prevent her from being sealed with the cursed seal. But she just couldn't feel the love. Rin gave her more parental love than her own father while desiring to fuck her. Oh, she knew. She was a Hyuga. She had seen how aroused she made him right from the start. At first, it was extremely awkward for her and she was happy that he hadn't shown his attraction to her outwardly during their early days. But now? It made her feel important. Made her feel that somebody wanted her and cared for her. The fact that she could have been dreaming about having a steamy hanky-panky time with Ren right now made her even grumpier. Just start the fight already. She mumbled loudly enough for the ninjas in the room to hear. It didn't win her any allies and some of the elders in the room were now openly frowning. Wow. Did she manage to get a reaction out of them other than look as if they were smelling shit? Score! Hinata inwardly whined in imitation of Ino's voice when she saw the disappointed looks they were throwing at her. But Hanabi's angry look was what actually hit her. Right there. In the heart. She gave her sister an apologetic smile but Hanabi's glare did not lessen. Geez. Her sister was getting her panties in a twist for no reason. It wasn't as if she could use her eyes. She didn't want to show her family that her Byakugan no longer needed her veins to bulge out. They would have questions she didn't feel like answering. Worse yet, the second she activated Byakugan, her clansmen would know, bulging veins or not. Their Byakugan would notice the increased concentration of chakra around her eyes. They would recognize it for what it is despite the lack of bulging veins. So, Hinata was kinda stuck and could not cheat. She really didn't think this one through when considering all the ups and downs of operating on the chakra pathways around her eyes. This detail was not something that came to her mind. Alas, now she could only suck it up. Unfortunately, her father looked like he would insist until she obeyed him, which was frustrating. Hayashi, start the fight. It does not matter if the girl refuses to use her eyes. It's not like she would have a chance at victory with them. A voice resounded amidst the elders and Hinata inwardly cheered. Yay! Grandfather comes to the rescue. Thank you, you magnificent piece of shit. Hinata thought in relief, channeling her inner Ino. She knew the man didn't say it to help her. In fact, he wanted her humiliated. But, small mercies and all that. Maybe she finally understands her place. Her grandfather finished speaking and Hinata's lips twitched. Well, fuck you too. She dryly added in her mind as some of the elders agreed while others disagreed as if their opinion actually mattered to her. She wondered what Ino and Rin were doing right now. probably still blissfully sleeping. Just for that, she was going to hit Ino extra hard during their training today. As a good sister in training, she should share her suffering, should she not? Of course, she would heal her afterward and even give her a massage as an apology because she would feel bad. Fine. Are you two ready? Hayashi reluctantly asked, giving both Hinata and Hanabi a glance. When they both nodded and got into a fighting stance, he pursed his lips for a moment before shaking his head, then begin. And Hanabi instantly sprang forth, intending to hit Hinata in the stomach with her palms. Hinata inwardly smiled. It was so adorable. Her sister won several previous spars with this move and probably thought to use it as an opening move in hopes of instantly ending the spar. Hinata just stepped to the side at the last moment, evading the palms. She was destined to lose this fight. But she would lose on her own terms. Of course, Hanabi was experienced enough that Hinata's dodge didn't shock her. She simply flowed into another form and started relentlessly striking at Hinata with wild abandon. She sent several finger jabs at Hinata's chest area and Hinata either blocked or redirected them, letting one pass and hit a tenketsu on her left shoulder. Her outward wince only motivated Hanabi to try harder and she sent a palm strike at Hinata's abdomen again, only for Hinata to catch her arms in a vice grip, and before Hanabi could react, Hinata spun on her heel before releasing her sister, throwing her away. But as expected, it didn't do much. Hanabi flipped midair before landing on her feet like a cat, her expression severe but her eyes now held an excited glint. A small smile wanted to emerge on Hinata's lips and she had to suppress it as she lowered herself into a defensive form. Their fight continued as they traded blows. Hinata would always miss or get blocked. Hanabi would have to properly work to land a hit, but in the end, Hinata allowed her to score before using it to throw her away. 10 minutes passed like this. Usually, Hinata had always lost by now. But today, she was having fun. She did for her sister what Rin did for her, subtly showing her the openings in her fighting style during the fight. Only Hinata also tried to make it seem as if she was desperately hanging on in the fight. Her sister learned fast and by the 15-minute mark, she stopped giving Hinata the easy situations where she could just grab her arms and throw her away. They still continued to trade blows like a whirlwind under the no longer amused gazes of the elders, but at least their father looked somewhat relieved under his official resting bitch face. Hinata inwardly chuckled. Yes. That was the whole, excuse her, fucking point. With this showing, he would have an easier time advocating for giving her a chance to prove herself. Which was the excuse he used to prevent her branding. She chanced to glance at her grandfather and the man looked as if somebody served him a plate of shit for breakfast. Hinata resisted the urge to burst into giggles and dash. Ow! Hanabi landed a proper jab and blocked a tenketsu in her stomach because she was distracted. She really wasn't used to fighting without her Byakugan, huh? That was a potential weakness and Hinata decided to ask Rin for some sparring where she wouldn't use her bloodline. 20 minutes into the fight, Hanabi started breathing hard from the high-speed close-contact battle between them, so Hinata also pretended to match her sister's breathing rhythm. But really? This was less intense than her everyday warm-up exercises during her training with Rin. She still had all of her weight seals active and hidden on her body and thanked the sage that Byakugan could not see them. It pained her to admit, but Hanabi was slow. Way too slow. With tiredness came sloppiness and Hinata inwardly frowned as her sister gave her several more unintended openings than was healthy for her continued existence in the fight. Suddenly, Hinata's arm shot forward, her chakra-laced fingers almost grazing Hanabi's cheek and missing it only by an inch. Hinata tried to make it look as if she aimed for the shoulders but messed up and almost hit her sister's cheek with a lucky shot. The younger girl yelped as her eyes widened in fright and alarm, but on instinct, she jumped away, hopefully realizing how sloppy her form became. For the next 5 minutes, Hanabi was having a hard time, barely catching her breath while still trying to match her sister blow for blow. Hinata was also panting and outwardly looking dead on her feet from exhaustion. And hell, she didn't need to act much. The painful winces were half real. Her body was stinging somewhat fiercely from the blows she allowed Hanabi to land. 72 of her tenketsu were blocked, throbbing with dull pain. She was almost regretting letting her sister have these free hits. But she had an image to portray to the elders. Their fighting got even sloppier, and the elders were properly scowling and frowning now, highly displeased that Hinata was almost outlasting their little genius. But enough was enough. Showing this much should make it much easier for her father, and it wasn't like Hinata exposed anything more than the fact she could keep up and was much faster than before. She has only shown enough to prove that putting her under Ren's tutelage was having a very positive effect, but she was still losing handily to Hanabi. Well, kind of. Some of the elders would probably suspect that she is holding back. But as long as they don't know by how much, all would be well. At best, they will think she is Genin level material now with what she has shown. If only because of their own arrogance. Hinata's forearm blocked Hanabi's palm strike, causing her to slide back on the ground, but Hanabi did not press her offensive because she was almost swaying on her feet, looking like she would keel over any moment. Hinata let herself flop on her posterior, letting out a pained groan. "I surrender," she said out loud with a frustrated tone. "I can't continue. Many of my tenketsu are blocked, and I didn't hit Hanabi even once." The bland stare her father gave her after hearing her was amusing. With how she managed to throw Hanabi a few times during their spar, a half-blind man could tell that she could have scored a proper hit on her sister. She just decided not to. "Are you sure?" Hayashi asked, very aware of the fact that if Hinata fought for just a half-minute longer, Hanabi would lose due to exhaustion. He didn't know how to feel about this. On one hand, Hinata got so much better. On the other hand, the fact she had almost won without landing even one blow or using her Byakugan was not lost on anybody in the room. It was pure disrespect. To her sister. To him. To the elders. And to their clan traditions. He should tan her hide for it. But he could definitely use it to his advantage in clan politics. "Yes. My sister won this match." Hinata nodded, wiping a bit of sweat from her forehead and making Hayashi inwardly wryly smile. Hyugas were observant. Hinata was barely sweating, no matter how much she pretended to breathe hard and look as if death warmed her over. Hanabi, however, was drenched from head to toe in sweat. Yet another thing the elders definitely did not miss, if their scowls were any indication. They really did not want Hinata to take the position of heiress, and Hayashi could already see them trying to force him to end her tutoring under Ren and get her trained by somebody from the clan. For the clan, they will no doubt call it. But just this one time, he refused to bow to their future demands. Hell, maybe he would hire Ren to teach his younger daughter once she got older if this was the result. He was truly proud of Hinata. "I see," he said with a straight face and nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, Hanabi is the winner. You need to train harder, Hinata." He gave her a reproachful look, trying to motivate her. Hinata released a weary sigh and stood up, giving her father an expectant half-lidded tired stare. "I am proud of you, daughter." "You did well?" "No. Nothing? Not even a little?" "Come on, father. Your daughter visibly improved. Give me something." She inwardly grumbled. "You are dismissed," Hayashi evenly said before standing up and slowly walking out of the dojo under the flat stare of his eldest daughter. "Right. Fuck you too," Hinata dryly thought. Silly me hoping for more. Chapter 78, Behold. Rin. With the morning surprise match against her sister done, Hinata had her breakfast and went to the training ground 41 to meet Rin and Ino as she thanked the sage it was Saturday. When she arrived at their clearing, it was already 10 in the morning and she was surprised that nobody was there yet. Rin usually had at least some clones over here by this time, messing around, as he called it, with seals. Realizing she was on her own for now, Hinata plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and started converting her chakra into a lightning-natured one. The hand holding the leaf instantly shone bright blue and electrical chirping resounded through the clearing as lightning currents started dancing around Hinata's palm, covering it alongside the leaf. Rin did not know the Chidori and Kakashi was not using it in the village, so Hinata had no frame of reference other than to concentrate lightning chakra in your palm. By now, she lost count of how many times she zapped or burned herself with her own lightning chakra. Fortunately, as a medic ninja, she could fix her injuries in a short order. Staring into the blinding lightning current with her eyes closed and her Byakugan active, Hinata's mind strayed and she idly wondered why Rin asked her if chakra blinded her eyes. It was such a silly notion. Her human eyes? The biological part? Yes, they could get blinded. But Hyugas could easily fight with their eyes closed and still see. The world they perceived through Byakugan was not based on visible light but on chakra. And it didn't matter how intense the chakra was. It would not blind them. If it did, then any sufficiently strong ninja releasing their chakra would have been blinding for them. How would they function as ninjas then? For some reason, Rin was very disappointed about that, but then he got this determined expression. Hinata wondered if it had something to do with his new experimental seals he wanted to show them today. Honestly, she was excited but also quite apprehensive about the fact that her teacher might be making an anti-Byakugan seal. She started feeding the technique more and more chakra, trying to keep the lightning chakra more concentrated without harming the leaf. Learning how to channel the chakra in order to keep her hand from being harmed was hard. But channeling the chakra without destroying the leaf? Hinata could feel the beads of sweat rolling down her temple. It was distracting. The leaf suddenly caught on fire due to the intensity of lightning when Hinata lost control for a split second. She instantly smoothed the fire with her chakra and waved her hand in the air to cool it off as she sighed. Her goal was to be able to touch other people and make harming them optional for her while the lightning chakra ran through her hands. It was an insane goal. The level of control necessary. Hinata couldn't really imagine it. The lightning chakra was naturally destructive and volatile. But when she said her goal was to reinvent the fabled Chidori, Rin told her she should aim higher before dropping this insane suggestion on her. Shoot high so even if you fail, you get much further than the average scrubs, was exactly what Rin told her. It was obvious he didn't expect her to succeed anytime soon, to be honest. Hinata knew that much. Her teacher loved to teach through failure. Even if she failed the exercise, by the time she got fed up with it enough to give up, her comprehension and control of lightning release were going to be top-notch by nowadays ninja standards anyway. But she had her pride and was stubborn. So, she plucked another leaf from a tree and huffed, only to stop in her tracks as Ino and Rin finally entered the range of her Byakugan. She smiled but didn't pay them much attention just yet. Her range was 2 kilometers right now and they were not exactly in a hurry. Hinata had a few minutes before they arrived, so she started the exercise again. It was 5 minutes later and after 2 more failures when Hinata focused her attention on Ino and Rin just as they were entering the clearing. Her lips spread into a happy smile with a greeting on her tongue when she noticed one small detail that instantly wiped her joyful mood, and her expression darkened as a heavy frown surfaced on her face. Hinata felt as if somebody dunked a bucket of cold water on her as she noticed that Ino's insides had remnants of male sperm. And there was only one man Ino would let touch her. Hinata couldn't help the feeling of soul-crushing disappointment and searing jealousy that popped into her mind, full of newfound self-pity mixing with anger. Oh, she understood. They had an arrangement. But that didn't make her feel hurt that Ino sunk her claws into Rin first. But she took a deep breath, outwardly pretending that she didn't want to curl up in a ball, and let out a sad whimper. She crossed her arms under her chest and put on a displeased expression. When Ino and Rin finally arrived near her, she gave them an intense but dry look. "You had sex?" She spoke in a slightly accusing tone, trying to not sound hurt. But of course, Ino was over the moon and high on happy natural chemicals, so her brain-to-mouth filter was malfunctioning more than usual. "Yes. We had a great night. And shower. And morning. And another shower." Ino giddily boasted, almost preening in front of Hinata, took a deep calming breath. This girl, she felt the sudden urge to punt her across the village. By then Rin separated from Ino, and much to Hinata's surprise he hugged her and asked in a concerned whisper, "Are you all right?" Hinata felt conflicted as she melted into the embrace. "I am jealous." she sullenly admitted. Rin was already opening his mouth to reassure her when Ino grinned and didn't read the mood, deciding to tease Hinata like usual. Ah. Is the virgin Hyuga jelly that my world was rocked first? How see you, oi? She had to quickly duck under the senbon that almost embedded itself into her forehead. Hinata was already summoning another senbon from her storage seal, and Rin thanked the sage she wasn't mad enough to put explosion seals on them before throwing them. He quickly scrambled to put his hand on Hinata's, preventing her from actually killing Ino on accident, as he also gave the blonde girl a meaningful look. I was just joking. No need to get violent. Ino, still in a crouch, frowned. The cheerful happy-go-lucky levity was gone from her tone as she realized it was not appreciated. Rin sighed before releasing Hinata's hand, and his fingers relocated to her jaw. He gently made her turn her head toward him and looked her in the eyes, loving how her gaze softened. What about having dinner with me today? He asked. I will cook. Hinata hesitated for a moment, but when she saw with her Byakugan how Ino gave her double thumbs-ups from behind Rin, she finally showed a small relieved smile. Still, just the two of us? She asked. Ino had her first time alone with Ren, and Hinata was smart enough to understand where this was going. And she would be pissed if she had to share her first time with Ino. After that? Sure. She liked Ino well enough. But she wanted to be given at least as much respect as Ino. Just the two of us. Ren agreed, causing relief to flood Hinata. You can even stay the night? Maybe? If you want. Honestly, as he was asking her out, he felt nervous and awkward. This whole asking a second girl out in front of his first girl he had just spent the entire morning dicking down was far more nerve-wracking than it appeared in stories. Fortunately, they had talked about their relationship like proper adults long ago. They accepted its nature. And while Hinata most likely didn't like that Ino had sex with him first, his Hyuga cinnamon roll was usually a non-violent person. Her displeasure was limited to huffing and pouting, and raining down senbons. Small stuff, really. Yes. I'd love that. I can send home a clone so I won't be missed. Hinata eagerly agreed, her entire expression lighting up like a Christmas tree due to her newfound excitement. Wryly smiling, Rin kissed her on her forehead before muttering only for her to hear, "That's my girl." Hinata blushed a bit, but she also grinned a bit, and Rin chuckled as he pulled away from her and clapped his hands. Okay. Today we are going to spar. I have a few new seals I want to try, and I will need your shadow clones as assistants. Release the gravity seals and make 3 of your clones, please. He'd love to keep hugging Hinata, maybe even get handsy, but if they started, then the test would be postponed to another day, and Rin didn't want that. The girls almost instantly switched from casual mode to professional one as smoke briefly covered the clearing around them, and when it dissipated, 3 more Inos and 3 more Hinatas stood in front of Rin, ready for orders. Rolling his eyes, Rin unsealed a kunai. "Ino, no," he said, and looked the original Ino in the eyes to show how serious he was. He then instantly inscribed a seal onto the kunai with his chakra and threw it at 3 further away from them. The second the kunai hit it, the seal on it destabilized, and the tree trunk in a 1-meter spherical radius around the kunai instantly turned into salt. Only the upper branches of the crown were left intact and started falling to the ground with a resounding crash while creaking as gravity reasserted itself. They were swiftly followed by the waterfall of newly made salt as it rained onto the ground and into the small bowl-shaped crater full of white underneath it, because even the ground in the area of effect was turned into salt. Switch back with your clone. I am not fighting with the real you using these. It's too dangerous. Rin told Ino, who stood inconspicuously among her clones while one of her clones now stood next to Hinata. Seeing the tree turn into salt, Ino paled a bit and obediently swapped with her clone again, deciding it would be safer not to try and sneak into this particular spar. Yeah, you might have a point, she shakily admitted, her gaze transfixed at the remains of the tree. She understood why he wanted to fight only their clones now. Fire jutsu could burn you. Lightning jutsu could zap you. Earth could bury you alive, but being turned into salt? Instantly? There was no way to heal that. There would be nothing left for Hinata to heal. One missed dodge during a spar and that was that. Game over. Ino shivered and even the original Hinata looked a bit dismayed, coming to the same conclusion. All of her medical training would amount to nothing in front of that attack. But clones didn't have such high self-preservation instincts, so one of Hinata's clones chuckled, "Behold, Rin the salty ninja." She joked, getting an offended look from Rin in return. As if the bomber was not bad enough. He really hoped that nickname would not catch on. That clone needed to be instantly eliminated and prevented from spreading its evil. Unfortunately, he missed the momentary mischievous glint in Ino's eyes before she hit it. Chapter 79, Epically Exotic Exploding Effects 1. After explaining the rules of engagement to the clones, they fanned out, encircling him as they waited for him to start the match. Rin couldn't fault them for it. Fairness had no place in a ninja fight. That said, Rin smirked and after saying a short, "Begin," he disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing that he was just a clone. The original Ino and her clones gawked at the dissipating smoke in utter bewilderment as they wondered when he managed to swap himself for a clone. She had been watching him like a hawk ever since they left her parents' house. As for the Hinata clones, they cursed and instantly started looking around, trying to find his location because the game had just shifted from a straightforward fight into a hunt in the forest. Of course, clones or not, it was 6 against 1, so they had to admit that it would have been quite dumb of Ren to try fighting them head-on. Maybe if they were average ninjas, this would have forced them to pair up and split up to get a better chance at finding Ren in the forest. Alas, Byakugan. It took Hinata's clones exactly 10 seconds to locate Ren, considering that the entire nearby forest was in her vision range. Ino and Hinata's clones quickly reorganized, made a plan, and jumped into the forest, knowing that Ren was aware there would be no hiding from them. Which meant, traps. Joy. Ren smirked as he felt the girls split into 3 pairs and run straight toward him through the detection seal. He had 3 kunai in his hand, all sporting a new exotic exploding seal. He did not prepare any traps. It was pointless. Hinata would see them. At most, that would slow the girls down and well, the whole purpose of this little exercise was for him to test his seals, so he was kind of half-assing it. But it was okay. There were only 6 of them. 6 Chunin-level Kunoichi clones versus him. Easy peasy. He could play around a bit. He hoped. 1 pair of Ino and Hinata clones burst out of the foliage, running straight at him. His senses focused on the sides where the other pairs were currently encircling him, and he gave the visible Hinata clone a cheeky wink. Her eyes widened as he disappeared, but it was too late. Rin substituted with a pre-prepared rock currently to their left side and instantly threw 1 kunai straight at the visible Hinata's clone. Then, he had to quickly substitute again because a second later, a wind bullet courtesy of the Ino clone impacted his position, shredding everything in its path. The attacked Hinata clone spun into Kaiten, and Ren's eyes widened when his kunai impacted it and the seal exploded. It should have turned her to salt, but unexpectedly. The effect was chakra-based. It was basically a wave of chakra that turned things to salt. And the Kaiten repelled the chakra. So, the wave of chakra was repelled and pushed away from Hinata, turning everything 3 meters in front of her into salt. Including Ino's clone. Rin mirthfully giggled. He just couldn't help it. The expression of Hinata's clone, when she realized she had saltified her teammate by accident, was pure gold. He opted to not finish the shocked Hyuga clone and instead quickly noted in his notebook that chakra-repelling techniques might be an inconvenience for his bombs. That was honestly a downer. His bombs no longer felt so invincible. Well, it is what it is. Rin jumped back while putting his notebook back into his back pocket, a Senbon landing where he previously stood. His eyes widened a bit and he resisted the instinct to shield himself with his arms or substitute again. He just activated a seal on his chest. The Senbon exploded with an ear-shattering boom, sending metal shrapnel all over the place, shredding the nearby trees, but Rin was left unharmed, a thin layer of a spherical chakra shield flickering in and out of existence around him. He frowned. It was way weaker than he hoped for. He wanted it to be something like a force field, but, Ah, how disappointing. One explosion and metal shrapnel was all it took to almost destroy it? He decided he needed to refine this seal more. But he wasn't given the time to note that into his notebook because another Ino clone did not wait even for the dust cloud from the explosion to clear before rushing into it, swinging her katana sheathed in intense wind chakra. Rin used his speed to sidestep a pressurized wind slash, letting it pass him by and cutting straight through the trunk of the tree behind him, loudly felling it. He then ducked under Ino's follow-up sword slash, releasing one kunai from his grip and letting it harmlessly and lazily spin through the air. Ino was already slashing down at him when he substituted again. From his new position, Rin could see how the clone's eyes widened and she instantly used a wind technique to push the kunai away from her. A viable tactic, but she was just a tad bit too late. The kunai exploded and caught the clone's face in the exploding radius, making Rin cringe with a bit of guilt when the clone released a piercing shriek of immense pain as the surface of her face turned to salt that instantly rubbed into the injury and blood, causing the girl to let go of her sword and clutch at her no longer existent face in sheer suffering-filled shock. It lasted barely 2 seconds before the clone destabilized and popped out of existence, yet Rin knew he would have nightmares today of Ino dying like that. That soured his mood quite a bit. Only the utterly enraged expression of frustrated fury on the last remaining clone of Ino managed to make him crack up a small smile again. He was so glad that he refined his detection seal enough to give him a visual effect. Even though it was far from perfect just yet. The last clone of Ino actually winced when her counterpart popped. Then she indignantly stomped her foot on the ground in frustration and almost yelled out, but she stopped herself, knowing it would give away her position. Well, Rin already knew where she was, but she didn't need to know that. Okay. He felt a bit bad. He did enjoy Ino's body for hours on end last night and this morning, so he decided to cut her some slack. It was time to target Hinata. But the salt seals would not work on her unless he took her by surprise. A grin spread on his face just as one Hinata clone finally found him and decided to engage him in close-quarter combat. A wise choice, now that she knew she could use Kaiten to no-sell his salt seal. Sadly for her, it played directly into his hands. He threw a kunai at the girl running at him. She was almost upon him, only 4 meters away by then, so even if she Kaitened it, she wouldn't be hitting him with the splash damage. That was important. He didn't want her to hesitate due to the possibility of harming him like she did with the Ino clone. Predictably, the Hinata clone used Kaiten to block the explosion as Rin eagerly waited and observed the effect because what he threw at her was not a salt seal. The seal exploded, sending time-stopping waves of chakra that instantly clashed with the Kaiten technique, and it turned them around, flinging them back in the opposite direction. But there was not just one wave from his time-stop seal, so waves of stop time going in one direction impacted waves of stop time pushing in the opposite direction. Split second. That's all it took. The air as if hardened and the time surprisingly did not stop within the explosion radius as it should have. Instead, the place where the two waves met became a sort of immovable object. That's how it seemed to Ren, and he abruptly got a new idea for a barrier. But his mind couldn't dwell on it as the moment the air solidified, Hinata's Kaiten suddenly stopped and Ren flinched, his expression twisting in horrified wonder. A human woodchipper is how he would describe what happened next. Hinata's body rammed in a rapidly spinning speed straight into the immovable hardened air made out of stop time and went through it like a knife through butter. Except, that turned her body into a fine red mist. There was no resistance. 1 second there was the spinning Hinata, the next, there was red mist floating in the air. Just like that. Rin inwardly winced. That was supposed to be his non-lethal option. He doubted the clone actually realized it was dead yet. His body subconsciously shuddered as he gulped. His new toys were quite something. Then the red mist puffed out of existence and Ren forcefully calmed his tension-filled discomfort. This might not have been such a great idea, after all. He did not enjoy seeing his girls die in such a gruesome way. Even if it was just their clones. If they simply popped out of existence upon being killed, it would have been fine, but his bombs were too instantaneous. The clone technique did not register its demise before the vivid visual effect happened. Releasing a sigh, Rin showed a self-deprecating smile as he idly wondered where the other two Hinata clones and the last remaining Ino clone were. They should have been all over him by now. Oh, well. Rin pushed through his rising apprehension and focused on the task. 3 clones were done and dusted, 3 more to go. He checked the detection seal and owlishly blinked as his head robotically turned toward the sky. Blinking again, Rin groaned. You gotta be fucking shitting me, Ino. He whinily complained as he gawked at the completely silent and barely visible but massive dragon made of directed wild wind currents spooling on each other glaring at him. It towered not only over him but also over a good part of the surrounding forest around him. It was so damn quiet that if he didn't check the seal, he might have totally missed it before it rammed into his posterior. The wind chakra control necessary for that monstrosity to exist was not something Ren could even comprehend. Ino was totally holding out on him, the cheeky girl. Fortunately, they were far enough from the village so hopefully nobody would notice it. And look! He had found the remaining Hinata clones too. They were fueling lightning chakra into the wind dragon, causing violent streaks of lightning to course through its body. With a strained smile, Rin started to regret teaching the girls combination techniques. The wind dragon suddenly slightly leaned back in preparation to strike before lunging forward, directly at Rin, releasing a roar full of shrieking winds. Chapter 80, Impressively Disappointed. Seeing the wind dragon coming at him, Ren's perception of time slowed down and for a brief moment, his mind experienced a WTF moment. He wondered how a single clone could pull out something like this, but then he realized he destroyed 2 clones already and their chakra went back not only to the original Ino but also to the remaining clones, so the last one had a little less than 2 clones worth of chakra at its disposal. Even then, this was most likely a one-and-done fuck you technique, and Ren doubted the clone was going to last past using it. Still, it was an immensely impressive jutsu. The thing with Ino was that her ability to practice control, elemental or otherwise, and create techniques in her mindscape where the time is slowed down was simply busted. Rin loved to call it a cheat. Because that's what it was. Sure, she could not increase her chakra reserves, physical prowess, or get combat experience by training there. But it was a little bit over 6 months since Ino started training under him and created said mindscape training technique for herself. Rin remembered making some half-hearted calculations in the past, and while he didn't have all the necessary data to make them completely precise, he could still say that during this past half-year, Ino trained her control and wind nature for at the very least a decade and a half in her mindscape. No rest. No sleep. Just all her time of work put together. He was not exaggerating when he said the girl was putting in human effort into her training. It just wasn't readily visible because it happened in her mind. To be frank, Rin stopped paying attention to her advancements in wind nature manipulation because of this. She was so far along the proverbial development line that what she was doing might as well be magic to him. People said that Sarutobi mastered elemental manipulation, but that's a misnomer. What the old man did was to master all the exercises available. There was way more to controlling wind nature chakra. Things that ninjas haven't discovered just yet. Ino, however, was fully intent on making headway and creating her own control exercises. Her own techniques. Her own way of controlling the wind. She even got it into her head to use the wind chakra to recreate the sword slashes Rin described when telling her about One Piece swordsmen. There was simply no way to keep up with the cheating blonde when it came to elemental manipulation. To give a better picture, Rin doubted that the Hokage could use this particular wind dragon technique even if Ino was willing to teach him. That's how much wind chakra control was necessary to pull it off. The thing was just slightly smaller than the Hokage monument, for Sage's sake. Putting together all the time Sarutobi spent training wind nature chakra in his lifetime, nothing else included, would at most amount to maybe a year? Year and a half? At best? It still wouldn't be enough. Rin was probably overestimating it anyway. Sarutobi knew wind techniques and mastered the wind nature chakra exercises available, but the wind was not his go-to elemental nature. But Ino did not need to sleep or eat in her mindscape. She could just grind. And grind. And grind some more. She was the same kind of freak as Naruto when it came to the ability to train. And much like his future self, she had bullheaded determination in spades. Sometimes Rin wondered if he wasn't in some alternate universe where Ino was the protagonist. But that sounded a bit too far-fetched. In reality, the strength came from training, not missions. It wasn't like in those stupid fanfictions where the main character goes on a mission and somehow gets a power-up along the way because the author decided so. Fighting strong foes was not how people got strong. That's how they get killed. Missions and fights to the death only enable people to learn how to give it their all. Nobody functions at 100% all the time. But in that moment of life and death, a person is capable of breaking past his limits and giving it his all to survive. It is not a power-up, though. No. Those happen in the training field. By learning new techniques. Training control. Increasing chakra pool. And so on. It is why ninjas spend so much time training. They did not have Super Saiyan shenanigans going on. Participating in a mission is, in fact, hindering their strength development. Ninjas go on missions for the village and to earn money. Not to get stronger. M-O-N-E-Y. The thing that moves the world. Missions can last weeks. Weeks with almost no effective training and more often than not, no combat. It is more likely that when a ninja returns from such a mission, he will need to do some catch-up training to fix the slight decrease in his prowess because skill and muscle atrophy were a thing for the average scrubs that did not have Ren's gravity seals. May they all suck in peace. The only reason why Ino was not an S-rank ninja by now after spending over a decade and a half training her wind nature chakra was that her chakra reserves were still at around mid-Chunin range and her physical prowess was also definitely not on Jonin level yet. For an academy student from the Yamanaka clan? That was already impressive. The last half year of training did her a lot of good. But Hinata and maybe Sasuke, probably the only ones in her generation, still had slightly more chakra available than her. Naruto did not count. He was too Mary Sue to make the list. That and Ino lacked combat experience. She lacked that a lot. Because really? All that prowess and control that would make even Tsunade look like a particularly dim-witted academy student, and the thing Ino's clone decided to do with it is throw a big-ass wind dragon at him? One that would delete all her remaining chakra out of existence? Rin was impressed she had enough control to reduce the chakra requirements of that massive wind monstrosity so much to be able to pull it off, yeah. But he was also impressively disappointed. Just from the top of his head? She could have learned how to change the temperature of her wind, making it scalding, or freezing, or how to solidify it. That would have cost her much less chakra and would have been much more effective. Hell, he could do that with wind nature to a much, much smaller degree. Increasing or decreasing the temperature by 1 or 2 degrees was not that hard. He just lacked the control to go plus ultra with it. And Ino clearly lacked creativity and ideas. Maybe even scientific knowledge, but that was not her fault since it wasn't readily available in this world. Elemental bullets and dragons, that was where the fantasy ended in this world for your average ninja. Literature was abysmal and the fantasy genre was almost non-existent. Rin started telling the girls stories from his past life for fun and to inject some much-needed imagination into their thinking capabilities. But clearly, Ino wasn't utilizing it much when it came to practical application. She could have separated the individual gases to siphon oxygen from the proximity of his enemy. Or maybe even changing the air to be poisonous gas without any visual clue just to check that particular part of the Geneva checklist and introduce the ninjas to some good old chemical warfare. Now, after he created his salt alteration seals, Rin knew it should be possible. Hard as hell and probably improbable for your normal Jonin to ever get to that level of elemental manipulation even if they did have wind nature, but Ino was an outlier. Rin failed to do that. And he did try. But he wasn't that good with wind nature to manage it, so he pretty much gave it up in favor of seal work. That worked for him very well so far. But now? He decided he would need to sit the girl down and give her some pointers on killing efficiency one of these days. As cool as big-ass dragons were, they just weren't it for a ninja fight. Alas, for now, he needed to deal with the big-ass fuck you dragon coming at him courtesy of his impossible blonde. Bringing out the soul windmill shuriken he had stored in his storage seal, he decided to go all out as a string of characters started to slither across the massive shuriken while his chakra pool started to rapidly deplete, creating one big-ass exotic explosive seal for the big-ass dragon. Chapter 81, Epically Exotic Exploding Effects 2. The big seal forming on the massive windmill shuriken greedily consumed Ren's chakra until he had roughly only 20% of his reserves left when he was done with it. By then, the seal was a proper beast, but Ren didn't have the time to admire it as small but bloody lacerations started forming on his skin, causing his blood to seep out as Ino's wind dragon approached and he started feeling the increasing wind pressure pressing him down. The wind dragon's body was made of such pressurized winds swirling around each other that even the air surrounding it became sharp, and despite it still being a few meters away from Ren, it was already cutting. A shiver went up his spine. If it was this bad at a distance, he didn't want to know what actually getting hit by it would do to a person. Much to his discomfort, this reminded him far too much of Raisin Shuriken's effect. But there was nowhere to run. The wind dragon was too massive. It was going to destroy everything in a several dozen meters radius. An excited smile appeared on Ren's face as adrenaline filled his veins while his hair bound in a ponytail wildly flailed in the furious winds, mirroring the nearby trees. Ino definitely got too carried away. He could almost hear the pounding of his heart through the deafening swishing and whistling sounds of the wind. Ren threw the shuriken, aiming at the dragon's maw, and watched it with keen excited interest and trepidation as it neared its target. Only for the wind surrounding the dragon to affect it. The metal creaked. The blades cracked and twisted. Cuts started appearing on the surface of the shuriken. A worry filled Ren, but it all lasted barely 2 seconds. Then, the seal destabilized, and Ren was abruptly lifted from the ground due to a sudden air wave hitting him while the world was drowned in the sound of shattering glass. His body was thrown back until his feet landed once more on the ground, and he slid back for a few meters with his arms instinctively positioned in front of his face to guard from the still wild razor-sharp winds. But not for a second did he stop watching the effect his seal had created, wonder and awe filling him so deeply that a small part of him started to sympathize with Bakuda and Deidara for being explosion-loving nutcases. The winds themselves started turning into glass, the effect quickly spreading. It reminded Ren of seeing something freeze really fast, but instead of ice, the wind dragon became glass. Its maw was first, then its face, neck, upper torso. The effect continued, accompanied by a loud screeching sound, until half of the wind dragon turned into glass before it finally stopped, Ren's seal reaching its limit. What was left was a massive glass statue of a dragon made of uncountable swirls folding over each other, as big as half of the Hokage monument. But a moment later, the other half of the wind dragon technique, the half that was still made of pressurized winds, smashed into the glass statue and exploded, sending it rapidly crashing to the ground as glass shattered while Ino's chakra powering the winds finally used its last shred of power and dissipated with a bang. The ground shook from the impact of a hail of sharp glassy shards of various sizes raining all over the surroundings at breakneck speeds. Ren hastily ducked behind a nearby tree, waiting until the storm of glass shards passed with a wry smile on his face, showing how relieved he was that his seal stopped the wind dragon. For a moment, he was worried there. Fortunately, he had the glass alteration seal. The salt one would do exactly nothing there. For some reason, it couldn't alter air to salt, so it wouldn't have worked very well against a wind technique. Ren had no idea why that was a thing. It just worked that way. It's not as if he 100% understood these seals and their workings. He discovered how to turn things into salt because one day, he was cooking and in the middle of it, he found out that either Ino or Hinata had used up the last of his salt. The woes of letting his girls use his apartment. He was still annoyed because of that when he made his clones for some seal experiments later that day, so his clones decided to make a seal that would create salt. The clones did not exactly expect to succeed. It was just a silly idea to play around with and waste time. And it wasn't supposed to be a combat seal either. Their goal wasn't to make some new murder machine. It was for fun and to never run out of salt during cooking. How was he to know it would affect humans so easily? or that it would have been so effective in combat? Once he figured out that little tidbit, his murder ninja senses started tingling. It didn't let him sleep until he used this new discovery to make new, more powerful explosive seals. And they were damn dangerous. Hell, even the 1 meter effect radius was an artificially made limiter he put in the seal. It was there to make it cost efficient and to ensure the area of effect would not fluctuate. That way, Rin always knew the exact strike zone of his seals. He glanced over the grass littered with multiple glassy shards. But obviously, he could make the area of effect bigger. But the chakra cost was a killer. This wasn't something he could use in the field because by now, he would have been dead against an experienced opponent after using up so much chakra in one go. Rin didn't want to admit it, but he felt a bit wobbly after that stunt. Fortunately, through the detection seal, he could sense Ino's last clone puff out of existence because it used up all of its chakra for the wind dragon. Only the last 2 clones of Hinata remained. Rin groaned and rolled his shoulders. He was tired as hell. To be honest, he did not expect the 6 clones to push him this much. He would rate himself as an elite Jonin-level combatant. He might not have the experience of Kakashi Hatake, but he had his own weapons that made him just as dangerous. Ino and Hinata, well, they were around Chunin-level combatants right now. Maybe not with their control, which was way better than it had any business to be. Their elemental manipulation was solid low Jonin level for Hinata and beyond S rank for Ino. But physically and chakra reserve-wise, the girls were Chunin. They could not match Rin's speed and reaction time. Not really. And that gave him a huge edge against them. So, it was a small wonder they pushed him this far. He was quite proud of them. Despite the risk of sounding arrogant, he did think he was pushing that S-rank prowess. With his new seals? He'd say he was just deadly enough to be there already. A small chuckle escaped Ren's lips as he took a half-step back just as Hinata's clone ambushed him by springing out of the ground, her fingers jabbing into the air where his armpit was just a moment ago. Heh. That would have immobilized his entire arm if it hit. His cinnamon roll was ruthless. He approved. Undeterred by her failure, the clone instantly sprang into action and engaged Ren in close-quarter combat, sending palms, jabs, finger pokes, and even some unhyuga kicks at Ren, especially the one aimed at his balls was not cool, who was either parrying the strikes or evading them by stepping slightly out of Hinata's reach with a small amused smile on his lips. All that amazing hyuga taijutsu prowess was worthless if the user could not land a hit. Unfortunately for Hinata, he was both faster than her and knew exactly what her reach was. So, evading her at the last possible moment, just to frustrate her more, wasn't very hard for him. If the girl wanted to beat him in taijutsu, she would need to get more creative than a straightforward rush. But of course, Ren was aware that the second clone was cooking something. He had no idea what, as he could just sense its presence and didn't have the time to get the visuals because he was a bit preoccupied with dodging. But it was nearby, doing something. Ren parried a palm strike and jumped back, trying to make a bit of distance between him and Hinata, only for the girl to instantly accelerate in an unexpected way via internal lightning manipulation and throw herself at him with a jab aimed at his forearm. Sidestepping it, Ren pulsed his chakra out of the soles of his feet, jumping to the side. Hinata used the wall-walking exercise to abruptly stop her momentum, turned to the right, and leaped after Ren, very unwilling to let him out of the close range. Ducking under a kick aimed at his chin and getting into a crouch, Ren let out a sigh. He couldn't use his exploding seals unless he regained some distance from the girl, and she clearly knew it. Quickly glancing around for a suitable substitution target, his eyes abruptly widened. Hinata used her heavenly wall technique, and the surprised Ren was hit with a wave of chakra straight to his face that flung him back like a ragdoll until his back hit a tree. Ugh. Crouching was not a smart thing to do. He fortunately landed on his feet, and the second Hinata clone flickered in front of him when he was still trying to regain his wits after being treated like a pinball, her expression resolute and her arm already shooting toward his abdomen while holding Rasengan. Heart leaping into his throat, Ren didn't have much time to think. He did the first thing that sprang into his mind and used a chunk of his chakra to force substitution with Hinata's first clone, the Rasengan just shy of an inch from his skin when they swapped places. The second clone could only watch in dismay as her Rasengan went through the chest area of the first clone like a knife through butter and rammed into the tree trunk behind her, grinding out a sizable hole into it just as the first clone finally realized what happened and her face twisted into disbelief before she puffed out of existence. The last remaining clone turned on her heel and indignantly glared at Rin, who couldn't help but helplessly shrug with an apologetic expression as he flung a kunai at her. Huffing, Hinata knew it would have some sort of exploding seal, so she didn't try blocking it and simply jumped into the foliage of a nearby tree, landing on the underside of a thick tree branch in a crouch. A split second later, she sprang herself forward into a leap at Rin and was midair, halfway toward him when the kunai seal went off. And Hinata shrieked as her world suddenly swam and her Byakugan was assaulted with a blinding something, causing her to reel in surprise and pain. She closed her eyes due to panic, but it didn't help the overwhelming sense of pounding irritation and ringing going through her head. Her hands covered her eyes on instinct as she winced at the unexpected sensation. She had no idea how this was possible. Byakugan should not be blinded by chakra. And done. Ren's voice interrupted her inner turmoil as her body flew through the air, and then she felt kunai rammed into the back of her neck before her world went black before she even hit the ground. Watching as the last clone of Hinata puffed out of existence, Ren let himself fall on his ass and let out a huge relieved sigh. It was finally over. He was exhausted. The forced substitution took a lot out of him. The girl really surprised him with it. He did not expect Rasengan. He had to admit, much to his embarrassment, that he had forgotten he taught her that technique. It's not as if she ever used it since she learned it. Nevertheless, a small smile appeared on his face. He was satisfied with his girls. Yes, he did hold back and hasn't used clones. Neither did he fight seriously, as he focused mostly on trying out his new seals. But they still managed to surprise him enough to almost land some nasty attacks on him. Sadly for them, they lacked combat experience. Well, now he knew how he was going to torment them for the next few months. His previous spars with the girls where his clones were running circles around them did help them, but it was clearly not enough to make them capable of participating in the Big Boy League. He had 9 more months to get them to that level before they graduated. Nothing some specialized training arc torture could not accomplish. It was time for the kitty gloves to go off. Ren's eyes strayed toward the hole in the tree left there by the Rasengan as the lacerations covering his body stung, and he remembered how close he was to having his guts take an involuntary trip through a blender. Well, all right. Maybe the kitty gloves should stay on for a few months. At least until he properly figured out a chakra-based force shield. Safety first, right? Chapter 82, Date with Hinata 1. Rin stood in his kitchen, his arms around Hinata as they kissed. Her small hands were clutching at his casual white shirt as her tongue eagerly explored Ren's mouth. He almost wanted to take the hem of her loose lavender shirt and pull it off her, his fingers twitching to do it. But reason prevailed, and in the end, Ren only sneaked his hands underneath her shirt, enjoying the feel of her warm skin on her lower back. Glancing at the stove, Ren suddenly pulled away from Hinata, much to her mewling protest as she subconsciously leaned forward, wishing to continue, but Rin just pecked her forehead and shook his head. "The dinner is done," he said, making Hinata reluctantly turn her head away from him with a small blush as a happy smile appeared on her face. So far, their date was very casual. Just him and her in his house, spending time together while talking, cooking, and kissing. Rin knew Hinata. She did not need anything fancy. She had enough fancy in her clan. So much that she was sick of it. No, she was an affection-starved girl who felt under constant pressure in her own home. So, Rin tried to make this experience as comfortable and homey as he could while showering her with casual affection. And if the enamored expression on her face was anything to go by, she was absolutely loving it. They worked together to prepare the table and clean up the kitchen before they sat down with plates of the food they cooked and started eating. Rin had to admit, Hinata was a great cook, and he told the girl so, making her proudly straighten her back even though she tried to deflect the praise. The sweet smile she gave him, though, almost melted his edgy black heart. They talked about training, her time at the academy, and she even complained about her home life, and Rin listened with a small wry smile. It was a bit sad that they didn't have much of a common topic that didn't involve ninja ing in some way. But Hinata was the Hyuga princess. She was not really allowed to have hobbies that wouldn't prove useful in her future. Everything she did was some sort of training or would have some sort of use for her future ninja career. The only thing she confessed she was allowed to do that didn't stink of preparations for her duties was knitting. And she was quite good at it, too. The mittens she had given him for his birthday were very nice. But even that was pretty much considered a good skill for a traditional Hyuga woman to have and a great way to train the finger dexterity. The girl was really upset about it. When she was younger, she wanted to play ninja with other kids, but well, that was beneath her station as a main branch Hyuga heiress. When she wanted to participate in a sleepover she was invited to, that was beneath her station as a main branch Hyuga heiress. When she wanted to paint her nails, even that was beneath her station as a main branch Hyuga heiress. When she, holy hell, it was no wonder the Hyugas were such stuck-up sad sacks if this was how their childhood looked like. Hinata's life revolved around two things: ninja training and education to be the future head of the clan. When it came to the ninja training, she had utterly hated it before she had met Ren, who made it enjoyable for her. She was always demanded to give it her all only to be always scolded that her all was not good enough. She won a spar in the academy and came home to tell her dad about it, wanting to be praised and acknowledged like any normal kid. She could dream on. Winning was expected from a Hyuga. She better win all her spars from now on, or else. She had gotten full marks on a test? Good. Anything less would be besmirching the good name of the Hyuga clan. She better not disappoint the clan's expectations. Hinata had a lot to complain about, and Rin just held her hand while patiently listening to her rant and pour her heart out to him, wiping a stray tear or two here and there when the relief of being able to just let go overwhelmed her enough to tear up. She had never even wanted to be a kunoichi. But her path was locked in since she was born. She resented it for the longest time. But she also wanted to make her father proud. With an embarrassed smile, she did admit that she loved the fantasy of being Ren's personal kunoichi. And Ren felt his pants become quite tight out of nowhere. Personal kunoichi were something the nobles kept, and let's just say they served more on their knees and backs than in other capacities. The girl was clearly reading the kinky sort of romance books. Rin just smirked at her and graciously accepted her fealty, making her stutter and stammer with an adorable blush, even though she had not made any oath. At least the joke lightened her upset mood. And as for the education to become the next clan head? Hinata was still getting lessons in that direction despite Hanabi being declared the heiress. And that was only natural. What many people in Ren's previous life missed, but they really couldn't be nagged at because even Hinata did not think of it, was that Hinata and Hanabi were females. That is a hugely important fact. Between Hayashi and Hizashi, one was getting sealed. Both are male. There is no other way. But both Hinata and Hanabi have the option to become a wife of some other main branch man and thus wouldn't be sealed. Hinata was so hyper-focused on the cursed seal and overly worried about the future that she completely missed the fact that there was no chance of Hanabi ever getting sealed. Explaining that to her made her very embarrassed and uncomfortable, but she needed to hear it. Her motivation was misguided. Half of the reason for her training was to save her sister, but her sister didn't need saving. The only one who was under the threat of being sealed was Hinata herself. And that was because of her opinions on the cursed seal. She had stated out loud in the past that she hated it. And as future heiress? That instantly made her the enemy of the elders. No matter that she was just a child back then. Frankly, it was cartoonishly petty, in Ren's opinion. They made problems for her every step of the way because of a few words she said as a kid. They did not want somebody like her as clan head. They were so salty about it that they demanded to seal her rather than betroth her to one of their grandsons and let her be a trophy wife fit only for breeding more Hyugas without sealing her. But even if she got sealed, the heiress lessons would still be useful to her because Hinata would not be just another servant. Instead, she would fall into Hizashi's previous position by default and would be the head of the branch house. Heck, even if she became the wife of some main branch male, these lessons would still be useful for managing the household of her future husband. So, she had no other way than to go through them. Not that Hinata seemed amenable to the idea of getting it on with one of her cousins. Nor would Rin allow it. He had the brass balls to bomb even Danzo for the attempt on his life. He was willing to do far worse for Hinata. If they pushed it, Rin was not above giving them some selective attache ing. The two of them talked more, topics changing as time passed until Hinata hit something that gave Rin a small pause. You have never told me what your goal is. What do you want to do in the future? She asked curiously, making Rin olishly blink. What did he want to do, indeed? Chapter 83, Date with Hinata 2. I just want to get strong enough that I could survive any future war? Rin replied unsurely. And his biggest problem was that he didn't have a clear path or a plan on how to do it other than, get good real fast, bruh. It's not as if he got some cheat or golden finger that would allow him to comfortably grow stronger than Kaguya so he could bend her over his knee and spank the crazy out of her before taking her in as his concubine and have her happily thank him for it. He was on his own, only with his wits and ideas. The asshole who dropped him in this world, if there was one, did not bother to provide him with a cheat. The most reliable plan Rin had so far was to prevent the whole thing from happening, but even then he would need to kill Orochimaru, Kabuto, and the cherry on this whole shit pie, destroy Pain's Rinnegan. No Kabuto? No Madara? No Rinnegan? No Jubi? No Jubi? No Kaguya. Simple, right? Well, no. Excuse him if he was a bit floundering with his goal. He didn't really have any concrete idea how to get there other than keep practicing, keep making new seals, and keep training his companions while hoping for the best. Because what else could he do? If he had Obito's teleportation? He could just pop next to Nagato's original body and slit his throat before poking his eyes out. It would be done. Speedrun finished. But he did not have it. It sounded simple. Just kill Nagato and destroy his eyes. It would solve everything. But Nagato is guarded by several S-rank ninjas, and most of the time, he has an entire ninja village subservient to him around him. Hell, even Kabuto, the easiest target of the three who was right now in Konoha as Orochimaru's spy, was an elite Jonin-level combatant. Trying to assassinate him inside the village could go up shit's creek real fast. It's not like Rin could bomb the hospital just to get a chance at killing the boy. Kabuto needed a more personal touch because his healing made him into a proper cockroach. So, even for him, Rin was pretty much stuck in a waiting game for the Chunin exams, where he would be given a golden opportunity to deal with him. And the less said about Orochimaru, the better. Great, now he was starting to be depressed. Mo. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Hinata pouted, identifying with her Byakugan that Rin wasn't fully truthful with that answer. It made him give her an exasperated smile. Blasted Byakugan. Ever since she managed to do away with the bulging veins, it was almost impossible to lie to her. Rolling his eyes, Rin huffed, All right. It was only half true. I want to get strong because only strong ninjas are truly free. He admitted. Honestly, if the apocalypse was not imminent and he had the time, Rin would probably spend his lifetime trying to figure out a seal that could allow him to travel to a different world. That sounded like such an amazing life goal to him. He wouldn't mind wasting his life on it. Alas, the world was not so convenient. Even if he did start with such research, there was no guarantee he could finish it before Kaguya became a problem. It felt too much like gambling to Rin to risk it. What do you mean? Hinata furrowed her eyebrows, but she was obviously interested. There wasn't much freedom for her in her life, and Ren's words hit a bit too close to home for her. Look at the Sannin. Rin started explaining, pointing his fork at her. They are all roaming the world, doing mostly as they please. Well, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja, but that is beside the point. He chuckled, he and Itachi are rogues in name only. It is just a formality for them. They are so strong that when a squad of ANBU discovers their location, they don't attack them. Instead, they take a detour several kilometers around them. The only people hunting them are pretty much the idiots who had never heard of chakra and who they can dispatch by sheer reflex, even in their sleep. I envy them that. The freedom that comes with that kind of power. He finished with a shrug. So, you want to become Nuke-nin? Hinata asked in a nonplussed tone and raised her eyebrow at him. And the fact she was not screaming, glaring, or looking at him as if he had betrayed her 6 generations was very telling. She looked a bit sad and uncomfortable, but that was it. Rin shook his head with a snort, reaching out and taking her hand in his. No. I'd like to be more like Jiraiya. A pervert? Hinata asked with an overly innocent look as her lips tugged into a small smirk. Butter wouldn't melt in her mouth right about now. Oh, shush you. I'll show you a pervert. Rin teasingly threatened in a low tone, knowing she perfectly understood what he meant. He got only a grin in return as she exclaimed, Please do! I am waiting for that the whole day. For a moment, they enjoyed a companionable silence between them before Hinata's smile slowly fell. I guess that's why you made these dangerous seals? How does time-stop seal even work? That's not supposed to be possible. She half asked and half sullenly complained. She still wasn't over the fact that her clone had died before it could even realize it. She had no idea what killed her clone until the spar was over, and when Rin told her it was a time-stop seal interacting with her heavenly wall, her jaw dropped to the floor. As somebody whom Rin taught his explosive seals, Hinata understood at least the bare minimum about the sealing art. Even though her talent, and more importantly, interest, in it was non-existent. Give her flesh to mold any day, and she would happily do it, but scribbling symbols was just boring. Effective. Sure. But boring. She loved throwing the exploding Senbon around. But that does not mean she loved learning how to create them. And Hinata decided never to do that again. Sealing just didn't agree with her. Not even her desire to free her clan from the cursed seal could overpower her distaste for the sealing art. Rin let out a helpless chuckle followed by a casual shrug. How do you create a personal pocket dimension to store stuff with just scroll and chakra-infused ink? He asked, and Hinata opened her mouth, only for her expression to scrunch in thought as she started to consider it. She had to admit, he had a point. When he put it that way, it didn't sound very logical. Seeing her pondering look, Rin huffed in amusement and entwined his fingers with hers to get her attention back. Ninjas consider it common sense by now. Of course, it is possible to make storage seals with ink and paper. Everybody does it, duh! He rolled his eyes with a snort. To be honest, even the people in his previous life took this for granted. It was common sense for them too. But if one really thought about that, it did not really make all that much sense. Even a novice in sealing arts can learn how to make the storage seals nowadays. It is one of the first things they learn. But it does not mean they fully understand every principle behind it. Rin said, causing Hinata to nod slowly. He chose this comparison because he knew that she did not understand everything about the explosive seals, yet she could use them easily. Take the Bija seals, for example. Now that he had given her a frame of reference, he could introduce the topic better. Do you really think somebody actually tried to invent a seal that could hold a Bija first? No. The first recorded sealing of Biju was done by the first Hokage's wife when Madara brought the Sharingan-manipulated Kyuubi to fight the first Hokage. And she was simply desperate. Rin explained. Well, technically, there were documents about Shikaku's sealing into a teapot before that. Which was probably what gave Mito the idea that her harebrained scheme might work. But the teapot usually did not last for more than a year before Shikaku was free again, so Rin did not count that as a successful Bija seal. So, she decided to stop the Bija by storing it inside of her? Hinata asked in disbelief, her tone showing she was wondering if the first Hokage's wife was an idiot. Rin nodded with an amused expression. Desperate situation calls for desperate measures. She was one of the best seal masters of her time, and she made a great seal to hold the beast. but I don't think the woman actually expected to survive. But she did, right? Hinata asked, a bit moved at the heroism of Mito. Even Rin had to agree that sealing a bijou into her with a seal she put together on the spot and without having any insurance it would work? Because nobody had done it before her? He'd be terrified. Especially when he knew how often sealing experiments can and do go wrong. And make no mistake, that was nothing but an experiment. She just did not have any other choice than to go through with it and hope for the best. Rin could almost picture Mito shouting Leroy Jenkins as she initiated the sealing. It was both brilliant and jaw-droppingly stupid. But the most important part? It fucking worked. Yes. Her seal held spectacularly for the rest of her life. And it gave the first Hokage the idea to round all bijou up and give them to the other villages like candy in exchange for peace treaties. Rin deadpanned, but it didn't last long because he started laughing out loud at Hinata's dismayed expression. The history books did not share that little tidbit. No. They said the glorious first Hokage negotiated peace with the other rising ninja villages. They did not say how he did it. Because fuck it sounded stupid in Ren's mind, but when he actually said it out loud? Hashirama was a mentally malnourished moron. You don't sue for peace by giving your enemies weapons of mass destruction. Especially not ones that need human sacrifice. You are joking. Hinata furrowed her eyebrows, but when Rin just continued snickering, her face scrunched further in mortification. Oh my god, you are not joking. She indignantly realized that the godly figure of the first Hokage they taught about in the academy might not have been that flawless in person. Rin gave her a fond smile and felt a pulse of chakra coming from the kitchen. He pulsed his chakra to answer, and his clone came into the room, holding a plate of freshly baked cinnamon rolls. Hinata's favorite. The clone put them on the table, and Hinata's attention was diverted to the baked delicacies, her earlier mortification completely forgotten, as she quickly snatched one for herself and started nibbling on it like a squirrel, much to Rin's amusement. Rin took one roll for himself as he spoke. My seals are similar. I had an initial idea, and I experimented. He took a bite and didn't speak until his mouth was empty again. I managed to make the seals, but that does not mean I completely understand how they work. If I did, I could do much more with it. Like creating a time chamber for training. Oh, how he wanted to do that. Knowledge and understanding were power. Sadly, he lacked them. If he knew how his time-stop seal fully worked. If he knew every principle in it. He would not be limited to giving his enemies a timeout. My alteration seals are simpler. I do have a certain level of understanding when it comes to them. It's why I managed to make a glass alteration seal after stumbling upon salt alteration by a fluke. But even then, it was a hard process. For now, I could only do salt and glass. Rin shrugged. The fanfictions lied. This stuff was hard as hell. Just because he knew how to turn things into salt did not mean he could now make an infinite supply of gold and diamonds. That was a completely different thing. Unfortunately, he was not a chemist in his previous life. He barely remembered his chemistry classes from school. He didn't know the composition of gold. Well, he didn't know the composition of salt either, but never mind that, so he would have to start from a complete scratch with it. And he just didn't have the time. He would rather use his time for something more combat-oriented than making things turn yellow and shiny. It's not as if he could stop pain or libido by throwing gold at them. Now, the time-stop seal, for that one, I barely understand the basics. Rin gave Hinata a smile that showed his distaste, and the Higwa girl giggled before leaning forward as she brought her fork with a cinnamon roll in front of his mouth to cheer him up. Rin took an exaggerated bite out of the roll, causing a spike of elation to shoot through Hinata as she involuntarily grinned from ear to ear. One day, one of my clones didn't disperse on time. I didn't mind it much, but when, even after 8 more hours, he was still present, I went to check up on him, and voila, I found the bastard frozen in time. Eyes slightly widened and a suggestive smile on his lips. Rin playfully clicked his tongue, and Hinata imagined the situation before snickering. Yes. That sounds like you. she kindly admitted, getting a small pinch on her hand from Rin in return, causing her to yelp and give him a playfully warning look followed by a smile. "Oh, shut up." Rin stuck his fork into a cinnamon roll and stuffed it into Hinata's waiting mouth, making her let out a small, if a bit exaggerated, moan as she intently watched his reaction. Gulping down, Rin fought a hard internal battle to not avert his gaze. "It took me 4 hours to figure out enough about the seal to negate the effect and free my clone," he said irritably, only to jump a bit in his seat when he felt Hinata's toes press into his inner thigh under the table. They slowly went higher and higher, making Ren's breath hitch while the Hyuga minx had a knowing smile on her usually innocent face. She was about to reach his mini-me when Ren grabbed her foot and stopped her in her tracks. "I'd like to give you a massage," Hinata offhandedly said, silently ending the topic of seals, and Ren had to inwardly agree that there were more important things they could be discussing. "Oh? Really?" Ren asked, his fingers running across Hinata's feet in his grasp, causing her to stifle a mewling sound as her toes wiggled because Ren hit her ticklish spot. "Yes. I need a guinea pig for my new medical ninjutsu massage skills." She nonchalantly shrugged, trying hard to look casual, but her cheeks were adorably flushed while her eyes were resolute as she slightly quivered because Ren continued to tickle her foot. "I agree to use my body for your experiments," Ren solemnly stated, "but the cost will be your virginity." He smirked as he found a particularly fun cluster of nerves on her foot, making her whimper. Narrowing her eyes, Hinata sent a discharge of medical chakra out of her foot, straight into Ren's hands, and his breath hitched as his body stiffened from the unexpected wave of pleasure that flooded his body through his hands. He let out an audible moan, much to Hinata's mirthful giggling. Looking at her from under his bangs, the girl looked very pleased with his reaction. Well, now he was truly looking forward to that promised massage. Chapter 85, Unsanctioned Vacation. Danzo Shimura sat in a private booth in a tea shop, watching through the conveniently placed window as Ren left the village for a mission. A small smile appeared on Danzo's face as a waitress appeared and brought his order. "Is it done?" he asked without averting his gaze from Ren's back disappearing in the distance. "Yes, Lord Danzo," the waitress said with a small respectful nod before leaving. "Good. Let's see if the bait takes, then." Danzo sighed and took a sip from his tea, finally feeling relaxed after a long time. Initially, he dismissed the notion that the one to bomb his base and cost him many of his loyal and well-trained soldiers was a new ninja like Ren. But around the time he started to be called the bomber, Danzo's suspicions reignited. Unfortunately, it was not easy to get information about Ren. He was far too slippery. Far too careful. It only proved to Danzo that the boy had something to hide. More forceful methods were not used because Danzo was Afro-dash. No. He was not afraid. He was just pragmatic. Another bombing could set his effort back for years. He couldn't afford that. So, he opted for a cautious and slow approach, like any experienced ninja in his position would have done. But now, finally, a chance presented itself to get rid of this thorn in his foot. He just hoped there wouldn't be any complications. Konoha's greater good was at stake. Several months had passed since Ren's relationship with the girls reached the point of no return from the bedroom, and he realized that for the first time in his reincarnated life, he was actually fully enjoying living again. It was an invigorating feeling. It pushed him to try harder and motivated him to progress even though it sometimes felt futile. What does it matter if he reached S-rank prowess when Kaguya could unmake him with a simple gesture? It didn't feel like an accomplishment to be proud of. He still remembered that in most stories he had read in his past life, the protagonists started getting arrogant when reaching this stage. They were all like, "Notice me, senpai. I am S-rank. I am special." But really? S-rank was just a bigger kunai fodder in front of the last boss of the Narutoverse. And let's not even speak about the Otsutsuki clan. Ren hoped they were not a thing, but he probably wasn't that lucky. It felt hopeless, living in this world. Ignorance was really bliss. Sometimes, he envied all the ninjas around who had no idea how shitty the future was most likely going to be. They worried about encountering ninjas from other villages on their missions. About another ninja war erupting. About the prosperity of the village. All reasonable concerns. But they paled in contrast to an alien chakra goddess hell-bent on exterminating the humanity manifesting in the world again. Shaking his head to chase away these depressing feelings, Rin wryly smiled and realized he was far enough from Konoha. He checked his detection seal, and after confirming nobody was around him, he teleported to his seal in the land of hot water. The past few months were very nice for him as far as spreading his transportation seal network was concerned. He took several quick C-rank missions that led him to other countries and used his shadow clones to cover as much ground as possible. Now, he had a seal in most countries bordering Konoha. That was an achievement he was prouder of than becoming an S-rank ninja. If he ever needed to run away from Konoha and its hunter ninjas, this would make it a piece of cake. Plus, secretly returning to Konoha would also be extremely easy for him since he had several hundred transportation seals strewn all around the village. Not even a rogue ninja status could separate him from Hinata and Ino anymore. This mission was not very different. Rin took an easy career mission to the land of hot water and was supposed to deliver some documents to a client. The delivery was expected 3 days from now and was on the other side of the country, closer to the borders with the land of lightning. Rin still had 2 free days thanks to his transportation seal massively cutting out the travel time, so he naturally intended to use that time to unwind and enjoy the famed hot springs. It was just a pity he couldn't bring his girls. Unfortunately, they had the academy, and, to be frank, that sounded like a cheap excuse because that's what it was. He just wanted to enjoy his me time for 2 days. He could have taken them from the village and returned them in the evening. They could have even left clones to curb any suspicion. But no, Rin wanted a few peaceful no-female days. It was what it was. The threesomes were awesome. Hinata and Ino trained together so much that there was next to no jealousy between them. Instead, they loved to team up against him. And they always made it very enjoyable for him. He even made a seal that could store nutrients from food and inject it later on into him in the form of stamina when needed. It was proper magic-like bullshit. But once the Pandora's box was open with the time-stop seal, Rin started experimenting left and right, throwing shit at the wall while hoping something would stick. It wasn't working very well, but there were some small highlights. He had a workable direction, and he was slowly making progress. Chakra could even bring back the dead. What was a little stamina potion in the form of a seal compared to that? What? Did somebody actually think he would start physically exercising to keep up with his girls instead of cheesing his seals for some cheat solution? Please! He was better than that. Hinata had her medical ninjutsu to boost her physical strengthening process, but Rin had his seals. And he was still physically way ahead of the girls. In fact, despite their brutal training regime, they did not really lessen the gap in physical prowess between them. And thank the sage for that small mercy. Hail the gravity seals! Glory to the, well, him. As the maker of the seal, he deserved it. Rin would have had a much harder time dealing with them using Konoha's secret technique, teamwork, on him in the bedroom if the girls were as physically capable as him. No. He was good. Cheating his way through with seals worked for him. It did help that he knew how his gravity seals worked to the tiniest detail, and that meant he could use them very efficiently. There was no way he would go the Saitama route. He'd leave that path to Sajugai Uchiha and his new unwanted but relentless sidekick, Sakugai Haruno. His meddling had created abominations. Was it weird that he felt a bit proud of it? Anyway, his girls were stuck at something around 50 to 60% efficiency usage of their gravity seals. That was already jaw-dropping. In a year, they reached the physical prowess of Jonin rank when they started at Genin level of prowess. The seal was an elite soldier printing machine. Wars were started for way less. Hence why Rin kept its existence secret. He didn't want all the other ninja villages to gang up on Konoha in a desperate gambit to either steal the seal or delete it from existence. Unlike his girls, he could use around 95 to 99% of gravity seal's efficiency, so he was still improving a little bit faster than them when other factors were considered despite his lack of physical training. Unfortunately, Ino and Hinata would have to become much better at sealing to get that sweet 95+%. Yet, they just didn't want to spend the next 3+ years focusing only on sealing to get there, and Rin made his peace with that. Chuckling, Rin decided to give his girls a small apology in his mind for not bringing them to the hot springs and decided he would take them to a festival in the capital city or something in the future. Right now, he wanted to have 2 days of relaxing. No ninja bullshit. No work. No sexy kunoichi trying to tempt him into a sex marathon. No responsibility. Just slacking off, hot springs, and good food. He checked into a hotel, picking a quite expensive one for his 2-day unsanctioned vacation. But he could afford it. His venture in the capital city went well. The toys he designed sold like hotcakes, and Rin, the merchant from the capital, was also a hard-working individual, so he had already spread the business to other countries, earning even more money. Rin, the ninja, however, felt that he screwed the pooch with that opportunity. When he first approached Rin the merchant, he had grand dreams of using his otherworldly knowledge to become the richest man and the economic power who puppets the stage from the shadows, you know? Like some main characters in fanfics do? They make it look so easy, too. But it wasn't. His progress there was firmly stuck at toy making. He simply did not have the time to make better products. Between his own training the girls, missions, his work at the Barrier Corps, keeping up with his relationships and friendships, and on top of that his seal experimentation, Rin had no time to spare for something as mundane as figuring out new stuff to sell. It seemed silly. He could have delegated it to one shadow clone and be done with it by now, no? Well, yes, but one less shadow clone for seal experimentation was still one less clone working on getting stronger. He could use only so many of them in a day, and it just seemed like a waste of chakra. Money was not all that important to him. Entering the most famous hot springs of the town while munching on an apple, Rin curiously looked around. Oh, Nariko-chan, you naughty, naughty girl. Who would have thought you could use your tongue in such a way? A perverse giggle resounded through the male section of the hot spring, coming from a big naked man with a mane of white hair who was kneeling near the wall that separated the male and female section while pressing his ear on it to eavesdrop as he scribbled into his notebook with almost wild frenzy. Rin closed his eyes and tried to stave off the headache that had suddenly hit him. Just his luck, from all the bathhouses in this continent, he had to walk into the one Jiraiya decided to use to peep on women today. With a sigh, Rin turned on his heel, fully intending to get away from the creep. He didn't want to get mauled by angry females. But as he started to walk out, Jiraiya suddenly spoke again, not even noticing Rin's presence. Hinata-chan dash. Before Rin knew it, the half-eaten apple in his hand sailed through the room and nailed the back of Jiraiya's hand with enough force to make his body flip in the air before his face crashed into the ground with an audible, Yujiya. Yes, Rin knew that Hinata was a common name. No, he didn't care. There went his vacation. Chapter 86, Noble Sacrifice. After nailing Jiraiya to the back of his head with the apple, Rin quickly entered the changing room, where he dressed back up and left the hot springs, not at all interested in talking with the Sannin. Jiraiya was one of the few people skilled enough in sealing to notice the hidden seals all over Rin's body. There was no way Rin would be taking a bath anywhere near him. If only to avoid uncomfortable questions. Rin wasn't inclined to share his seals with Jiraiya or anybody, really. It was why he had his clones spend 3 months transcribing some of his more important seals into English script. Contrary to popular belief, the Japanese writing system was not all that important for seals. The people in this world simply spoke and wrote in Japanese, so that's what was used for seals. It was that simple. Of course, making a whole new sealing language based on the English alphabet was not exactly easy. Rin was not done with that. Not by a long shot. Such a thing was the work of a lifetime. To the natives, it would probably seem as if he was developing a completely new language for his sealing. That's why Rin only managed to get his important seals working on the English script. He didn't bother translating the regular explosive seals he used with kunai. Nor did he bother updating the gravity seals just yet. Trying to transcribe that seal while it was active. Ren was already getting a headache just thinking about it. He had no idea how he could do it safely. He was probably going to just let it be as it is and only make the new addition in the English script to ensure the whole picture would not make any sense to anybody trying to crack it. In hindsight, he should have thought of making an English script for sealing long ago. But it only came up when Hiruzen Sarutobi asked Ren if his new time-stop seals could be, used by people other than Ren. Alas, Ren didn't make his seals to keep them hidden but to use them. They were never supposed to be some sort of hidden triumph card. So, he readily used them on missions, going as far as swiftly finishing several capture missions in the past few months. It was only a question of time until the Hokage was notified that Ren's prisoners were being dragged to the village in the time-stop fields. Well, they had no idea what it was, just that it was very effective. It took Hiruzen taking a look at it and his face when he realized what Ren had done. It was simply hilarious. He looked exasperatedly excited, with a massive touch of disbelief as his jaw was almost on the floor. Sadly, then the greed entered his eyes and ruined the hilarity of the moment. But Ren was prepared for the interest his seals would garner. Ren understood why the man wanted them. If Konoha ninjas could use the time-stop seal tags, it would redefine large-scale ninja warfare. And it would also make capture missions a whole lot easier. They made non-lethally subduing an enemy a trivial thing. Heh. With the fakest polite smile, Ren told the Hokage that such a thing was not possible, and he wasn't even lying because he put in the extra effort during their creation process to ensure the seals were unstable enough to go off a few seconds after their inscription. Creating a safe version that could be used as an exploding tag was most likely possible, not that Ren admitted that to Hiruzen, but it would take time and research. Time and research he was unwilling to do. His reason was quite simple, too. There is a reason why nations in his previous life did not sell nukes to other countries. The principle was the same. If Ren commercialized his new seals and started selling them to the village and its ninjas, then he would sooner or later find himself attacked with them. It didn't matter if it would be Danzo because that man would definitely get his grubby hands on the seals one way or the other if Ren started selling them, or if it would be the other village's ninjas because their spies in Konoha would doubtlessly manage to swipe a few of his seals in such a situation. Ren decided he didn't particularly like the vision of having time-stopping or salt alteration explosive seals thrown at him. Not at all. Cheating was something only he should be able to do. Therefore, not even Ino and Hinata would be getting any tags with them. At least, not anytime soon. There was naturally some grumbling. Hiruzen was not happy. Some people even quietly called Ren a traitor for not providing his seals to the village, but well, as long as they didn't see and understand the design of his seals, nobody could really know how they worked, so even if Ren told them his seals are powered by pigs that could fly, they could only believe him. Thus, English script. Because fuck them. Even if Jiraiya had somehow gotten as smart as Shikamaru, he wouldn't be cracking Ren's seals anytime soon. Even the smartest person would need at least a small hint or frame of reference to decode a completely new, wholly unknown language. And Ren was not going to give them that. But for now, his gravity seals were still in the Japanese script, so they might be vulnerable to Jiraiya's wandering eyes. Oh, Ren doubted the man could actually replicate or understand how the seal worked without spending several weeks or maybe even months studying the design. But at the very least, Jiraiya might be able to tell its general purpose with a casual glance. And he would then ask questions. If only out of curiosity as a seal master discovering something new. Not in the mood to have such a conversation with the man, Ren wryly smiled as he started charging the transportation seal to teleport to a marker seal on the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water when he sensed Jiraiya enter the changing room in the bathhouse in a hurry and most intending to chase him. Fortunately, Ren thought of that possibility, so he placed a little something that would be dispersed after one-time use on the floor in the middle of the door leading out of the changing room. The door that was directly opposite the door to the female changing rooms. As Jiraiya, only half-clothed, hurried to exit the changing room, he suddenly found himself forcefully ejected forward, and with a wide-eyed look full of surprise, he flew straight through the door of the female changing room. His unintended flight had enough momentum to make him whiz through the entire changing room and fly through the cloth leading to the female side of the hot springs, where he finally landed and skidded on the floor until he ended up on the edge of the pool, his ding-dong free from its bounds. "Oh," Jiraiya said with an owlishly slow blink as he raised his head and looked around, only for a lecherous smile to appear on his face as he noticed the dozens of completely naked women in the hot springs looking at him in shock. Several of them were so bewildered that they even forgot to cover themselves, and their tits were on full display. "Nice." Jiraiya gave them a shaky thumbs up with a grin, the existence of some loser who managed to nail him with an apple fully forgotten at this point. The women looked with wide eyes down, noticing Jiraiya Jr., who was proudly standing at attention, saluting them as hard as it could. Then, the loud shrieking began, and Jiraiya was reintroduced to the righteous female fury. Rin made the seal extra forceful because he knew Jiraiya could handle it. He was a big, strong man. A big, strong man who was currently in his personal paradise, being stomped on by a horde of angry and indignant females who just had a peeping sanine delivered straight to their bathing area. Rin snickered to himself as he watched Jiraiya's beating through the visual aspect of his improved detection seal. And he had to say, several of the chicks in there were 9 or even 10 out of 10. Very nice, indeed. He especially liked the slender blonde woman who relished repeatedly abusing Jiraiya Jr. with her foot. His sacrifice was definitely noble. Even Rin had to admit that Jiraiya's loss of future possibility for progeny was worth the amazing view. With his daily good deed done, Rin finished charging the transportation seal and disappeared from the town as the connection with the visual aspect of his detection seal suddenly cut off due to the distance. Unfortunately, he had only one marker seal in the land of hot water, and it was in the previous town. So, Rin decided to just bite the bullet and teleport back to the land of fire. To the nearest marker seal to the border. He decided he might as well just go through the border patrol station to have proper documentation about his border crossing since he was back in his country. Most ninjas did not bother with it. But there were certainly upsides to be in the country of his mission legally. In a much better mood, Rin let out one last chuckle and started leisurely walking toward the border, already planning to spread more marker seals all over the land of hot water. But after a few minutes of walking, Rin frowned. He couldn't get the picture of the naked blonde woman out of his mind. She was hot. And he was now horny. Biting his lower lip, he let out a frustrated groan. Fucking Jiraiya. Rin inwardly grumbled. This was his fault. One of these days, I am going to make an Ikaika burning seal. He huffed. But his lust didn't abate, and with a long sigh, Rin looked at the pocket watch he had stored in his storage seal. Nodding, he created a shadow clone who would continue on its journey to the land of hot water while he teleported back to his apartment at Konoha. It was afternoon, a bit after the Ninja Academy ended. Exactly the time when Ino usually came to Rin's apartment for, well, she had many excuses, but that didn't matter. The second Rin arrived back home, Ino was indeed there, lounging on the couch while reading. Ren's left eye twitched minutely when he saw the Ikaika cover of the book. Ren? Noticing him, Ino furrowed her eyebrows and stood up from the couch as Ren approached her. What are you doing here? She squealed when Ren, out of nowhere, picked her up and put her on his shoulder and slapped her behind. Ino. Ren hummed, squeezing Ino's butt cheek in exactly the way he knew she loved. I am horny. Wanna recreate some scenes from Ikaika? Oh. For a moment, Ino stayed silent, her mind still processing the unexpected happenings, but when she finally realized what was going on, she squealed again, this time in delight as she kicked her feet up and down, making it quite challenging for Ren to keep holding her on his shoulder. The blonde girl excitedly ordered as she twisted her body in a manner that would make Ren's spine break if he attempted to imitate it. She somehow ended up in his hands in Princess Carrie, but before he could question it, Ino put her arms around his neck and pecked his lips. Yes. Onwards, to the bedroom. I missed you so much. You have seen me in the morning. Ren helplessly pointed out, quite enjoying the short kisses Ino was delivering on his jaw. Hearing him, She stopped for a moment and gave him a vulpine grin. Exactly. Chuckling, Rin captured her lips as he entered the bedroom. Chapter 87, Not at all pretty. After enjoying the rest of the day and evening with Ino and the huffy Hinata, who caught them in flagranti when she came to his apartment in the early evening and Rin had to give her a lot of loving attention to stop her pouting, Rin teleported back to his shadow clone who by then passed the border and was once more in the land of hot water. He spent the following 2 days touring the big cities of the country, widely regarded as the best holiday destination in the world. They had it all. Good restaurants. Amazing hot springs. Great hotels and service industry. The only thing Rin did not visit were the brothels. He was happily in a relationship, after all. But in one hotel lobby, he overheard a merchant sing praises about how this country had the best prostitutes far and wide. Then again, the red light districts in Konoha and the capital of the Land of Fire had similar reputations. Considering that working in a brothel was regarded as an easy job with less risk for better pay by many experienced kunoichi from the intelligence department when they entered their 30s and therefore got too old for their usual honey trap shticks so they were allowed to retire, Rin believed the claim of Konoha's red light district to be the best more. In his previous life, Rin wondered how Jiraiya got anything done with his intelligence network when he spent most of his time in brothels. But after living in this world and getting a bit of insight on how these things worked, Rin's eyes were open to the truth. And because of that, he got shivers whenever he was just passing by a brothel. There was no way he would ever enter any such establishment. He simply wasn't brave enough. Most people usually did not care about the uncomfortable reality. They did not think about it. But Rin didn't close his eyes in front of it. He couldn't. He peered into the abyss because of his curiosity, and now he could never unsee it. He once might or might not have peeked at unimportant mission reports from the intelligence department in the village. He now had a very real inkling of just how many accidents happen during post-coital bliss in brothels. Especially when the hidden villages had the prostitution industry of their countries mostly firmly in their grasp through their undercover kunoichi honey traps/assassins/info-gatherers, who were spread all over the country and sometimes even beyond. These women were not strong. As kunoichi, they wouldn't be able to hold their own against a kunai fodder from the Genin Corps. On the battlefield, they would not even amount to be a speed bump for regular Genins. But they still slit more throats per capita for their village than all the Genin Corps ninjas combined. All done in the bedroom while their victim was coming his lower brains into them. Ninja life was not at all only about fighting and big flashy jutsu like the anime portrayed it. Some of its aspects were just not pretty. It seemed almost stupid to let the fangirl culture fester in the academy. But here is the thing. It was basically a different take on a subtle seduction and anti-seduction training for dummy ninja wannabe kiddies. Rin never thought that 8-year-old girls getting interested in boys and starting to crush on them to the point of turning into rabid fangirls was natural. And sure enough, it wasn't. In his previous life, he suspected the influence of chakra, and while that wasn't a completely wrong assumption because the kids grew up and entered puberty faster than in his previous life, it wasn't all there was to it. What Rin didn't take into account in his past life was human nature and deviousness. The whole fangirl thing? It was subtly induced by the teachers in the kunoichi classes. The most aggravating thing was that it worked out well for the village. In many, many ways. It was ridiculous how beneficial the fangirl culture was when the big picture was considered. The girls chased after their crush and tried to seduce the poor lad while competing with each other. That put them under pressure and made them more creative in their attempts. They either learned to seduce real well for a kid, or they decided to train a whole lot to become stronger to impress their crush. One of the two was going to happen in the years it took for most fangirls to graduate from the academy. Even those rare girls who didn't fall into this norm usually found some other talent they had or trained some skill that would be useful later down the line in their ninja life. All to impress their crush. Their teachers did not even need to motivate them much. Peer pressure did most of the work. And the poor lad who found himself as the target of the fangirl's affections? He was usually from a clan. Somebody who had a lot of talent and promise as a ninja. That was by design. Because it was that kind of guy who would need anti-seduction training the most in his future. Once the guy grew up and made a name for himself, seduction attempts and honey traps would come. It was the most basic tactic in the book. And it was not used only by the enemy villages but also by the allied kunoichi who were more into the whole gold-digging aspect of life. Rin would know. Ever since he made a name for himself in the past few months, Hinata and Ino mastered the glare the competition away no jutsu because of how many random headband-wearing girls accidentally tried to bump into him on the streets, or grope a feel, or lean forward to give his eyes just the right angle at their suspiciously large cleavage. Rin honestly understood why Guy and Kakashi behaved like weapons of mass anti-female attention. It probably wasn't the only benefit, but their behavior most likely put off 90% of women who would otherwise try their luck with them. Even Sasuke lost most of his fangirls when he became the Sajugai. And Rin knew the kid just loved it. Rin suspected that Sasuke more or less imitated Guy exactly because of that. At least partially. The idea behind the fangirl culture was that the more bad flirting and harmless seduction attempts by the female classmates a talented boy experienced, the more resistant he would become to it later down the line. And if it somehow failed successfully and the boy would fall for one of his fangirls? Then all the better for the village. Skilled ninjas were usually like Kakashi or Guy. They have seen too much and had too many screws loose. They did not do relationships. Many avoided sex altogether for the most part, dying before they could even have kids. So, softly giving the 8-year-old girls an idea to be persistent in trying to seduce strong and talented ninjas suited Konoha well. It both ensured that at least some mentally screwed up but skilled ninjas would have progeny and a good reason to not take the easy way out of the mortal coil once their profession becomes too much for them to bear. Hell, it sounded like such a stupid bullshit to Rin. His modern mindset was still offended whenever he was reminded of this situation. And he almost choked because the retarded system fucking somehow worked. The numbers did not lie. Ever since it was created by Hiruzen Sarutobi, by the way. Because, of course, the esteemed Hokage had a hand in it, the suicide numbers had gone down, and the ninja kids' numbers outside the clans had gone up. Funnily enough, it was one of the reasons why Konoha could afford to throw so many fresh bodies into the meat grinder every war. Every village that knew of how the female academy students behaved in Konoha looked down on the village for it. But the joke was on them. Not to mention, most of the girls from the academy would not go the combat ninja route anyway. They would never become powerful. Never amount to an impactful force on their own. Most of them would become intelligence gatherers, spies, and saboteurs, the ninja stuff that was more suited to a more feminine touch and did not require beyond civilian strength. This way, the girls got a head start in seduction training since most of them ended up being useless for anything but the honey trap route. There was no such thing as dropping out of the ninja academy after graduating. Graduating meant they entered the village's military forces. They enlisted. And that was that. There was no easy way out after that. And if the only thing they could be used for was to spread their legs for the village, then that's what they would be trained in even if they didn't particularly like it. That was the brutal truth. Of course, Rin was making it sound far more grave than it actually was. Many girls find special talents of their own and are scouted by various divisions in Konoha's forces. Like that girl, Shiho, from Cryptoanalysis. It was not as if all non-combat-oriented kunoichi had no choice but to spread their legs for the village by default. Plus, the seduction specialists were paid very well. It is usually either the path of seduction specialist or the genin corps for the leftover girls and boys. For some reason, the females in that situation especially do not choose the genin corps after hearing about the substantial pay difference. Konoha did not need to force them into that kind of lifestyle. Not after they are sat in front of the available choices to them and one financially outweighs the other. Not after the kunoichi class's general desensitization. On the outside, they learned pressing flowers, some womanly crafts and were given some lectures. It sounded like a waste of time for future kunoichi. But over the years that shit had as much effect as the fabled will of fire. It was insidious as heck. Rin could see it on Ino and Hinata. Nakedness did not make them stop. During their first time, they did not feel as much shame as virgins should. They were mostly curious. And some of the positions they wanted to try, well, it painted a picture to Ren about the lectures the girls were getting in their kunoichi classes. He felt exasperated because, on one hand, he approved of his girl's boldness. He expected Hinata to be a stuttering mess, but instead, she was a wild and curious whirlwind. On the other hand, he realized the underlying purpose of that class. Well, he was not the Hokage, so he couldn't change it, so he didn't dwell on it. It was what it was. And even those talented girls suited for more important, combat-oriented, medical, or other roles lost nothing by getting some seduction training either. They were kunoichi, too, and while the chance of them being sent on a honey trap mission was pretty much nil, one never knew when such a skill might prove useful. If not in their kunoichi life, then in their personal one. Of course, the seduction attempts by fangirls were pretty basic. Resisting them was nothing spectacular. But the kiddies in the academy were just that. Kids. It was a start for gaining a very necessary skill. So, Jiraiya had quite a nice and cushy gig going on for him. He toured the brothels that secretly belonged to Konoha. There, he flirted, drank, and had fun talking and getting praised by the girls until he randomly picked one and went to the private room with her. Of course, the man knew exactly who from the working girls was an undercover Konoha kunoichi. There was nothing random about his pick. And in the private room, Jiraiya gets to enjoy fucking the girl while she reports her findings to him. That's what many of the reports Ren sneaked a peek at stated. Not in these words. Not this bluntly. But he understood what the reports tried to convey. His opinion of Jiraiya dropped a bit after that, but he quickly realized that this was not an anime. This was a real world with real people. Jiraiya wasn't celibate. He was not some one-dimensional super pervert who was secretly a virgin and kept it that way because he still hoped that one day he could jump Tsunade's bones. Well, he did want to do that, and he prided himself on being a super pervert. But he lived his life in a more NSFW way. Then, he wrote books based on his experiences and earned millions. Honestly, Ren admired the pervert a bit for that. He had to give it to him. He had his life sorted out. Other ninjas risk their lives for their village on a weekly basis. Jiraiya, however, gets his Jiraiya Jr. wet on a regular basis for the village. It doesn't take a genius to see which of the two was the better deal. Shaking his head, Ren quietly chuckled to himself as he arrived near the entrance to the supposedly abandoned ancient underground village carved into the cave where he was supposed to deliver the documents to the client. His eyebrows furrowed as he saw the entrance to the massive cave, easily as big and wide as the Hokage Tower. He didn't feel very good about going in there. Something about this felt a bit fishy. Here he was. A dark cave in front of him, and he was supposed to go in. What could go wrong, right? It felt like some shitty trope from a third-rate horror movie whose author was too lazy to even half-ass it. But no matter how much Ren looked around, the surroundings seemed clear. Even his detection seal did not alert him to any hidden presence. So, with a deep breath, Ren started walking inside, hoping the client would get there fast so he could— Chapter 88, just another C-rank mission. How the hell did I get into this stupid situation again on a freaking C-rank mission where I shouldn't meet even a simple Jinin? This is ridiculous. Ren idly thought with a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he subtly glanced around, his back to the entrance of the cave while on all other sides he was surrounded by what felt like Jonins, going by their chakra signatures. As he was about to enter the cave, he had this bad feeling. It just looked way too fishy. So, at the very last second, he decided to send a shadow clone in his stead with the requested documents while he waited it out outside. It was disrespectful to the client, but this was supposed to be just a simple C-rank mission, so Ren didn't care about the client getting insulted if he found out. If he wanted proper respect, he should have paid more money and requested a higher rank mission. Turns out, waiting outside was a good call in the end. Because if Ren was in the cave right now, experiencing this same situation, he would have been in a much worse spot. At least, out in the open, if a fight broke out, he could go all out without caring about bringing the cave down on his head. Now that he thought about it, he was primarily known for using explosives. Ugh. This shit was totally planned, wasn't it? Because really, what are the chances? Rin counted the Jonins around him. There were 10 of them visible, and his detection seal was not showing any hidden ones. Well, he tentatively believed his seal, but he decided to be careful about sudden ambushes from blind spots anyway. His shadow clone in the cave took a position near the entrance but still stayed out of sight, just in case they had some friends hidden inside, too. At the very least, it could provide an early warning. A second passed, and Ren's eyes landed on one Jonin who slowly walked forward, lazily approaching him with a disarming smile that seemed a bit forced on his face. The Jonin had his hands up in a show that he didn't wish for hostilities, and Ren's eyebrows furrowed as he inwardly did a double take. He recognized the man. The headband was a dead giveaway that he was from Kumo, as were his friends, but what was the disciple of the late third Raikage doing here? The bad feeling in Ren's stomach intensified, and any hope that this was just a simple misunderstanding died a pitiful, quick death. Maybe if he never watched Naruto, he might have his hopes still up. Darui was not very widely known in this world, but Rin did remember his existence from the anime. Kumo kept him quite hush-hush and didn't flaunt his skill as Konoha flaunted Kakashi's. But this guy was A's right-hand man and, therefore, should not be picking up files from a simple C-rank mission. Even if, by some unholy coincidence, Konoha was opening secret diplomatic talks with Kumo, they would have sent at least a team of Jonin for it. Not a Chunin like Rin. Hello. I believe you have something for us. Darui spoke and slowly put his hands down when he noticed that Rin didn't instantly get into a fighting stance. Hearing him, Rin inwardly frowned. His gaze slowly moved over the 10 ninjas in front of him, making the atmosphere awkward as the silence stretched. Only a minute later did he slowly nod. The mission scroll? He asked Darui, mostly to get a proof that he was truly the client. Well, or that he killed him and looted the scroll. But there was no way of knowing which of these it was for Rin. Ah, yes. Here. Darui perked up and took a step forward, only for Rin to instantly become guarded. Recognizing that, Darui stopped in his tracks, realizing that getting closer could provoke Rin. They silently stared at each other until Darui scratched his cheek and, with an awkward laugh, he took a step back before tossing the scroll to Rin, who easily caught and opened it. The scroll checked out. Then again, of course, it did. Somebody like Darui was not as harmless and inexperienced as he tried to portray himself to be with his awkward acting. If they were here for Rin and this was indeed a trap, they would not make such a rudimentary mistake as faking the mission scroll. Back in the cave, Rin's clone created another clone who started to craft seals. Just in case this turned ugly. Then, the initial clone walked out of the darkness of the cave with the documents and headed toward Darui, handing them over to the man who watched him with amusement written on his face. You aren't very trusting, are you? He chuckled as he received the documents, slightly shaking his head in exasperation. But if he expected an answer, he was left disappointed when Rin just silently nodded as he sealed the mission scroll into his storage seal. It wouldn't do to lose it and later on find out he has no way to prove that handing out these documents was truly a mission he received from Konoha rather than him turning a traitor. Just in case the documents were stolen. Rin wouldn't put such a ploy past some of his more influential enemies in Konoha. At this point, he had no idea what was going on, so he decided to take every precaution. How dull. Darui rolled his eyes at Ren's non-answer, a bit of frustration seeping into his tone because Ren refused to play ball and get roped into a proper conversation. Ren was, however, too preoccupied with his mind going a mile a minute. He was starting to see some implications of his situation, and he wasn't liking them. There were only 2 reasons why Kumo Jonins in these numbers would gather like this. Either they had a very important mission nearby. Possible. But in that case, there would be no need to show up in front of Rin in full force. In fact, it would have been a massive mistake to do so. No. Rin decided they did not have an important mission nearby. Which was way worse for him because it meant that he was their mission. Jonins are the main fighting force of a ninja village. Situations where there are more than 4 Jonins teamed up for something were extremely rare outside of war. Even S-rank missions were usually done by teams of 4 at most. And yet, Rin had 10 of them in front of him, led by the Raikage right-hand man. But that would mean somebody in Konoha sold him out. Of course, Danzo was the first suspect that came to Rin's mind almost instantly. But would Danzo really employ Kumo to deal with him? It frustrated Rin that he didn't know the answer to that. Then again, there were all these grumpy old men who disliked that Rin didn't share his seals with them. Danzo was not Rin's only enemy in Konoha. Just his most obvious one. For all he knew, it might actually have been Kumo's spy who ensured Rin would get the mission, and nobody in Konoha sold him out. Ugh. The more he thought about it, the less obvious the answer became. Seeing that Darui was starting to look impatient, Rin looked him in the eyes and dryly said, "These documents are not why you are here, are they?" "Afraid not." "Sorry." Darui sheepishly shrugged his shoulders and gave Rin a real apologetic look as he rubbed the back of his head with his left hand. But not for a second did the man relax his guard. Rin noted that his right hand was ready to draw his sword at a moment's notice. "Why am I not surprised?" Rin grumpily muttered under his nose, but he was not quiet enough because Darui clearly heard him and chuckled. "This is honestly awkward. It's usually not me who does the recruiting T-dash. He is doing something with chakra." A brown-haired woman suddenly spoke from behind Darui, who slowly blinked as Rin stiffened. A freaking chakra sensor. They were very prepared for him. All his seals were based on chakra, and that meant the sensor would feel their location. That made using seal traps way harder. The only upside of the situation was that the chakra sensor did not feel the seals crafted by Rin's clone in the cave, otherwise, she would have been warning her teammates about them by now. Her range probably wasn't that big, or she wasn't focusing on the cave. Thank the sage for small mercies. Ah. Both Rin and Darui involuntarily uttered at the same time before the hell broke loose, and Darui's companions instantly burst into action. Rin had to interrupt the charging of his transportation seal and jumped out of the way just a moment before several kunai whizzed past where he had stood a second ago. All would have been non-lethal hits, so they wanted him alive. That was good. He could use that. As Ren's toes landed on the ground, he used chakra to spring himself back nearly instantly, narrowly avoiding some sort of taser-like lightning technique. Somersaulting in the air over a few shuriken, Rin landed on the palms of his hands and let himself fall into a roll on the ground, dodging a sword strike aimed to disable him from the fastest of his assailants. After the roll, Rin jumped back once more, his feet landing horizontally on the rock cliff above the cave's entrance as he let the momentum make him slide back after the landing, which allowed him to evade a water bullet that crashed into the rock and cracked it. With narrowed eyes, Rin looked toward his enemies, 2 kunai popping into his hands as he felt the pressure of being attacked by 10 jonin. He was about done with putting seals on the kunai and barely a second from throwing them to return the offensive when a loud boom resounded through the surroundings, causing everybody to duck, which momentarily paused the fighting. "Stop!" Darui yelled aloud, still standing in his initial position, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Just let me do my sales pitch. Please. I spent 2 hours preparing it to ensure it wouldn't be too dull." He tried to joke weakly. With that, the Kumo Jonin awkwardly obeyed their commanding officer and retreated back to their previous positions while Rin was left standing on the side of the cliff, wondering what the hell just happened. "Well? Will you rejoin us here, please?" Darui exasperatedly asked, beckoning him closer with his hand, but Rin just gave him a dull look. I don't know. You all seem a little bit too intense for my fragile sensibilities. It's nothing personal. Just all that oppressively masculine Kumo energy you are exuding is a bit stifling for a poor guy like me. Rin hummed and didn't move from his position, making Darui groan. This was probably not how the older man expected this meeting to go. But, tough luck. This was also not how Rin expected to spend his afternoon. His day was already ruined, so there was no reason not to ruin Darui's, even if only slightly. Hey, at this point, Rin took his victories where he could get them. Chapter 89, Kumo's Offer. Yeah. Are you really going to make this more difficult than it needs to be? Darui asked with a disappointed sigh. How dull. Ren's lips twitched, but he stayed where he was and gave the man a small shrug. You wanted to talk, so talk. Sound can reach me here just fine. It didn't hurt that it was also a very convenient position for Ren. The Kumo ninjas had to look up, and that meant they did not look down. Kumo is interested in your services and in your seals. Darui decided the blunt approach was for the best, so he stopped with the small talk. But before Darui could continue, Ren chuckled and raised his eyebrow at the man. And I suppose you wouldn't be a dear and give me a hint about who in Konoha tattled on me, would you? I'd rather not disclose the identity of our spies. Darui gave Ren a what can you do look, but maybe once your loyalty is proven. He offered, but he still seemed a bit shifty to Ren despite having a quite solid poker face. Honestly, this made no sense. If somebody from Konoha betrayed him and sent him into the Kumo's clutches, they would not do it just so he could get a recruitment speech. Nobody in Konoha would want him to join Kumo. Not even the people who hated his guts. That meant this was the work of Kumo's spy network. But Kumo's spy network also couldn't penetrate the village's security to such a degree that they could willy-nilly insert missions into the village's mission office and ensure that the exact ninja they wished for would take them. That would have been a massive breach of security. It would have easily allowed them to assassinate many important ninjas. The first layer of security for every ninja village was secrecy. The enemy village could not send 10 Jonin after Kakashi if they had no idea where he would be at any given moment when he was outside Konoha. No. Such a security breach wouldn't be allowed to pass. If nothing else, Konoha took its security very seriously. This must have been an insider job. So, the natural conclusion Ren arrived at was, you were not hired to give a recruitment pitch. He narrowed his eyes at the ninja party in front of him. Still, 10 Jonin? Wasn't that a little bit of overkill for a Chunin like him? Couldn't they play by the rules and send some fresh-faced Chunin after him? Seriously. These people had no concept of fair play. He was complaining just for the sake of complaining. This was so freaking frustrating. Hearing Ren's words, Darui's playful act instantly dropped. The man probably already knew Ren wouldn't take his offer, but he still tried to resolve this peacefully for one last time. We are just the recruitment party. He insisted with a serious tone. Right. Ren said, looking unimpressed as he gave the other 9 Jonin an obvious look. His eyes briefly stopped on a blonde woman he recognized as Samui. But the other 8 were unknown to him. Probably some chumps who did not manage to get screen time in the anime. Unfortunately, that did not make them any less dangerous. They are here for security reasons. Darui nonchalantly added. Both knew it was an unspoken threat. There weren't many favorable options Ren seemed to have. Fighting 10 Jonin? That was the force a village usually employed against S-ranked criminals. Not for the first time, Ren cursed his encounter with Yagura. He came out of it in surprisingly great shape, and Yagura died. So, the other villages that didn't have the full picture probably made their own assumptions about his competence. Hence, 10 Jonin. Sure, Konoha did claim that Yagura was killed by Akatsuki operatives. But intelligence and counterintelligence was a constant guessing game. Ren wouldn't be surprised if Kumo decided that Konoha was using Akatsuki to shift the blame. And since Ren was the only Konoha ninja to walk out of that conflict, only to start making some seriously powerful seals later on, this was definitely an unintended consequence of his actions, wasn't it? I guess saying no was not an option. Ren more stated than asked, feeling supremely nervous as he felt his clone using hiding like a mole technique to do some interesting things in the ground underneath 4 ninjas furthest away from the sensor. Frankly, he was continuing the conversation because he needed a distraction. Fighting all 10 Jonin, whose abilities he didn't know about, was stupid. No. He needed to even out the numbers. He wasn't interested in their offer. It would have been a gilded cage, at best. He would have been happy if he was ever allowed to step outside of Kumo once he entered their village. Kumo always wanted seal masters and bloodlines. They are very well known for kidnapping children and adults alike. And Rin did not want to think about what their kidnapped victims with bloodlines went through in Kumo. It was distasteful. But Kumo was the only ninja village that wasn't made by a ninja. The first Raikage was a bandit. One who was just lucky enough to loot an experimental jutsu from a ninja corpse he found when he was young. The man then spent the next 30 years improving said technique until it became the fabled lightning chakra armor. Well, a crude version of it, at least. But the man still dominated the land of lightning with it. He knew no other jutsu. Not even the basic ones. But he didn't need them to slaughter anybody in his way. To this day, his descendants focus solely on this technique, and it is working very well for them. When the formation of Konoha happened, the man realized which way the wind was blowing and decided to put his career as the leader of a bandit group behind him in favor of creating his own ninja village. Most ninja clans kinda fled from him. That was partially the reason why Kumo did not have that many clans. The man was supposed to be unpleasant and apparently demanded a tribute from any clan that came under his banner. Their knowledge and an important woman of his choice from their clan. And let's just say the first Raikage did not care if said woman was married or not. Needless to say, it was non-negotiable. Refusal was met with slaughter as he plundered the knowledge anyway and took the woman by force after he subjugated the remainder of the clan. Frankly, Kumobikure people were still, to this day, acting more like bandits willing to do mercenary jobs rather than proper ninjas. Despite the previous Raikage trying to clean up their act, their reputation was still god-awful. The first Raikage was actually bonked to death by Hashirama when the man attempted to kidnap Mito after she sealed Kyuubi into herself. In exchange and as an apology for killing the Raikage, and honestly, Rin thought Hashirama should have just stomped Kumo to the ground right there and then, but the man was a bit too naive at times. Hashirama went and hunted the Hachibi who made himself into a nuisance in the lands that would a year later unify into the Land of Lightning. Hashirama subdued the beast, and Mito sealed it into a chosen container. That was their first mistake because, in the following year, they kinda had to give similar benefits to other rising hidden villages to keep the status quo. To ensure Kumo would not instantly declare war against the budding IWA or Kiri, dragging the whole ninja world into it, because they now had a Jinchuriki and others didn't. It would have been a funny story if Kumo had stopped right there. They failed to get an Uzumaki. That should have been it. But the second Raikage, who was the son of the first, took the failure a tad bit too personally. Fast forward a few years, and Uzushio was destroyed. Yeah, Hashirama really should have stomped Kumo into the ground in its cradle. Of course, it was just a coincidence that around 15 years after the Uzushio's fall, Kumo gained a sudden uptick of red-haired orphan ninjas who usually sported skin tones native to Kumobikure. Because, naturally, not all Uzumaki died in the attack. And since this was Kumo, Rin imagined that any unfortunate captive was chained to bed and, yeah, Konoha had its own dark secrets. But at least, they were not freaking known for being absolute dipshits to everything around them. No. I am afraid I cannot take no for an answer. Darui lazily answered Ren's question. But don't be dull. Come on, man. We are prepared to accommodate you. Your seals are valuable. Money, power, or even women. Kumo can give them to you in exchange for your service. You will have everything you could ever want. Except for freedom. Rin inwardly scoffed. You are saying that as if you were giving me a choice here. He outwardly huffed and crossed his arms under his chest, donning a pondering look to sell the image of somebody who was thinking about it. His clone was almost done with its work. I am giving you a choice. Darui shrugged. You can come willingly, or I can beat you within an inch of your life and drag you to Kumo by your hair. He nonchalantly said, don't make this harder than it needs to be. For both our sakes. At that moment, Rin realized why Darui opted for a more nonviolent approach. The man didn't seem very motivated. He looked like somebody who was given an unpleasant task at work and now needs to fulfill it despite wanting to do anything else. You are coming with us anyway, but coming willingly will be beneficial to you. Darui nodded with his head toward Samui. Your gaze lingered on her. You can have her in your bed tonight. And if your seals are useful enough, you can have her for the rest of your life. Rin almost snorted at the undertone of reluctance in the man's tone as he gave him that offer. But fair enough. They didn't know much about him. Darui was working with the information and resources he had available. And yes, Ren's gaze did linger on Samui, so the man probably understood it as interest. Heh. Rin rolled his eyes as he opted for replying with sarcasm. Your sales pitch is really hitting me in the feels. I am almost gushing with certainty that I won't find myself in her position in the future. Darui awkwardly scratched his cheek as he gave Rin a sheepish smile in return. Depends on your usefulness, to be honest. Good seals are in high demand. Kumo will treat you well. He then nodded with his head toward Samui. But there is only so much she can do for the village. She is good at swinging her sword, but so are many others. Other than that, she is hot. She doesn't mind. He glanced at the blonde woman who, during all that speech, didn't move a muscle. Do you, Samui? I am cool with doing my duty for the village, she said in a cold tone, completely calmly with no emotion. Rin gave her a deadpan look. You don't sound like you like it very much. But Samui only calmly insisted that, it's cool. Yeah, sure it was. Rin could almost feel the frigid effort she was putting into seducing him. It was positively arctic. Darui, to give him some credit, looked a bit uncomfortable at that moment. But when Rin looked at him, he just sighed. It is what it is, man. They silently stared at each other, Rin occasionally looking at Samui, whose face was still locked in her perfect poker face, not moving a single muscle as she dispassionately stared at Rin. It took 2 minutes until Darui finally realized this was going nowhere. Huh? You aren't going to take the carrot, are you? He regretfully asked, his shoulders slumping as he slowly unsheathed his sword. I am happily in a relationship. Rin smirked at him, feeling that his clone was finally done with its job. Sucks. Stick it is, then. Darui grunted and lowered his body into a fighting stance when he was startled by a booming explosion that suddenly erupted to his right, causing screams of fright and pain to reverberate through the surroundings. Chapter 90, versus Kumo Jonin. As the underground clone activated the explosion and blew up the group furthest from the censor woman to Darui's right side, Rin was ready. In the second it took the remaining Kumo Jonin to come out of their shock and refocus on him, Rin had already etched 2 seals on the kunai in his hands and threw them. One headed toward a random Jonin while the other sailed through the air, targeting the censor kunoichi. The random Jonin elected to raise an earth wall, which would have been effective against a normal explosive seal. Unfortunately for him, Rin opted for something more brutal. As the kunai hit the earth wall and the seal triggered, a chunk of it in a circular radius around where the kunai had landed was instantly turned into salt alongside the torso of the ninja standing behind it. Only the upper part of his head above the nose and the lower parts of his legs below the knees were outside of the explosive radius, so they flopped onto the newly made pile of salt on the ground, dyeing it red as blood started to flow out. The censor kunoichi, however, realized that there was an unknown seal on the kunai and opted to evade it rather than block it, so the kunai just sailed past her previous position and hit the tree behind where she was standing, turning it into glass as a cold sweat washed over her when she witnessed it. Sadly, Rin didn't have the leisure to see it. Pretty much the second he threw the kunai, he had to throw his body to the left because Darui blasted some kind of technique at him, firing a bolt of extra fast black lightning toward him. Rin rolled on the surface of the side of the cliff and barely managed to get back on his feet when Samui was already upon him, viciously slashing her sword at him with sparkling streaks of lightning chakra coating the blade. Rin evaded the first slash, but the lighting on her sword still managed to clip him and jolt him, making him realize how dangerous the blonde woman was. It gave him a proper scare, and it was unexpected enough to make him hesitate for a moment. But despite missing the first slash, Samui just adjusted her grip on the sword and swung it back at Rin in a very well-practiced combo of fast slashes. Because of his slight hesitation, Rin only managed to evade the first 2. His eyes widening, Rin realized there would be no evading the third one as Samway's sword suddenly accelerated via some unknown internal lightning technique. He managed to summon 2 kunai to his hands and flood them with wind chakra as he crossed them and blocked the sword crashing down on his left shoulder. He was a little bit too late, however, and Samway's sword bit into his shoulder, drawing blood. It was barely a glancing wound, but the lightning from her blade streamed into Ren's body, numbing it and increasing the damage. Realizing it, Ren didn't hesitate and forcefully pushed Samway's sword away from his body, making the slash wound worse in return but preventing himself from being stunned. All that happened in 3 seconds, and by the end of it, the other Kumo ninjas were already almost upon him. As Samway was forced to take a step back to regain control of her sword because of the force with which Ren parried it, 2 Kumo ninjas were already in a position to execute a pincer attack on him, one coming at him from his right side while Darui was coming from his left, both swinging their swords at him. Swearing in his mind about Kumo and their usage of swords due to overcompensating for small dick sizes, Ren glanced to the side from where a loud screaming was coming from, only to see that his initial explosive attack killed 2 Kumo Jonin while the third was screaming himself hoarse on the ground in a puddle of his blood as chunks of his body were torn when the shrapnel made of earth hit him from below. He was out of it due to pain but still alive, which was just perfect. The swords neared Ren, and he offhandedly threw the 2 kunai in his hands up, letting them gently, almost lazily, spin in the air just as the attack struck. Only for their victim to let out a surprised bloody gurgle. Darui's uncovered eye widened as he realized his sword was now up to the hilt in his comrade's chest because Ren had used the substitution technique at the last second. He quickly moved to pull it out on instinct, and despite his shock, he noticed the 2 kunai spinning in the air just slightly above them. Oh, Darui cursed and quickly leaped back as the kunai exploded and reduced the struck gurgling Kumo Jonin into a shower of bloody meat chunks. Darui was quick enough to dodge, but his pincer attack comrade was more unlucky. His sword had also pierced the unfortunate Kumo ninja through the chest, but it hit the chest bone and got stuck there. That took his attention. It was just a split second. But that moment was enough to make him notice the dangerous kunai a bit too late. As he jumped back to evade the explosion, he tried to cover his face and chest with his arms as much as possible. But the metal shrapnel his sword turned into due to the explosion still managed to make his arms more or less useless. The man, however, survived and got out of the way of his comrades. After the substitution, Ren didn't get even a second of reprieve. His body still somewhat numb from Samway's lightning, he reacted too late as he felt a sword skewer him from behind, making him gasp in disbelief and pain as he saw the blade exit out of his stomach. A Kumo Jonin was patiently waiting for a chance for an ambush, and now he successfully got it. For a moment, Ren thought this was it for him before he registered a nudge of chakra and quickly, almost desperately, allowed it to do its thing. His shadow clone substituted with him, the technique ripping the Kumo Jonin's sword from his hands as the grinning clone appeared in front of the man. The clone's arms quickly embraced the Jonin, exploding seals etched all over his clothes. Leroy Jenkins, motherfucker! The clone vindicatively screamed as it exploded, and the Kumo Jonin was reduced to red splatter on the ruined and cratered ground with a bang. Ren appeared on a tree branch a bit farther away from the area where they fought and leaned heavily on the tree trunk, letting out a pained grunt. He idly recognized why Orochimaru primarily used something as useless as mud clones for last-minute substituting. The shadow clones were neat, but they also cost way too much freaking chakra. He offhandedly decided to learn a cheaper clone variant if he survived. Ren had realized the only reason why he was not dead yet was that the guy did try to take him alive. Worse yet, he only had a few seconds before the remaining Kumo ninjas discovered where the substitution technique had delivered him. They did have a sensor ninja, so running was not an option. Especially not while wounded. Wincing in pain, he looked at his stomach, where he had a puncture wound going all the way from his back to his stomach. It was bleeding quite badly, and there was no way he could fight properly with it. The pain was distracting enough that he knew he would mess up against the heavily speed-based fighting style of his opponents. Ninja fights usually ended quickly, and one hit was all it took to decide the outcome. Naruto was an outlier. Not the norm. Now that Ren was wounded, the situation did not look very favorable for him. 3, 1, and 1 more. Rin quickly did the mental math to count how many of the Kumo ninjas he had killed by now. He counted 5. That meant 5 were still unfortunately alive. Darui, Samui, the censor woman, the man with hurt arms, and the last one, probably a medic? Or worse, the triumph card. Sage, Rin hoped he was a medic. Damn. Fighting Jonins is a pain in the ass. He thought with a painful grimace as he started creating a small seal with his chakra and blood on his shirt under the wound. Rin realized that he lacked training in facing multiple opponents who could keep up with him. There weren't many chances to train for that outside of joining ANBU or having Jonin friends. Sadly, Hinata and Ino were good enough to give him the needed combat experience in facing multiple opponents. They were not quick enough to keep up with him just yet. Funnily enough, Rin would probably have a much easier time facing one S-rank ninja than 10 Jonin. Heh. I guess that's also something to rectify if I get back home in one piece, eh? He thought. 3 seconds later, when the seal was done, Rin let out a relieved sigh as a small-scale invisible time-stop bubble formed around his wound, and his shoulders sagged. It wasn't ideal, but he was no longer bleeding out and could fight again. Still, he felt the weirdness of having a part of his body stopped in time. It was probably not a good idea to do this for long. Stopping the time of an entire organism was harmless because everything was stopped at once, but stopping only a part? The very first thing that popped into Ren's mind was a question of how the blood flow would even work in this kind of state, and yeah, he probably really should get out of here as fast as possible and seek a medic. He never tested the side effects of stopping only a part of somebody's body, and for all he knew, he could drop dead out of nowhere because of it in a minute. Unfortunately, beggars couldn't be choose dash. Rin ducked as Darui appeared on the branch next to him out of nowhere and sent a horizontal decapitating slash at Ren's neck, giving him the message that the Kumo ninjas no longer gave a crap about capturing him. Rin and Darui's eyes met, and Rin saw that the dark man was furious. Smirking, although it came out as more of a grimace than a smirk, Rin let his body fall to the left before using his chakra to prop himself against the thick tree branch, straight toward the censor woman. He needed to take her out if he wanted to get a chance to run away. Or even start using ceiling traps. That would make this whole thing much, much easier. Realizing Ren's plan, Darui jumped after him, but a seal Ren left on the branch while jumping exploded, and while it did not hurt him because he was already midair, it did send him off his flying course and made him tumble through the air toward the ground. The last unknown Kumo Jonin, the one who had not participated up till now and who was most likely tending to the arms of his wounded comrade, tried to intercept Ren, but much to his shock, Ren ignored him as his sword bounced off of the chakra shield that suddenly appeared around Ren. Seeing Ren barreling his way toward her through the air, the censor Kunoichi's eyes momentarily widened, but she got into a stance with her sword, determination entering her brown eyes. Rin threw a kunai at her, and she evaded it by sidestepping, not dropping her guard by jumping away because she sensed that there was no seal on it. She inwardly scoffed. As if such a bluff could work on her dash. Rin suddenly substituted with the kunai, appearing right behind the censor Kunoichi. He didn't have the time to make a seal. The woman would react sooner. Her comrades would react sooner. But there was one thing that he did have, and that was fast enough. All the hours spent helping Hinata with her lightning release paid off because Rin learned a few techniques alongside her just to be able to give her advice. One such technique was a D-rank lightning release, sudden blackout. It was basically a ninja version of a taser. It required touch. It was weak. It could be resisted if the enemy had even a second to brace himself. And no self-respecting ninja would ever use it in combat. It was a garbage technique. But it was quick as hell to use, and it didn't require hand seals. Plus, his opponent did not expect it. Ren's hand quickly neared the censor woman's back as invisible lightning chakra flooded it. He was almost there, almost touching her. Samui abruptly appeared in a body flicker and kicked the censor Kunoichi in the stomach, sending her body crashing back through the air, saving her from being knocked out. But in doing so, the blonde busty woman got into the path of Ren's hand, and it landed on her shoulder before she could react, causing her eyes to widen for a moment as her body jerked and spasmed, and she released a strained ugh. Samui's eyes then rolled back, and she fell bonelessly onto the ground. Ren's head snapped toward the censor Kunoichi, inwardly feeling both glad and annoyed that he had taken out Samui, who was the bigger threat, but had failed to get rid of the censor. A kunai puffed into his hand, and he intended to finish the unconscious Samui off with an exploding seal before focusing again on the censor Kunoichi, only for him to gasp as a bolt of black lightning came out of the tree line and hit him in the chest, going straight through it. Ren only barely managed to shift his body at the last second on sheer instinct, enabling him to survive as it pierced his lung instead of his heart. Strength suddenly left his legs as blood gushed out of his chest wound, and he stumbled forward before falling on his knees and hands right next to the Samui's unconscious body just as Darui, twigs and leaves in his hair, slowly walked from behind a tree with a slight limp because a bit of tree bark shrapnel from Ren's last seal hit him in the back and legs. Darui stopped 5 steps away from Ren, cautious of him counterattacking out of nowhere and evading death by pulling out some sort of substitution or sealing trick again. They fell for it enough for him to get a healthy dose of respect for it by now. How dull. You should have taken the offer. Darui annoyedly muttered with narrowed eyes, looking down on Ren as he, on his hands and knees, looked up and saw black lightning crackling around Darui's hand that was pointing at him. Game over. Chapter 91, You Are Already Dead. Game over. The black lightning from Darui's hand shot toward Ren's head, intending to end him while Darui dispassionately stared, assured of his victory. There was no way that, with his injuries, Ren could move in time to evade it. But just as the black lightning was about to hit, a blue but still translucent chakra barrier formed around Ren and the unconscious body of Samui, causing the lightning to slam into it with a crackling boom before it fizzled out in short order. Seeing it, the startled Darui tensed, expecting a counterattack, but a moment passed, and Ren was still kneeling while wheezing on the ground, a red puddle of blood forming underneath him at an alarming rate. Darui's eyebrows furrowed as he stood back and studied the barrier for a moment. Unable to discern anything of note from a glance, he cautiously approached under the tired gaze of his defeated opponent. Raising his sword, he started slashing at it, his sword bouncing off with every strike. He coated his sword in black lightning and tried to overwhelm the barrier, but it was to no avail as it didn't even flicker despite him delivering over 30 quick slashes within 10 seconds. Inside the barrier, a very small, bloody but self-satisfied smile appeared on Ren's exhausted face. Heh. Performance issues? He slowly rasped out with a hollow amusement in his tone as blood flowed down his chin. Small dick no go th dash, cough, through? Well, Darui had to give it to Ren. He was one tenacious bastard. With one foot in the grave, but he still had the gall to taunt him. It was a pity he had refused the offer and killed so many of his comrades. Darui imagined they would have hit it off as friends under different circumstances. Darui released an annoyed sigh before glancing toward their censor ninja, Mickey. The kunoichi was chewing on her lower lip in frustration, narrowing her eyes while staring into nowhere as if she was trying to find something. Hearing his question, she spoke, I don't can dash, wait. Her gaze suddenly lingered on the bloody puddle underneath Ren, and she pursed her lips before turning around, and her eyes swept through the battlefield. The blood? She mumbled aloud while her eyebrows rose in surprise before she looked at Ren, wondering how he managed to set something like this up. In many places where he was hit or touched with his hands and feet, there are some sort of symbols made out of his blood? She told Darui. It creates a formation that powers the barrier. Somehow. Listening to her analysis, it was obvious to Ren that the woman was no Fuinjutsu user. She tracked the chakra, and that's where her expertise ended. She had it wrong. But he wouldn't be telling her that. It was good for him. It made him feel relieved. But really, he was just glad that Darui had stopped hitting his barrier. It was pretty tough as it was the same seal that had withstood Yagura's Bijidama previously. Just a lot more underpowered because he was previously using the chakra he had stored in his chakra storage seal for the seals made out of his blood instead. These seals were not meant to create a defensive technique. It was supposed to be his finishing move, but he had to improvise, and so, he only had around 40% of his chakra storage seal left to create the barrier. As inviolable as it seemed when it didn't even flicker under Darui's onslaught of hits, Rin knew it wasn't as durable as it first appeared. It's why he didn't interrupt Darui and Mickey and stayed silent as he observed them trying to find a solution to his unexpected barrier. It was a much better alternative for him than for them trying to break through it by force. He just needed time. How could you miss something like that? Darui reproachfully asked the woman, who huffed in irritation in return. Give me a break. I was on a watch against a seal trap in kanji. Not whatever this is. She retorted. I'll need a second to try to figure out what he is trying to do with the blood seals. Just tell me where they are, and I can destroy them, Darui offered, but the kunoichi shook her head. They have the same chakra barrier around them, just more translucent, so it is not easily visible. She said idly as she focused on her sensing skills. Taking a deep breath, Darui groaned. He turned toward Rin and crouched on the ground in front of the barrier. Man, you are a troublesome fellow. Shaking his head in exasperation, he chuckled, how dull. But it does not matter. You will still bleed out. It's simple logic. So, would you be up to accepting my previous offer? Obviously, you will probably have to be under a very strict probation and guard for the next decade or 3, but at least you will be alive? Come on, dude. As angry as he felt, the seals he had witnessed could prove to be a game changer in Kumo's hands. He didn't think Rin would accept, but maybe. Heh. Fuck your logic. Rin deadpanned before visibly wincing in pain as he wheezed for a breath. He gasped, give me a second. I'll stand up and kick your ass in a moment. Right. Darui couldn't help but smile. That threat would probably sound far more menacing if Ren's voice wasn't so weak and he didn't look half dead. You won't even see it coming. Ren mumbled, his voice growing quieter. And Darui's smile became wry. I am sure I won't. The thing he was no longer sure of was if Mickey could crack the barrier before Ren actually croaked. The Konoha ninja was trying to press his hand on his still bleeding wound to stave off the bleeding, but Darui could see he got him good. The stubborn fool did not have much time left. Sighing, Darui's shoulders slumped. This gives me mixed feelings, you know? He sighed and took out a cigarette and put it into his mouth. Your counterattack coming yet? I am about to die out of boredom waiting for it over here. He tried to keep Ren talking. Because a speaking opponent meant an alive opponent. Honestly, Darui was conflicted because a part of him wanted Rin to die while another part wanted to drag him back to Kumo alive and force him to work for them. Suddenly, Darui's wry smile fell as the slight shaking of Ren's exhausted body stilled. For a moment, he thought that Rin had died right there, still kneeling on the ground, but then Rin raised his head, expending energy he should not possess anymore, and defiantly looked Darui straight in the eyes. You are already dead. He told the man somewhat smugly. Well, as smugly as a half-dead, exhausted man could sound. You already said that. Darui rolled his eyes at him. Anything any dash. But his speech was interrupted when Mickey, the censor kunoichi, suddenly loudly yelled to run as she felt the massive spike in chakra coming from the blood seals on the ground. Several things happened at once. Darui's eyes widened in alarm, and he jumped back onto his feet. Mickey and the other two still alive Kumo ninjas who stood further away had turned on their heels before desperately trying to jump away from the area. Lastly, Rin put his hand on Samui just as he finished charging his transportation seal. He wasn't sure if he should have taken her with him or let her die in here. But he had wanted to know who hired Kumo for his assassination. Chances were, she would not have that information. And Rin also doubted the culprit would use his real name for the request. If Danzo Shimura or some other high-ranked man from Konoha gave an assassination mission to Kumo, it would raise many eyebrows. Kumo would definitely not accept such a mission, thinking it is a trap. No. Rin was mostly sure that he would get nothing important out of Samui. But he was still curious. So, he took her with him. Besides, Ino needed a proper target for her new mental techniques. Training it on her unwitting classmates could get her only so far. An enemy Jonin Kunoichi could help her fine-tune it, willingly or not. That was a bit harsh, but Rin didn't feel very merciful right now. He was still bleeding out because he couldn't focus both on the time-stop seal, which could stop his injuries from killing him, and charge the transportation seal at the same time. Darui wouldn't give him an additional 20 seconds if he thought something was wrong. He would try to break the barrier by force. So, Rin had to risk it and go for the transportation seal first. Teleporting from the battlefield, Rin landed on his couch in his apartment, the same one he landed on after fighting Yagura. Once more, by pure coincidence, Ino was there, staring at him in bewilderment while holding a watering can in her hand and looking at him like a deer into headlights. Rin found the sight funny, for all of a split second, before Samui's unconscious body came crashing onto him, driving his breath from his lungs as hot searing pain shot through his body. He wheezed with wide eyes from the agony as Samui's body slid off of him onto the ground, making him bleed even more as her landing aggravated his injuries. "Oh, hello, darling. Could you get Hinata for me?" Rin breathlessly asked Ino with a pain-filled grimace on his face. "Again!" Ino exclaimed as she got out of her momentary shock. She quickly summoned a shadow clone that ran out of the room while the original Ino leaped toward Rin before her hand started glowing green, and she began to give him the medic ninja-style first aid. After the last time, Ino learned at least enough medical ninjutsu to give first aid and prevent somebody from dying due to his injuries. But even then, she cursed and moaned all the way through the book learning, much to Hinata's and Ren's joint amusement and annoyance. They both decided never to even try to have Ino learn more medical ninjutsu ever again. It would be too bothersome. "And this time you brought another girl home?" Ino huffed, pressing her hand onto the injury on Ren's chest while glancing at Samui, or rather, her notable assets. She pursed her lips, and Ren could almost read her mind. Samui was another blonde like Ino. So, he reckoned that Ino was probably comparing her size to Samui's and found herself lacking. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing him, Ino quickly realized she was busted. She clicked her tongue and gently patted Ren's forehead with her palm. "Hush, you," she sighed, worry seeping into her voice. "What am I going to do with you?" Starting to feel a bit better, Ren finally relaxed and gave Ino a weak smile. "Well, if you are offering, I wouldn't say no to a lap pillow." Back in the battlefield, a split second after Ren teleported away, the seals made out of his blood went off. Miki, the censor Kunoichi, had just barely managed to give a warning to her comrades before leaping headfirst out of the area of effect she could sense. But she was just slightly too late and still in midair. She felt her legs be affected before she landed on the ground with a painful shriek. Sobbing in agony and quietly cursing a storm under her nose, she ignored the flood of pain as she pushed herself up from the ground with her hands, but a spike of fear ran through her head when she realized she couldn't feel her legs. Bravely chancing a look down, her heart almost stopped when she found out that everything below her knees was turned into stone. With a whimper, she realized her career as a kunoichi was officially over. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Darui!" She shouted and looked back, only for her mind to go blank as her eyes landed on a statue of her commanding officer, locked in a running motion and sporting a desperate expression, just a few steps from where she knew was the border of the attack's area of effect. He was dead. Taking a shuddering breath, Miki tried to stand up, only to tumble back onto the ground. Due to shock, for a moment, she had forgotten that her legs were no longer functional. Cursing as she almost fell down on her face, she spotted Riki, the medic ninja of their group. She hadn't known the man well. And now she would never get the chance to rectify that because the left side of his body was turned into stone. Naturally, that killed him. Desperately wishing to find somebody alive, Miki frantically looked around until her gaze landed on a body lying on the other side of the clearing. It was petrified from the half of its stomach down, but the chest was still moving. "Norio!" Miki quickly recognized the person and dragged herself toward him on the ground, using only her hands. When she got close, she winced. The man's arms were still ruined. Riki did a good job fixing the most important issues and taking out the metal shrapnel, but the whole fight didn't last very long, so he didn't have the time to fix everything. Not even 10 minutes had passed since the fighting started. And it was already over. Mickey turned Norio's body around so he could lie on his back, causing the man to wake up with a groan. He sluggishly opened his eyes, only to instantly squint them at her. "Ah, Mickey." Norio spoke dispassionately with the tone of somebody who had realized the harsh reality and didn't intend to fight it. "I am dead, aren't I?" Mickey's breath hitched for a moment before she tried to give him an encouraging smile. "No. Not yet. You will be just fine." Her hands involuntarily clutched at his shirt. "Just hang on. I'll dash." "Bullshit." Norio interrupted her, grasping her right hand in his palms. They looked at each other for a few silent moments as the soft breeze passed them by. "Just give me a hand, lass," Norio eventually said with a shaky, wet voice as he put a kunai in her hand. "Please." He fearfully gulped and closed his eyes. Mickey sniffed and felt a lump forming in her throat as she tightly clutched the kunai. They both knew his intestines were done for. Even if his injuries were treated and he was kept alive, he would still starve to death. They had no way to reverse the petrification. Gritting her teeth, Mickey angrily yelled as she swung the kunai, stabbing it straight into Norio's brain through his closed left eye. He died instantly and didn't feel a thing. Falling on her rear, Mickey, with a wet whimper, watched in mute horror as blood slowly flowed onto the ground from Norio's eye socket, before she let out a disbelieving laugh. "Fucking hell." She looked around the battlefield with a numbing detachment as she realized she was the only survivor. The Raikage needs to be informed of this. Mickey muttered to herself with yet another shuddering breath. "Yes. I have to do that." She could mentally fall into pieces later on. For now, she had to do her last duty as Kumo Kunoichi. She started to drag herself on the ground by her hands in the direction of the borders of the Land of Lightning. Chapter 92, Recuperation. "I won't be able to persuade you to let me chain you to the bed until you make full recovery, will I?" Hinata asked in a nonplussed conversational tone as she gently pressed her green glowing hand on top of Ren's chest where his biggest wound was located, but her voice betrayed that she had already given up on that endeavor even before uttering her question. Ren, who laid on his bed all bandaged up, gave her a rueful smile. "Just get me up and running, Hina. I will throw a tantrum and get Sarutobi to give me another paid leave or something later, but first, I need to get properly back to the village in a believable manner and report that I have been attacked." It was a very similar situation to what happened to him after fighting Agura, and Ren absolutely hated it. He would just love to say screw everything and stay here, in his house in the capital where they relocated after Hinata arrived, until he fully recuperated under the tender and gentle watch and touch of his adorable fussy Hyuga nurse. But he needed to give the story to the Hokage first and control the narrative somewhat. If he let somebody like, say, Danzo, make some sort of story first, then Ren would be forced into a reactionary position. That wouldn't be fun at all. Ninjas are liars. It is a major part of their trade. Ren had no doubt at all that Danzo or even many of the other high-ranked officials from Konoha who disliked him could spin the narrative in such a way that Ren would find himself in the position of a suspected traitor rather than a victim of a trap and an assassination attempt. Looking at the cutely scrunched and exasperated expression of the lovely girl who had put him back together in just a few hours, Ren couldn't help but be proud of how skilled his student had become with her medical skills. He was almost knocking on death's door, and yet, just a few hours later, he felt he could go another round with the Kumo Jonin. Yeah, that was probably some of the drugs she stuffed into him speaking. He was still injured, after all. But he did feel great. He would need to ask Hinata what the heck she fed him. Things were just a bit floaty, and was that a crumplehorn Snorkak laughing at Hideout? Hinata's chakra suddenly jolted Ren out of his reverie as it cleared the fog in his mind, making his cheek burn red from embarrassment. Hinata was working on clearing the remnants of drugs from his system right now, so he occasionally spaced out and didn't think clearly. She had to go hard with the dosage because he was quite far gone by the time she got to him. Fortunately, people would be surprised just what kind of things a Hyuga heiress could access. Some of the medicine she used was probably heavily restricted. Rin had no idea where she had gotten it, and he kinda didn't even want to ask. That could make it his problem. No, thank you. A small, amused smile appeared on Hinata's face as she ducked her head, which made her fringe cover her eyes. It will scar if I hurry it up. On both sides. The attack went straight through your chest. She mumbled worriedly while gently tracing her finger under the wound as wisps of medical chakra soothingly seeped into Rin's skin. Inwardly, Rin winced. Yeah, he didn't like that. Scars were not his thing. They were not a badge of honor but a reminder that he fucked up. But stifling a sigh, he chuckled instead and tried to reassure the girl. I heard chicks dig scars. He quipped and raised his eyebrow while giving Hinata an expectant look. Hinata snorted and pressed her finger more firmly into Ren's chest. Good then that I am not a chick. She cheekily replied. I don't know. You look like a chick to me. What else would you be? Rin grinned at her and enjoyed how she bit her quivering lower lip, trying to look stern while suppressing her urge to grin back at him. He knew her well and had no doubts that if he wasn't her injured patient, he would have her straddling him already, and they would be making out by now. Sweeping her fringe out of her eyes with her free hand, Hinata gave her an peeved look, but she let her lips curl into a small smirk. A lion, obviously, she said in a matter-of-fact tone as she pawed her free hand at him. Rawr. That made Rin laugh hard until he suddenly started coughing, and his chest flared with pain, prematurely ending his fun with a small groan. Chuckling, Hinata stood up, pressing her palm into his chest as she leaned forward and delivered a quick kiss to Ren's lips before pulling away and sitting back on the chair next to his bed. Don't worry. As long as you get back home alive, I will get you back on your feet. She fondly whispered, and slid her free hand into Ren's grasp. But don't make a habit out of this, please. I don't like seeing you like this. And I know that Ino hates it, too. They settled into a companionable silence, only the quiet hum of soothing medical chakra spreading through the room as Hinata continued her work. The mission was a trap, Rin eventually said. He knew Hinata was dying to know more about what caused his sorry state, but she still had her shy moments and probably didn't know how to ask. So, Rin volunteered the situation willingly, rather than let her set wild Ino on him to find out. I see. Hinata's expression darkened as she frowned. Kumo? There was something unsettling in the way she said it, and Rin remembered she had her own history with that ninja village. Sighing, Rin lightly shook his head. She wasn't asking who was the tool. She already knew that. No, she was asking who the mastermind was. If only. Rin looked her straight in the eyes. Somebody from Konoha. Nobody else could set the situation up so perfectly. That made her expression go from dark to complicated really fast. But she didn't look shocked. Just sorrowful. Both she and Ino have been sheltered in the village since their birth. They were never shown how cruel and insidious the world could be. Ren has been working to remedy their naivety during the past several months. He mostly told them stories, cautionary tales, about all the ninjas Konoha or other villages had screwed up over the years. Pakura's story was their favorite so far, and they found it very sad. But this was pretty much the first time they got a first-hand experience with betrayal within the village. Honestly, Rin would have preferred it happen differently, but it was what it was. I see. Hinata muttered and fell silent once more. Rin didn't say anything else for the next few minutes, letting her think on her own. He wasn't trying to portray Konoha as the bad guys and make Ino and Hinata hate the village or something similarly childish. He just wanted his girls to be able to think for themselves without assuming that rainbows were shooting from the Will of Fire's rear. The Ninja Academy was very good at making kids believe nonsense like that. Realistically, neither of the two girls was ever going to turn on Konoha, and Rin was fully aware of it. This was the place where their families lived, worked, and bled for generations. And Rin didn't hate Konoha. He just disliked a few people leading it and thought they were in an acute need of fatal dismembering. If only it were that easy. He, more or less, just wanted to prevent a situation where the Konohan leadership would try to use Hinata and Ino against him. He wasn't teaching them just so they could pull Itachi on him and try to kill him later down the line because that's what the village wants, and the village is always right. Nor was he interested in being put in Sarutobi's place where his very own student he spent years of his life teaching was now trying to kill him. Seeing the tension leaving Hinata's shoulders, Rin realized she was done with her thinking. He was a bit curious about her conclusion, but rather than open such a heavy topic, he instead smirked at the Hyuga girl and decided to bring some levity into the situation. "If you are a lion, then what does he know?" he cheekily asked the girl, causing her eyes to mirthfully gleam. Chapter 93, Ino is. Ino? Hinata hummed in a pondering fashion, giving the question proper consideration before she giggled. Ino is a chihuahua. Always barking and trying to make herself look bigger than she is. Rin snickered. Oh, I don't think she would agree with you. He could actually see it, though. If Ino heard Hinata right now, her ranting, aka barking, would be legendary. I am sure she wouldn't. Hinata mirthfully rolled her eyes. If you asked the bimbo, she would try claiming to be something way cooler. Right. Rin nodded. She would probably say something ridiculous like she is a lion or something. He gave Hinata a teasing grin and pawed his hand at her in imitation of her previous gesture. Rawr. Hinata mock gasped before giving Rin a pout. That's rich, coming from a hamster, she said in a mock peeved tone. Hearing her, Ren's mind froze for a second before he registered what she said and couldn't help but exclaim, a hamster. He was no hamster. Yeah. Small, cute, and cuddly, what else could you be? Hinata quickly nodded her head several times with a fake, overly innocent look. Rin deadpanned at her in return and spoke, you got it wrong. You are totally an alpaca. Just spitting the facts left and right. What is an alpaca? Hinata blinked in confusion. Of course, as a good teacher, Rin just had to show her. He cast a jinjutsu and made an illusion of a buck-toothed alpaca appear in the middle of the room, chewing on some grass. Furrowing her eyebrows, Hinata looked at the alpaca before slowly turning her head back to Rin, looking distinctly unamused. Really? That's how you see me? She flatly asked before looking at the alpaca again. But the alpaca was ready, and the second Hinata's face was fully turned toward it, it raised its head and looked Hinata into her eyes, before spitting straight in the girl's face, causing her to reel back from shock. That is an alpaca. Rin gleefully exclaimed as Hinata's hand instinctively reached toward her face to wipe the spin away, but Rin had just ended the jinjutsu, and the illusion vanished, leaving Hinata's face spotless. Exasperatedly shaking her head, Hinata tried to hide her amusement so she could give Rin a stern, reproachful look, but on her, it just looked adorable, making it very hard for Rin to feel chastised. Is that how you treat your healer? Hinata eventually said when Rin didn't look even a bit apologetic. Well, a lion would be able to deal with a simple alpaca, so. Rin shrugged in a what-can-you-do kind of way and gave Hinata a small, fake humble smile. Fuck you. Hinata swatted at Rin's shoulder in return with an annoyed huff. You wish. Rin caught Hinata's hand and brought it toward his lips before kissing its back, making Hinata ruefully sigh. Not until you are fit, she said sadly. That's really disheartening. I was looking forward to it when you returned from the mission. But you just had to ruin it by getting attacked, didn't you? Totally not my fault. Rin protested under Hinata's disappointed gaze, which made him feel oddly defensive. Knowing it was working, Hinata continued to silently stare at Rin, making him squirm for a few seconds until he decided it was time for a change in topic. So, anyways, where is Ino? He asked, averting his eyes away from Hinata while inwardly grumbling. That was as smooth as Naruto's brain. She took the blonde woman to the basement and is mind-walking her right now to see why Kumo tried to kill you. Hinata casually said, and Rin groaned. Be a dear and go tell her to be gentle. I don't want Samui to get an aneurysm in the coming hours because Ino is overly zealous and overdoes it. He exasperatedly requested, earning a suspicious look from Hinata. Samui, huh? She idly asked, but her eyes betrayed her distaste. Already on a first-name basis with her? Rin blinked. Oh, that was precious. She was jealous. Well, to be fair, both Ino and Hinata knew he wasn't one to take prisoners. So, him taking Samui with him probably weirded them out. Not to mention the fact that Samui was indeed an extremely attractive woman. The reasons why he took Samui were varied. She could have the info he sought. She was a canon character he found gorgeous. She was a female. He wanted her for Ino's practice. He could name many more. But in all honesty, it was a mix of several things, and Rin wouldn't be able to give a straight answer even if he had to tell the truth. It wouldn't change the fact that he did grab her. That said, he really didn't have any nefarious thoughts or plans for Samui in mind when it happened. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. And deep down, he was already regretting it because he had no idea what to do with her in the future. He could just kill her, but, yeah. Despite everything, he did have a fondness for canon characters. It was a natural part of him as a fan of the Naruto anime. Even living in this world for decades did not destroy that. Just killing her outside of the battle felt somewhat cheap? Disheartening? Rin didn't know. He kinda didn't want to do that. He decided that he would leave these problems to the future Rin and focused on the here and now. Pushing his worries away, Rin chuckled in amusement at Hinata's reaction and decided to calm any wild ideas she might have conceived in her head. Samui has a bingo book entry. She did not exactly introduce herself before trying to kill me. He rolled his eyes at Hinata, whose cheeks became red. But she quickly shook off her embarrassment and shrugged before standing up. Whatever you say. Your healing is done. I did all I could. I am going to make sure that this Samui is properly disabled and won't get a chance to run away if she wakes up, then. Hinata. Rin gave her a look. And I guess I will tell Ino to not overdo it, too. She childishly pouted, making Rin chuckle and reassuringly squeeze her hand before letting go of it. Good. I think Samui will make for a great practice target for Ino's mental techniques. But she needs to be alive for that. Oh. Hinata stilled for a second before humming. That's cold. Was that a pun on her name? Rin tilted his head in surprise. And Hinata beamed at him. Yes. Was it any good? She gave him an expectant expression, making him feel a bit guilty as he waved his hand in a SOSO motion. I give it 6 out of 10. It was more like 3 out of 10, but there was a reason why people say to never piss off a white mage. And Hinata did just finish healing him. Fair enough. Hinata said, happy with Rin's assessment. Say, wouldn't keeping this Samui for Ino's practice create trouble with Kumo for us? Not really. They most likely think she is dead. Rin explained. And besides, Kumo will be trying to kill me after this anyway. It is not as if returning her would earn me some brownie points that would ensure we can kiss and make up. Not after he killed Darui, who pretty much held a similar position in Kumo as Kakashi did in Konoha. Well, sort of. The man was the 4th Raikage right-hand man, the disciple of the renowned 3rd Raikage, the only user of the Black Lightning in Kumo, and pretty much the ninja with the biggest potential to become the 5th Raikage in the future. Considering his position, I might have even been grooming him for it already. There would be no offer for a make-up hug and forgiveness from Kumo's side. If somebody killed Kuratsuchi, Inoki would not let it go. If somebody killed Asuma, Hiruzen would not let it go. If somebody killed Temari, Raza would not give a shit, but that is beside the point. In the same vein, Rin knew that I was not going to let this go. This thing between him and Kumo was not over. Not by a long shot. I guess giving Samui a medical accident would be a mercy, then. Alright. I get it. I'll make sure she survives. With that, Hinata left the room, leaving Rin to stare at the door with a weirded out look. That girl. He exasperatedly snorted. Not even a proper ninja, and yet already so vicious. She was usually such a sweetheart. Of all the things that could bring viciousness out of her, it was jealousy? Should he tell Hayashi? Maybe the man would try to get her a new stepmom, creating some juicy drama inside the Hyuga clan? Chapter 94, Then Act Like It. A few days passed, and Rin was finally standing in front of the Hokage after coming back to the village, recounting his encounter with the Kumo ninjas, when Danzo Shimura walked into the Hokage's office as if he owned the place. "I heard Kumo attacked one of our ninjas, Hiruzen," he said steadily, with a flat tone, and Rin found himself involuntarily deadpanning at the man. What did he mean by our ninjas? The audacity of this bitch. Sadly, this was the Hokage's office, and Rin couldn't exactly tell Danzo to leave. That privilege lay strictly with the Hokage, who... Yes. It is most concerning, the Hokage evenly said, releasing a puff of smoke from his mouth while ignoring that Danzo invited himself to the briefing. They tried to recruit young Rin here, and it came to blows. Darui is dead. This could possibly spark further hostilities. Yeah, he clearly wasn't going to send the old cripple packing. Sigh. This was exactly why Rin was still so hesitant to trust Hiruzen Sarutobi, despite many things indicating that he wasn't some incarnation of all evil of the Narutoverse like so many fanfictions tried to portray him as. The changes the man had made to Konoha were overall quite good. They improved the lives of their citizens a lot. The man obviously deeply cared for his people and gave his all for them. But then there was the fact he still didn't tell Danzo to fuck off at the first opportunity, and Rin had to stifle an annoyed groan. This was going to be one of these kinds of briefings, wasn't it? How did Danzo even get here so fast? Rin literally entered the village and walked straight to the Hokage tower to report what had happened to him. The only way for Danzo to get the information so quickly would be to, the dipshit has spies in the Hokage tower. Rin realized and was astonished at the balls of steel Danzo must have. The Hokage was not stupid. If Rin came to this realization, then Hiruzen probably figured it out the second Danzo opened the door. Yet, the old cripple didn't seem to care that his presence here was basically low-key admitting to his borderline treasonous actions. Unlike in fanfics, there was no root ANBU hidden in the Hokage's office. Nothing so blatantly obvious would be allowed, and it honestly wouldn't work anyway. Despite everything, Hiruzen is still an S-rank ninja. He wouldn't miss some Chunin crouching in his office. The sheer idea was moronic as hell. But putting spies in the administration forces of the village that worked under the Hokage? Now, that was much easier to do. Some clerk, or gate guard, or a secretary of some clerk in this building must be reporting to Danzo. He wouldn't have gotten here so fast otherwise. Now that was making Rin depressed. The people working in the Hokage tower were supposed to be vetted with the strictest oversight. But from the way Hiruzen didn't even blink, this was probably not the first time something like this happened. Really? Who needs enemies with a friend like Danzo? And to be fair, what could Hiruzen even do about it? Call him out? Danzo would just deny it and demand proof. Find the culprits? How? If the initial vetting process did not show anything amiss, then any subsequent one was most likely not going to reveal it either. In fact, doing it was far more effort than it was worth, considering the most likely results would be unsatisfactory. No. The only way for Hiruzen to nip this shit in the bud would be to smash Danzo's head with his staff, but the monkey-loving old-timer was not going to do that. Was it any surprise that Rin felt frustrated? He would have dealt with Danzo himself if it were easy. But if he attacked him in the open, then he would have the entire village after his ass. Danzo would spin it in a way to make Rin the bad guy. If he tried to kill him secretly in one decisive strike and failed, which was very likely because of Danzo's Izanagi, he would find himself in a shadow war against Danzo, and the man would most likely target Hinata or Ino, or their families. Rin wanted to avoid that at all costs. It wasn't just his hide that was on the line here anymore. The option to reveal his crimes and have Konoha turn on Danzo was also unavailable. Konoha was still culturally Japanese. Respecting your elders was a big thing. Especially if said elders were on the council. Especially if said elders bled for Konoha and had gotten crippled in the service. You also do not poke at somebody's battle wounds. It just wasn't done. It went against every rule of etiquette the ninjas had. Which was very convenient for Danzo, who was a war veteran hero who was crippled in the line of duty twice over and served his village faithfully for his entire life and had a high political position in the village and kept many connections with the daimyo's court, the nobles, and the merchants. If Ramen, a random chunin, demanded Danzo to show his crippled arm and eye, he would be laughed out of the council room with his career over. Danzo would not even need to say a word. The other councilmen would send Rin packing for him because they would feel offended that he dared to bring it up. It might not appear so, but Danzo had his cover figured out perfectly. There wasn't much that could be done about him politically. Rin would need Hokage's backing for such an attempt, but he wouldn't get it because just saying a demand like that could severely damage Hiruzen's standing with the clans and civilians alike. And the kicker? Rin couldn't even be sure they could catch Danzo with his pants down with such a request. Unlike in the stories from his past life, Danzo in real life was not a brain-dead idiot. For all Rin knew, the arm might be detachable, and there really might be nothing under that black, baggy kimono Danzo constantly wore to hide his missing limb. As for his Sharingan eye? Yeah, as if people did not change eyes left and right in the Narutoverse. Danzo probably never brought it into the council chambers or anywhere near a public place. After all, if the multitude of Hyugas never discovered it over the years, then Danzo probably did not have these upgrades constantly on his person. Somebody would have noticed long ago. Evading Byakugan was nigh impossible, and the Byakugan users usually saw even things they did not want to see just because they entered their field of vision. If there was something fishy to be found about Danzo's crippled status, then it would have been discovered long ago. Not to mention, Rin actually needed Danzo to live. At least until the Konoha crush happened. His most immediate goal was to end Orochimaru and Kabuto in one fell swoop. And that event would be the best opportunity he would ever get. No Edo Tensei meant no Madara coming back to life as an unkillable zombie with nigh infinite chakra reserves and Rinnegan, who could spam Shadow Clone plus perfect Susanoo or throw meteorites left and right like nobody's business. Frankly, Rin would prefer Madara coming back to an actual real life than having his Edo Tensei version running around. At least, that way, he could run out of chakra and would be constrained to human limits. There would be no shadow clones, plus a perfect Susanoo combo for him in that state. There would be no meteorite spam. Injuries would not instantly regenerate. Killing blows would stick, too. No. Human Madara was way more manageable and, most importantly, killable. Edo Tensei Madara was the nightmare mode Rin would love to avoid. Rin was afraid that prematurely killing Danzo would make it harder for Orochimaru to organize the invasion. And if he aborted the plan, that would have been disastrous. When would Rin get such a golden opportunity to assassinate him again? Rin knew it was coming. He could prepare. He could plan. He could litter the battlefield with hidden seals before the fighting even started. He had the home field advantage. And he wasn't going to give it up just because Danzo was being annoying. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was simply the bigger fish to fry in this situation, and as deeply as Rin desired to wring Danzo's neck, the momentary satisfaction just wasn't worth the chance at killing the snake Sannin and Kabuto. Edo Tensei could not be allowed to be utilized in the upcoming war. Even as a seal master who would have a massive advantage against the Edo Tensei zombies, Rin still didn't want to face it. He would rather no-sell that entire plot direction before it could become an issue. Unaware of Rin's inner turmoil, Danzo frowned when he heard Hiruzen's words. "Recruit?" he asked, giving Rin a long measuring look. His expression didn't betray anything, but he wasn't happy about it. He paid them with a proxy for an S-rank assassination mission, and they tried to recruit the target? Danzo inwardly scoffed. This was why clients never chose Kumo as their preferred choice of hidden village to employ. They were honorless, shameless swines who could not do what they were paid for. Utterly disgraceful. But it was fine. He would have preferred if Rin died. But there was success even in failure. He would get the report of Ren's fight with the Kumo ninjas, and it would reveal more of Ren's abilities. Plus, Ren was now fully on Kumo's radar, with a grudge the size of the Hokage monument forming between him and the Kumo leadership. The fourth Raikage was not a patient or forgiving man. That alone meant that Danzo got his money's worth. But maybe he could put in some effort to curb Ren's threat, too. And what, pray tell, were you doing over there, Chunin Ren? Meeting with Darui of the Black Lightning, the Raikage's most trusted ninja? Danzo coldly asked, trying to bring suspicion on Ren, who frowned after hearing his words. I was on a mission. Duh. Ren flatly said, but Danzo was not satisfied. He turned toward the Hokage. Hiruzen, my confidential sources state that Ren stole information from the village and intended to sell dash. Sources you will no doubt not disclose, Ren interrupted him with a scoff, followed by an eye roll, yet you expect me to defend myself against their imaginary claims. Really? Was he really trying to use the ninja version of trust me, bro on him? Well, Ren had to admit that it wasn't a bad plan. Mission scrolls usually tend to get destroyed in similar situations. Not to mention, Darui possessed the mission scroll Ren would have needed to prove his innocence. The records of said mission in the village were no doubt already turned into ash. Probably the second after Ren left the village. Ninja's gonna ninja. It wasn't that unexpected for Danzo to believe Ren didn't possess it. Because why would Darui give it to him if he was there to kill him in the first place, right? And without said mission scroll, Danzo's claims would have at least some sort of effect. Even if the Hokage shut them down. Sadly for the cripple. Then it is a good thing that Ren managed to bring back the mission scroll that proves he was indeed there on a sanctioned mission from Konoha. It seems we have a serious security breach on our hands. Hiruzen gravely stated, completely ignoring Ren's previous rude interruption aimed at Danzo. Danzo's lips only twitched minusculely upon hearing that Ren brought back the scroll, and he lightly nodded. I see. I must have been mistaken, then. He offhandedly admitted as if accusing Ren of treason was some sort of harmless prank. Ren's fingers twitched, and he had to fight a quick but brutal inward battle to prevent himself from throwing a kunai at the old dipshit. But Danzo didn't even give him enough time to throw a rude remark at him in return. Still, his presence there is suspicious. For all we knew, he might have been in league with the spies. He should be properly screened to ensure his loyalties. I heard he is a good friend and tutor of the Yamanaka heiress. Maybe the Yamanaka clan could be a good neutral party for this endeavor? Ah. Yes. That, at least, sounded like a reasonable suggestion. Offering a neutral third party was also smart, and it seemed that Danzo was trying to distance himself from the matter. But Ren was aware the man had the Yamanaka lackey whose name he had already forgotten. Fuck you. Not gonna happen, you dipshit. He exclaimed with a snort, shocking Danzo with his crass words as Hiruzen chuckled but stayed silently observing the situation while enjoying the cinema. The only person I'd let touch my mind is Ino. Ren said, not outright refusing the possibility of screening because that would have been suspicious in itself, but he also showed he wouldn't just accept some random Yamanaka rummage through his mind. As reasonable as that suggestion sounded, it was way over the top. It was rude and insulting. So, Ren responded in a similarly childish manner. Ino was not yet a kunoichi of Konoha. But she was Yamanaka. And she, well, Ren didn't have any delusions. Danzo definitely knew that Ren was poking her with his secret kunai on the regular basis. Ino wasn't one to keep such a thing secret, and unlike Hinata, she liked her public showcase of affection. But Ren's partial acceptance was still a reasonable compromise. And Danzo didn't like that. His eyebrows scrunched slightly in frustration, and his voice grew harsher. As an elder of Konoha, I order you to dash. But Ren just scoffed, not letting him finish. As an elder, you have a position in the village's political scene. Not in its military command structure, so why the fuck are you trying to order me around, you senile retard? Do you not know where your competencies start and where they end? No wonder the second Hokage didn't choose you as his successor if you don't know something elementary like that. Ren mockingly said, causing Danzo to finally break his poker face and sneer while Hiruzen's lips quivered and his eyes mirthfully glinted. Watch your mouth. I am an elder of this village. Show some respect, Chunin. But Rin just cheekily grinned, then act like it, you old crippled washed-up has-been. Chapter 95, Promotion? Then act like it, you old crippled washed-up has-been. How dare you! I've been working hard for the well-being of Konoha way before you were even born. Danzo exclaimed, offended by Ren's words. For somebody so vehemently advocating that ninjas need to stay emotionless, Danzo was a very emotional man under his veneer of cold facade. Huh. Interesting point. Ren curiously tilted his head. I have yet to see you do anything impressive or helpful for Konoha. But I am young and might be ignorant. Care to share what amazing things you have accomplished in your life? That made Danzo speechless. He couldn't exactly share his exploits because most of them were pretty much highly illegal. And just as he was about to say that he had sacrificed his eye and arm for Konoha as its ninja, Ren mockingly spoke before he could open his mouth. No? Thought so. Danzo gnashed his teeth. The things I do need to stay secret for the greater good of the village. You don't possess a high enough rank to know about them, Chunin. With a snort, Ren raised his eyebrow at him. Figures. And does the Hokage possess such a rank? And once again, Danzo was caught flat-footed, staying silent in dismay for a moment because he really had nothing to say to that. Ren didn't let him think and took his silence as a denial when he gave Danzo an unimpressed look and said, "And you want to accuse me of treason? Really? Pot calling kettle black much? Don't put words in my mouth. Without me, Konoha would have fallen long ago." Danzo rebuked, and Ren noticed how Hiruzen's lips twitched, and the man lost quite a bit of his amusement. That was a very egotistical thing to say. Konoha has been throwing its ninjas into the meat grinder in pretty much every single war. To say that Danzo was responsible for the village's survival sounded as if he was disregarding their sacrifice. Ren wasn't sure if Danzo realized that in the heat of the moment. But instead of going at him through that angle, he just couldn't help himself and had to poke at the arrogant thing Danzo had just said. Oh, I am sure Inoki in IWA is shaking in his boots upon hearing your title Shinobi of Darkness. The Yellow Flash who? Rolling his eyes, Ren scoffed. No, some cowardly old wannabe whose bingo book title is so edgy that you could kill S-rank ninjas with that edge is obviously what keeps the demons at bay. He then crossed his arms on his chest and smiled at Danzo, who was coldly looking at him. Seeing that the old man was about to reply, Ren hurried to speak again. Did you choose the title when you were still a delusional preteen? And how much did it cost you to get the bingo book printers to put it under your name? Unfortunately, Danzo didn't react as much to that last series of insults as Ren hoped. Instead, Danzo regained his calm and fired back. Better than Ren the Stoner, he mockingly said. And for a moment, Ren opened his mouth to quip something back, but then his mind registered what Danzo insinuated. What did you just say? Ren asked, feeling as if somebody punched him so hard he lost his breath. It stopped Ren's mind completely in its tracks, showing Danzo's vast experience when it came to shit-talking. Danzo, I think it would be wiser for you to leave. Hiruzen, seeing that Ren was completely caught off guard, decided to intervene before Danzo could press with some other brutal verbal attack. He knew best how this kind of revelation felt. After all, he was known far and wide as the shit-flinger. Sometimes, he really regretted using the horde of monkey summons against IWA troops in the Second War. You are not going to attain any sort of victory here, old friend. Hiruzen continued, knowing that Danzo hated being called an old friend by him. Truth be told, he was doing it on purpose these days. It was one of his guilty pleasures in his old age. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo gripped his cane tighter and turned toward him. Hiruzen, why are you not reprimanding your ninja for the blatant disrespect he shows me? You should keep your subordinates in line. He sternly uttered, only for Hiruzen to give him a curious look. So, should I reprimand you for the blatant disrespect you have shown me? For the third time that hour, Danzo had nothing to say back, and Hiruzen enjoyed every millisecond of his speechlessness. His old friend loved to yap about drastic measures this or that, all the time, again and again. Moments when he was genuinely speechless were a precious commodity. If he could, Hiruzen would make a Danzo Silence Day into a village-wide celebration. That's how annoyed he was at times. My actions saved this village countless times during the wars. You know it. Danzo seethingly defended himself, but Hiruzen just casually shrugged one shoulder and waved his remark off. It was more of a team effort. Rin, who used the time when Danzo and Hiruzen bantered to recover from the emotional damage he had sustained, chuckled. And that, right there, is the reason why he is the Hokage. He said, simply because he knew it would piss Danzo off. But he was half serious. Hiruzen was simply better at taking credit for the achievements of others. He was still regarded as the strongest Hokage by the younger generations because that's what they learn in the academy. A bit sus, no? Hiruzen locked his eyes with Danzo, a playful smile on his lips as he enjoyed how his old friend straightened up. If anything, he had his body language down pat by now, and despite his still stone-cold facade, Hiruzen could say that Danzo was pissed. Naturally, he decided to add some oil to that burn as he leisurely puffed on his pipe with a lazy smile. I am Hokage, indeed. For a few seconds, Danzo just stood there, looking lost as his eyes traveled between Hiruzen and Rin, thinking about what to say back. But then he realized he would be having no victories here. Not now. I see. Excuse me, then. I have work to do. He decided to cut his losses and retreat as he reaffirmed his decision to get rid of Rin. The young Chunin was giving Hiruzen back his courage. That wouldn't do. Now, if only his forces were still not in shambles. Danzo finally left the Hokage office, shutting the door behind him with a loud bang, and Rin shared a conspiring smile with Hiruzen for a moment. This might not be a Chinese cultivation world, but face and honor were still important in the Japanese-like culture prevalent over here. So, naturally, the art of thick skin was supreme in this world. That was fun. Hiruzen let out a relaxed sigh, an amused smirk decorating his well-aged face as he lightly shook his head. Still, it might not have been the wisest course of action, Rin. You made a dangerous enemy on this day. He cautioned Rin, who huffed but nodded in understanding. But he had way more important issues to deal with. More importantly, Rin the Stoner? He gave the Hokage a meaningful look, but Hiruzen only chortled and handed Rin the newest bingo book from his table, already open on the page with Rin's entry. Here. It's what Kumo calls you. He said with a knowing smirk as Rin stared at the page in horror when he said that they really called him Rin the Stoner. I am going to raze that goddamned cloud-worshipping village to the ground. Here, he thought Rin the salty ninja was bad. And Ino enjoyed her punishment in the bedroom for spreading that title very much. But there would be no hanky-panky punishment for this travesty. No. Rin decided this needed drastic measures. For a brief moment, he considered learning 1,000 years of death from Kakashi. But that was a cognito-hazard trap. He shuddered as he almost got caught in it. He wouldn't be sticking his fingers into some other dude's ass. No way! Oh, don't look so put off. Hiruzen tried to cheer him up. Anoki will be jealous. Of course, he had to smugly remind Rin that Kumo was not the only issue for him anymore. IWA will want to kill me. Rin's eyes widened as he had that realization. Hiruzen nodded. That was probably the point in giving you that title. He chuckled. But it kinda fits, doesn't it? Rin took a deep breath, ignoring the annoying old man. Maybe letting Kagaya have this world would not be so bad, after all? It was preferable to Ino learning about his new title and... Naturally, I have already informed Miss Yamanaka and Miss Hyuga about the change of your status. You don't need to thank me. Hiruzen, able to read what Rin was probably thinking from his expression, informed Rin about his helpful actions with a barely hidden glee. Rin visibly winced. Ino was going to be insufferable for the coming week. At least Hinata would only giggle here and there behind his back. The shit-flinger. Seeing that Hiruzen was a bit too happy, Rin reminded him about his own unofficial title with a twitching eye. He should not throw stones from his fragile glass house. But Hiruzen didn't even flinch and took it calmly like a champ. He was too old to be provoked by some young brat, after all. Instead, he decided to progress the discussion. He was a busy man, and the paperwork, unfortunately, waited for no man. Anyway, I think you deserve a promotio dash. I refuse, Rin exclaimed before Hiruzen could finish his sentence. Excuse me? Hiruzen frowned with a slow, owlish blink. No promotion. Rin crossed his arms in front of his chest to emphasize his point. I am happy where I am, thank you very much. I don't need additional responsibilities. Plus, he really didn't want to get dragged into Hiruzen's sphere of influence. With his latest exploit, Rin firmly entered the up-and-coming talented ninja category. And he was a civilian-born ninja with no set-in-stone allegiances. He could already see all the various political factions in the village drooling while looking at him, wishing to take a bite. No. He really didn't need a Jonin promotion to muddy the waters more. There were benefits to being mostly unaffiliated. As for the promotion itself, some people might say that with the Jonin rank, he would have gotten more privileges, but Jonins were rare. They were always busy. Always on some mission for the village. Rin quite liked his free time, however. The eternal Jonin dude knew what he was doing, and Rin decided to follow his example. Konoha needed its eternal Chunin. Well, it had several thousands of them, but that was beside the point. Are you sure? Hiruzen asked with a dissatisfied voice. That wasn't the answer he wanted to hear, but Rin's expression was not budging. Very. Rin firmly nodded. You could be a Jonin instructor of Ino and Hinata if you took the promotion, you know? Hiruzen blatantly tried to bribe Rin. They are going to graduate soon if I am not wrong. Nah. They need interactions and bonding with their peers. Rin shook his head, trying to bullshit his way out of this. Besides, he didn't want to get stuck with Naruto under his care. If he learned anything in this meeting, it was that Hiruzen was enough of a troll to do exactly that to him. Say what you will about the blonde menace, and Rin honestly liked the kid, but one thing was certain. He attracted trouble like some sort of weird yellow magnet. To save the world from Kaguya, Rin would first have to survive until that point. And Naruto was a health hazard he would wish only on a bastard like Kakashi. They deserved each other. Such a will of fire. Hiruzen dryly deadpanned before sighing. Well, fine. I can't exactly promote you against your will. He sullenly grumbled. Now, get out. I have work to do. Chapter 96, A New Training Ground. Ready to go? Rin, still wrapped in noticeable bandages and somewhat injured, asked Hinata and Ino as they entered the training ground 41. Hinata did a great job healing him, but he deliberately had her not finish the job because he wanted the paid leave. And for that, he needed to show up to Konoha's hospital with an injury that would justify it. It sucked. During the whole meeting with the Hokage 2 days ago, Rin was grumpily complaining in his head due to the pain that racked his body while outwardly he used chakra to make his state unnoticeable to the old coots. Insulting Danzo was almost therapeutic for him back then. It made the pain way more bearable. I still don't get why we needed to trek all the way here from the village. Couldn't we just go from your living room? Ino huffily complained with her arms crossed under her chest as she sullenly walked next to him with a childish pout. When he told her he was prescribed bed rest for a week in the hospital, she was elated. She even excitedly pulled out her nightgown from her storage seal, already prepared for a sleepover, as Rin watched her with a dry look. But then Hinata cock-blocked her with no sex rule and Ino was throwing a tantrum ever since then. Sage, bless his sweet Hyuga girl. Walking was a problem for Rin right now. He wasn't exactly in the shape for handling Ino in bed currently. Sighing, Rin put his hand on Ino's head and ruffled her hair, much to her annoyance as she quickly ducked away with a loud, "Hey! People saw us leaving for the training ground." Rin rolled his eyes. It leaves tracks. This way, nobody will question where we are. Nobody would question where we are even if we stayed in your house, though. Hinata idly interjected with a casual hum. You are supposed to be on a bed rest. Not walking around the village. This is more suspicious, actually. She called out Ren's bullshit with a small amused smirk, almost causing Ren to stumble because he was caught off guard. After a brief moment of awkward silence, where he ignored Ino's pointed stare, Ren finally shrugged. I was just bored. Hinata giggled, and even Ino chuckled at that. They could sympathize. Ren didn't tell them not to go train. They didn't really need him with them there. But they still stayed with him for the most part these 2 days, opting to take a small break from their usual training schedule. But that left them a bit bored, too. Ren focused on his Fuinjutsu. Hinata on medical texts. Even Ino had a book from her clan about the human mind. After 2 days spent like that, they all needed to just get out of the house. It was one of the downsides of having chakra, Ren found out. In his previous life, he could spend months holed up in his room, reading books. But now? He had a hard time staying still for a week. The strong yang component of his chakra was making him feel as if he was on a constant low-level sugar rush. Anyway, come here, Ren said and invitingly spread his arms. Already knowing what came next, Hinata and Ino quickly walked toward him and glomped at him from both sides, their arms snaking around his waist. A smile appeared on Ren's face as he put his arms around their shoulders, gently pulling them deeper into their embrace while he started channeling his chakra into the transportation seal. You should really improve your teleportation seal, Hinata said with a scrunched expression, her chin resting on top of Ren's shoulder. 20 seconds of activation time is, how do I say it politely? She mumbled the last part to herself, but considering her mouth was very close to Ren's ear, he heard her clearly. His smile turned into a sheepish one. It wasn't so easy. Maybe if he got a peek at the Flying Thunder God seal, he could improve his work. But he doubted that was going to happen anytime soon. The more he dabbled in it and tried things out, the more he suspected his way of teleporting was using a different method from the way the second Hokage did it. Minato had it easy. He was given the Flying Thunder God technique, already finished and working. He only had to learn it. Ren, however, had to create his own way of teleporting from scratch. It was a work in progress, still. Fucking Obito, getting a very versatile space-time ninjutsu for free just because Kakashi reached Ren's heart. The damn simp. Please, don't change it. Ino, nuzzling her cheek into Ren's upper arm, whined. I enjoy these few seconds a lot. It's the best part about this technique. Of course, you do. Hinata snorted before Ren could reply. It gives you the time to drool on him. That stopped Ino in her tracks, and she exasperatedly sighed. One time. It happened one time, bitch. And we shall never forget it, bimbo. Hinata helpfully reminded her with a fond smile, making Ino groan as she buried her face back into Ren's arm. Shaking his head in mirth, Ren felt the seal ready for transportation and the surroundings around them abruptly changed. No longer did they stand in the middle of the forest surrounding Konoha. Now, they were at a big, grassy clearing encircled by trees, with towering snowy mountain peaks visible in the distance behind them. On the right side was a homely log house Ren had his clones construct over the past few months since he had found this place, and around 50 meters behind said log house started a sandy beach with a crystal-clear sea. Ino absolutely loved that part. She spent a considerable time playing in the water, usually dragging the reluctant Hinata along with her after their training sessions. Sadly for them, only Ren could teleport them to this place for now. He was working on a way for the girls to access it on their own, and hopefully, it would be ready for their academy graduation. It would be a nice present. Ever since Ino pulled off her wind dragon on Ren's ass, he was looking for a place where they could train, using techniques like that, without being noticed by anybody. Their usual training ground was a tad bit too close to Konoha for his liking. This place was in the middle of literally nowhere. No important outpost, city, trade route, road, or anything like that was nearby. No human settlement could be found within a 50-kilometer radius. It was behind a big mountain range in the southernmost parts of the Land of Fire, with massive forests full of dangerous animals and even chakra beasts. Nobody lived anywhere nearby. Nobody had any business coming to this part of the country. There was nothing of value over here. It was a perfect place for a secret base or a ninja training ground. And Rin was happy that one of his shadow clones had pulled Zoro, gotten lost while exploring, and found this place. Bless his directionally challenged self. Rin led the girls toward a wooden table in front of the log house, and they sat down. Hinata was next to Rin, while Ino clicked her tongue as she sat opposite them. I can't wait to live here. Ino wistfully sighed while looking at the beautiful and calm waves in the sea washing over the beach, as a dreamy smile stretched on her face. Hinata chuckled with a small nod before she leaned her body on Rin, resting her head on his shoulder. Rin, however, only rolled his eyes at their antics. They had it all figured out already. His opinion was apparently not a big factor either. After their graduation, they both intended to move in with him. They wouldn't have as much time to spend with each other after their graduation because of their new duties and teams. And the girls refused to accept it. So, this was their solution. Rin remembered that discussion as if it were today. Hinata proposed to rent a bigger flat and offered to pay for it herself. Ino refused that and offered to split the rent. After all, the two would be full-fledged ninjas by then and therefore earn their own money. They were already discussing specifics before Ren's mind even registered that his house was volunteered for such a thing without his consent. To give the girls credit, Ren knew they would accept it if he said no. They would grumble, or whine in Ino's case, a bit, but despite getting ahead of themselves, they knew where the line was. But he didn't exactly have anything against them living with him. They were already in his house more often than not anyway. It would be easier for him to count the nights where he didn't have one of them sleeping over. They had their own baskets for laundry. They had their own toothbrushes. Their creams, perfumes, and whatnot else the women used were already lined on the top of his bathroom table. Hinata has basically privatized his kitchen by now, just as Ino did with a large part of his wardrobe space. Yeah. He was already in the deep end. He had already lost this fight. And it's not as if they had to share his medium-sized apartment. Ren had a house in the capital, and now, he also had this log cabin that sported his newest experiment. The space-expanding seals. Ha! Suck it, Harry Potter. He could do it, too. Well, okay. All right. He can admit it. They imploded several times over the past 3 weeks, killing his clones. But the last implosion was a week ago, before he even went on his most recent C-rank mission. He was always improving their stability, and there was no accident for an entire week. By the time the girls graduated, he would have the seals ready and safe for use. Databao. Hopefully. Rin was suddenly pulled from his momentary reverie as he felt Ino's foot softly land on his inner thigh, slowly dragging itself higher and higher. He gave Ino an exasperated look, but she returned it with an innocent expression and a small grin. Her grin only widened when her toes touched something hard in Ren's pants, but her fun was interrupted when both Ren and Hinata's hands caught her ankle, momentarily startled when their hands met, but they quickly overcame that surprise and then they, at the same time, pulled Ino's foot a bit away from Ren's crotch. Hinata coughed, narrowing her eyes at the blonde girl into an unamused stare. No sex for 2 more days. Oh, come on. He does not even need to move. I'll do everything myself. Ino indignantly protested, and Ren let out a small, frustrated groan. It was bad enough that he had just cock-blocked himself. But now they need to discuss it in front of him, too. Girls. At attention. He flatly said, and both Ino and Hinata suddenly tensed. Their backs became ramrod straight as they quieted down and waited. There was that bit of discipline that came from going to a military school. I actually have something important to talk about with you before I start teaching Hinata a new jutsu, and Ino will go to the capital with my clone to practice her techniques on Samui. Both girls blinked in surprise. It had been quite a while since Ren taught any of them a new technique. He mostly just gave them an idea, a direction, and then he let them explore the options and experiment themselves. For a second, Ino looked jealous as she glanced at Hinata, and Ren noticed but she quickly schooled her expression into a pout while Hinata showed a delighted smile. Huffing, Rin ran a bit of lightning chakra straight into his hand that held Ino's leg. He channeled it into said leg and also into Hinata's hand that was partially touching his. The chakra quickly stimulated their nerve endings with a pleasurable jolt and caused the girls to let out a short moan out loud with a visible shudder as both Rin and Hinata let go of Ino's ankle. Hinata quickly covered her mouth with her free hand, showing a mortified, wide-eyed expression while Ino, rubbing her thighs, sensually licked her lips with a wide smile. "I knew it! I am not the only one sexually frustrated here." She cackled and gave Hinata a winning, smug look. Hinata, with red cheeks from embarrassment, averted her eyes away from Ino's pointed stare and decided to try changing the topic. "What did you want to talk about?" But there was still a small quiver in her voice. Ren's amusement quickly faded. He knew that if he let them, they would fool around the whole day. So, giving the girls a serious look, he spoke. "You are both scratching the surface of Jonin-level combat prowess. So, I think it is high time to talk to you about what it means to be an S-rank ninja and how they differ from your normal, run-of-the-mill Jonin." Chapter 97, What It Means to be an S-rank. What do you think is the difference between an S-rank ninja and a Jonin? Rin asked the girls, and Hinata gained a pondering look while Ino opened her mouth to reply without thinking, but then her brain started to process the situation, and she stopped herself with a frown. The girls looked at each other with a bit of helpless confusion on their faces, drawing blanks at how to answer the question. They knew Rin didn't want an obvious answer like, one is more dangerous than the other. Rin, on the other hand, just constantly watched the girls fidget and exchange gazes as they communicated non-verbally with their eyes and expressions. It was quite amusing seeing them panic. One has a bigger dick than the other. Eventually, Ino replied with an eye roll when she got annoyed that she could not come up with a good answer. "Seriously, do you need to ask such a stupid question?" She grumpily huffed. "Humor me, please," Rin dryly said with a deadpan look that made Ino cringe as she ducked her head with a mullish look. Rin snorted. Presenting topics and ideas students would never think of by themselves was a teacher's job. But when neither girl interrupted the silence even after 3 minutes, Rin sighed. But he could understand their troubles. As academy students, they didn't have any opportunity to ever see an S-rank ninja, or even a Jonin, in a proper action. Funnily enough, the people who watched the anime were more informed than his girls when it came to this, despite not even being from this world. "Fine. Let me just give you a lecture. You are not cute at all," he said in resignation with a visible pout, suddenly feeling a burst of sympathy for his high school teachers who constantly asked questions and never got any answers volunteered back. Ignoring Ino's indignant, "I am plenty cute," Rin gathered his thoughts and started to talk. 5 Jonin, he said before pausing for dramatic purposes and to make sure the girls properly pay attention. That's the standard response team for hunting down a spotted S-rank ninja. The village sends 5 Jonin who counter his skill set. Isn't that a bit low? Hinata wondered out loud. That didn't match the unbeatable standard the stories about these monsters usually set. Wait. You have beaten 10 Jonin in your last mission. Does that mean you are an S-rank ninja? She looked at Rin with unveiled wonder in her wide eyes, causing Rin's heart to skip a beat. With a grin involuntarily appearing on his face, Rin put his hand on Hinata's head, enjoying her expression. No. I am still lacking in many aspects to call myself that, in my opinion. But I can see why you would come to that conclusion. Which is why, after every feat worthy of S-rank classification, I made damn sure to show to the village that I don't deserve it with the injuries on my body. Is that why you made me botch your healing? Hinata realized, and her expression darkened. Feeling a bit awkward, Rin quickly retracted his hand from her head and subtly shuffled a few inches away from her. Yes. Having somebody who fought Yagura, resulting in the man's death, show up happy and smiling, cool as a cucumber, in the village and having that person show up barely able to stand presents two very different pictures. Rin seriously said. It's the same with my last mission. The first one would be a competent S-rank ninja, no questions asked. The other one, though? It could be just a Jonin-level combatant who was very, very lucky. Even if Ren appeared just peachy during his last meeting with the Hokage, the second Sarutobi decided to investigate him, the first thing he would get on his table would be the report from the hospital where Ren went right after the meeting. And in there, he would find out that Ren was basically dead on his feet and was just trying to present a strong front. That would paint a picture of him in Sarutobi's mind. On the upside, Ren trying to appear strong in front of him would most likely make Sarutobi dismiss the possibility that his injured state was just a ploy to downplay his abilities. Maybe. Hopefully. If the old man even considered that angle. Sage, sometimes Ren felt so tired trying to find and craft schemes within schemes that had subtle hidden truths within hidden truths. He was pretty much out of his depth more often than not. He was never some sort of mastermind. He did his best, and that basically meant doing what came to his mind and covering it in so many layers that by the end of it, even he had no idea if he actually achieved something with it. But that does not matter right now. Rin tried to change the topic with a shake of his head. You are at the level where you could fight many of Konoha's weaker Jonin. He praised the girls, and they perked up. What you lack is experience, but that you will get with time. The reason I started talking about S-rank ninjas is that the next focus of your training will be getting you to that level. And for that, you need to understand what you are trying to accomplish here. Most ninjas have no idea what being an S-rank ninja means, so they don't even know how to start getting to that level. Seeing the girls intently listen with interest written in their faces made Rin inwardly melt from how adorable they looked. But outwardly, he kept his serious visage as he continued. I categorize S-rank ninjas into two categories I came up with. Specialists, most S-ranks are counted as such, and all-rounders, who are very, very rare because it is genuinely hard to reach S-rank threat level by simply being generally good at ninja ing. The Hokage is an all-rounder, no? Ino excitedly asked, remembering that everybody called the Hokage professor because of how good he was at everything ninja-related. Rin gave her a small smile and a nod of acknowledgement. Yes. He does not have anything exceptionally special. But he is just that good at all things ninjutsu. To the level, it became his signature. What about monkeys and staff arts? Hinata curiously asked, but Rin just shrugged. Yes, yes. He is known as the shit-flinger. Everybody knows that. Hell, in IWA and Kumo, some also call him the monkey with erect wood. He exaggeratedly rolled his eyes with a small smile as the girls laughed. But we could argue about the specifics until we die of old age. It does not matter. The categories are just to make these things simpler to understand for you. They are not completely precise. Rin explained, and when he saw that the girls understood, he moved on. And examples for specialists are countless. The first and fourth Hokage. Every single Kazekage and Raikage. The second and fourth Mizukage. The second and third Tsuchikage. Itachi. Deidara. Haiden. Kakuzu. Tsunade. Kisame Hashigaki. Orochimaru. Rin suddenly stopped himself on that name, and his lips twitched in irritation. Well, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are hard to classify. Strictly speaking, they are specialists because they have their specialties they excel at. They are known for them and prefer to use them in combat. But they also try to imitate Sarutobi and know a lot more about other ninja fields than your usual S-rank ninjas, who mostly focus on their own talents. He was getting off topic and started to ramble. He could see that he was slightly losing Ino's attention. Shaking his head, Rin wryly smiled. Anyway. He spoke loudly as he gave Ino a nudge to her calf with his foot, causing her to flinch back to focus, and her expression turned sheepish. But Rin didn't dwell on it. People imagine S-rank ninjas to be some sort of monsters who are better at everything ninja-related than your normal Jonin. That is total bullshit. There are exceptions, but most of them are just Jonin who have some ability that is so dangerous that normal Jonin have a hard time dealing with them. Which makes them an S-class threat. For example, Itachi. He is known in Konoha as some sort of boogeyman and is feared because of his mastery of Sharingan Jinjutsu. S-rank criminal at 13. Rin dryly said. He still didn't believe that Itachi dealt with the clan by himself. Obito most likely killed the actually strong ninjas himself. Because no matter how good, no matter that he had his Mangekyo, a 13-year-old boy would not have enough chakra to kill several dozen Jonin, over 100 Shunin, and who knows how many Jinin the late Uchiha clan had. All in the span of an evening? Alone? With nobody noticing a thing? With nobody putting up any sort of resistance? Within the premises of a ninja village? Yeah, and pigs could fly. No. Inoki didn't count. No matter how pink and small he was. Keep this to yourselves. Not many know it. But Itachi is terminally ill and near blind due to overusing his Sharingan. Rin said, omitting some details. But Ino still gasped at that information while Hinata's eyes suddenly gained an interested gleam. He is venerated as some sort of unbeatable ninja. But put him in a taijutsu spar against somebody who really focuses on taijutsu, and he would lose. His specialty is Jinjutsu, and he heavily relies on Sharingan. He is also a speed-based fighter who is passable at ninjutsu but does not use it very often. And from the knowledge available to me, I can tell you that he very much avoids any physical confrontation and prefers to use shuriken or kunai jutsu to keep his foe away from him. You would never catch him exchanging punches with his opponents. Because taijutsu is his weakness. Ino put the pieces of the puzzle together. If he is terminally ill, I doubt he can last long in a fight. Hinata added her own 50 cents. But he is known for ending his fights nearly instantly. Ino started, and Rin chuckled as he finished the sentence for her. Which is where his unbeatable reputation comes from. Good. Here. Have candy. He unsealed 2 candies from his wrist seal and gave them to his 2 very exasperated students. Remember, misdirection is a very important tool for ninjas. Always take the facts and think about them from several different angles. Otherwise, you'd end up like Madara. Played by some weak-ass mommy boy marijuana wannabe who didn't even have much screen time in the anime. Rin thought to himself but didn't say that out loud. This is how you analyze S-rank ninjas. You take all the knowledge you have about them and then try to find their weak point. They are usually very skilled jonin, but they also have one thing they are known for. One overwhelmingly dangerous ability that sets them apart from the norm. Rin tilted his head up and looked at the sun with a small frown. But I think this is enough of an info dump for today. Sadly, they were not done yet. There was a lot to learn about S-rank ninjas. But at this point, Rin considered having his shadow clone write up a short book about it and just give it to the girls. He was surprised just how much information he came up with when he started considering these things. Rin stood up and created a shadow clone. Alright. Ino, he will give you the lift to Samui. Your clone is a very powerful thing. It could be your specialty. The way you use your Yamanaka Jutsu in general could get you to that level. Adding to that, your swordsmanship and ninjutsu prowess, you have everything you would need to get to that rank, and I can't help you with that much. Admittedly, there was a bit of distaste in his tone as he said that. After seeing her wind dragon that would definitely get the S-rank ninjutsu classification, he wanted her to train her wind ninjutsu. But the girl got enamored with causing mental illusions via her clones. So, in her typical fashion, she did not listen and trained in what she wanted. Rin wasn't at all very butthurt. Not at all. Definitely no dash. Okay. He was pretty butthurt. Yeez. Technically, her clones did not have a counter. Yes, she did manage to touch him in a spar with that technique. Yes, he and Hinata could fight against it by now because they built a lot of resistance to it during their training with Ino, who loved to hit them with it out of nowhere at times. Yes, other ninjas would not have the same resistance. Ino, once she got quicker and better at wielding her sword, could very well become the next boogeyman like Itachi, who ends fights nearly instantly because nobody would know how to counter her or even understand what she was actually doing. But ever since seeing her prowess with wind ninjutsu, Rin wanted her to fulfill his childish dreams of being some sort of wind overlord, throwing wind attacks left and right with glee. He wanted to live vicariously through her, damn it. Not that he would ever tell her that. It was a pretty embarrassing thing to admit. Ino quickly left with his clone, and Rin turned toward Hinata. At least he still had his sweet, obedient Hyuga girl. With an eager grin, he took out a scroll from his seal. This is something I worked very hard for when I was a kid. He reverently gave the scroll to Hinata with shaky hands, almost tearing up. I had many dreams of grandeur. This was one of them. This technique was supposed to be my triumph card. Hinata gulped, understanding that Rin was giving her something very precious to him. Then, why dash? It requires several seconds to use. It can only be used as a long-range attack. And I don't have a way to aim it at such distances. Rin admitted with a self-deprecating sigh. 4 months. That's how long it took him to create the technique. It was a freaking grind. Only to find out he can't use it in a real-life combat situation when he was finished. But, well, he was 11 back then. And he was never really meant for ninjutsu, anyway. It stung. But such was the reality. How long range? Hinata asked, looking intently at the scroll as she unruffled it. Hearing her, a grin returned to Ren's face, and it became positively smug. Kilometers, he said, shocking the girl as she read the name of the technique. Lightning release, railgun? Oh, yes. I am going to make a lightning overlord from you yet, my dear girl. Rin cackled in his mind. Chapter 98, The Railgun. Watch closely, Rin told Hinata as they stood on the beach. I have my Byakugan active. Hinata told him, making him nod in acknowledgement. Pulling out a small coin from his pouch, Rin put it on his fingers as if he were going to flick it, and Hinata's heart started beating fast from excitement as she noticed the chakra inside of him get agitated. Lightning chakra concentrated in his hand almost instantly, and despite outwardly nothing changed, inwardly his chakra was doing several very complex things, molding and layering itself in various ways. Hinata watched, and watched, and watched, but as seconds slowly slipped by, her heart started to calm down until she was just awkwardly staring at Rin, who was still in the same coin-flipping stance. 1 minute later, when the chakra was still molding itself, a frown appeared on her lips as she looked at Rin with a raised eyebrow. She shuffled in discomfort, not sure how to say this without hurting her teacher's feelings, but noticing her misgivings, Rin tried to smile, but it came out somewhat strained as beads of sweat rolled down his temples and forehead. Give it time, he managed to say, sounding as if he was exerting a lot of effort. Hinata reluctantly nodded, her previous excitement completely gone by now, but she still sported a dismayed look. Over a minute of activation time was just brutal in a world where most fights do not even last that long. Is this even going to be usable dash? She started mumbling under her nose. Suddenly, a loud boom resounded through the surroundings, making Hinata's ears ring as she was blasted back and her body involuntarily somersaulted through the air until she, still with her mouth open, crashed headfirst into the sand. She, at least, managed to close her eyes in time, so her Byakugan got a clean look at the effect of Ren's technique despite her unfortunate circumstances. The second the technique activated, and he flicked the coin forward, the area around Ren was blasted by a strong concussive force. It was what sent her flying and created a small crater of sand around the spot where Ren stood, filling the air with a cloud of sand. The coin left Ren's hand, powered by his powerful lightning chakra, and flew forward at speeds that Hinata couldn't even track. The only thing she saw was the blue blur of a quickly dissipating beam it left behind itself. The momentum of the coin was so great that it caused the sea water underneath it to part as it flew by. The water was pushed to the sides, creating a watery valley that a moment later was once again filled up. And then, yet another booming sound resounded through the air, barely a second after the first one, as the superheated coin hit the water's surface in the distance and sent a Hokage monument-sized splash of water into the air so high, Hinata would not be surprised if some droplets reached the clouds. Normally, she would have been staring in awe and astonishment at such a destructive force. But with her mouth full of sand and her body bruised due to her rough landing, she only felt annoyed and about to vomit. She pushed herself out of the sand, ending on all fours as she tried to spit the sand that got into her mouth without gagging when a short but heavy downpour of seawater came from the sky, thoroughly drenching her and causing her knees and hands to sink into the now wet sand. "Oh! Sorry, Hina. The user of the technique is protected from the force it generates, so I forgot to warn you." Rin, standing still in the same spot as before and protected from the momentary rain by a small wind technique, said. 10 seconds later, the downpour was over, and Hinata raised her head to look at Rin with a very displeased look. He was aloofly grinning at her in a very cheeky manner, and her right eye twitched as she realized he had done it on purpose. Probably because she doubted his technique. "You planned this." She sullenly accused him with a glare as she stood up, looking sour. "I don't know what you were talking about." Ren's smile turned into a small smirk, and she rolled her eyes at him. "I can see that you were lying with my B-dash." But she didn't finish her sentence because the sea surface suddenly rose out of nowhere as a large wave hit the shore, washing over both Hinata and Rin. "Ah! I forgot that this could happen." Rin choked out as he swept his wet hair out of his eyes, glad it wasn't a proper tsunami. Hinata and Rin looked at each other, both splurting seawater, drenched like homeless rats and slouching in a fed-up manner. They suddenly fell into the wet sand and started to laugh. It was lunchtime, and Hinata and Rin teleported back to the village, deciding to go with the Ichiraku Ramen for their lunch. They sat down and ordered their food alongside a portion of Ino's favorite ramen from the stand because she would be joining them shortly. Hinata released a pitiful whine as she put down the menu. "Ow, ow, ow." She teared up, her lips quivering as she looked really pitiable in that moment. Enough to make Rin snort as he shook his head at her antics when Tucci promised the girl a 20% discount out of pity after seeing her scorched and twitching fingers. "You are such a baby," Rin fondly whispered to the bashfully smiling Hinata after she thanked Tucci for his generosity. He knew she was playing it up. "But it hurts." Hinata pouted, leaning on Rin's shoulder and burying her face into his upper arm. Sighing, Rin moved his arm and put it around her shoulders, pulling her into a half-hug. "Then heal yourself," he exasperatedly said. Scorched fingers and electric burns should not be even a speed bump with her proficiency with medical ninjutsu. "I am out of chakra," she shamelessly protested with apprehension clear on her face, earning herself a flat look from Rin that she promptly ignored. Yes, her reserves might be nearly at their limit. But he could feel that her personal chakra storage seal was chock full of chakra. "Huh. I spoil you too much," Rin mumbled under his nose as he took Hinata's hands into his hands by her palms, carefully avoiding touching her fingers, and applied a rudimentary numbing jutsu that lessened her pain and spread a soothing sensation over her fingers. The same numbing jutsu she could apply in her sleep on reflex by now. "Minchum. I like this." Hinata giggled and quickly pecked Rin on the lips. "Thank you. I feel a lot better now." Ren's heart skipped a beat due to the delighted and happy foxy expression she had on her face at that moment. He leaned forward, intending to kiss her again, when Naruto suddenly entered the ramen stand. Noticing Ren, the boy quickly leaped at his back and gripped it like a koala. "Ren! The graduation is soon. Teach me a jutsu. Please! 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 Ren!" The blonde teenager rambled as Ren took a deep breath and looked toward the heavens, inwardly complaining about Uzumaki cock blockers while Hinata silently laughed at his predicament. Chapter 99, Lunch at Ichiraku. "Get off!" Rin shrugged Naruto off his shoulders with an exasperated irritation coloring his tone. "No way I am teaching you anything, Naruto." "Yeah. Why not?" Landing back on his feet, Naruto exclaimed with a wronged expression and big blue pleading puppy dog eyes that made Rin snort. That might work on Sarutobi, but tough luck, Rin recently decided to convert to cat-person religion. His boosted inclination toward cats nullified 99% of Naruto's puppy dog eyes, and the last 1% only made Rin think he was so adorable he wanted to kick him. I already gave Karen a scroll on shadow clones. Ask her. She will teach you. Rin grumpily stated, subtly putting his hand on his knee to prevent his leg from involuntarily shooting forward because Naruto unwittingly positioned himself for a pretty nice nut kick straight to the balls. And Rin was oh so tempted to. But Rin inwardly shook his head. He doubted Karen, who was behind Naruto and giving him a very unimpressed look, would appreciate the possible malfunctions following said kick. Naruto's progeny was spared impromptu preventive execution for now. Stupid brat interrupting my Momo time with Hinata. Rin inwardly complained like a little kid and resisted the urge to huff and cross his arms on his chest with a scowl. Wait. Really? I can learn that. Naruto exclaimed with a loud, excited whoop. That technique is kick-ass. Rin almost fell from his chair hearing that, and gave Karen a questioning look, but she just rolled her eyes with a fed-up, tired smile. The idiot refused it because he thought it was not for him since you gave the scroll to me and never gave him permission to learn it. She explained. Oi! Karen-chan. Naruto weakly protested, with slightly red cheeks due to embarrassment. The red-headed girl just fondly sighed and pecked him on the lips with a quiet, affectionate, idiot, before she went to sit behind the counter of the ramen stand while Naruto was left standing in his spot with a silly grin. Honestly, watching that, Rin could no longer find it in himself to stay mad at Naruto. It was hard to notice from behind a monitor, but the kid had this charisma about him. The talk no jutsu was frightening indeed. Rin briefly shuddered. Naruto quickly shook himself out of his funk and was about to go sit beside Karen when Sajugai and Sakugai entered the ramen stand, both wearing dye-approved green jumpsuits with their hair mercifully only hinged into a bowl cut. I did that. Rin couldn't help but smile from ear to ear as he felt immense pride in what he accomplished in this life so far. Oh! Hello, Naruto, Karen, Hinata, and... Sakura awkwardly blinked at Rin while Sasuke scowled when he noticed Naruto. The other person? Sakura finished, and Rin just haphazardly waved at her in a greeting, far more preoccupied with Hinata's hand that found its way underneath his shirt. He idly wondered what happened to her hurt fingers. They seemed fine enough to touch him all over his torso. At least she didn't forget to layer a jinjutsu over them to prevent people from seeing what she was doing. Sakura! Sasuke! Naruto happily exclaimed, you here to eat, too? The Ikarakus have the best ramen in the village. It's the food of the gods. Sasuke just took a deep breath and grumpily grunted, sure. Whatever. He walked around Naruto and sat in a free chair before taking a menu in his hands. Sakura's eyebrows scrunched, and she looked between Naruto and Sasuke for a moment before giving Naruto a small apologetic bow before she went to sit on Sasuke's left side, causing the boy to subconsciously shuffle a bit to the right side in discomfort. Rin was a bit surprised the girl was so civil toward Naruto. Guy's freaky ways were indeed mysterious. But Naruto did not like how Sasuke ignored him, so, soon enough, the blonde boy hopped with his feet onto the chair to Sasuke's left and crouched down, staring at the Uchiha boy from slightly above with narrowed eyes. What's your problem, bastard? Naruto frowned. Your youth is burning too brightly for my dark heart, loser. Sasuke muttered with a thick tone of sarcasm that Naruto completely missed and started to sheepishly rub the back of his head. Hey! Really? Naruto bashfully asked, taking the sentence as a compliment, and Sasuke's forehead hit the counter as he groaned. No! Sasuke shouted and abruptly turned to face Naruto. He calmed himself down almost instantly, a very commendable feat, in Ren's opinion. The boy had come far in the past few months. I am okay with enthusiasm. I train with Guy-sensei and Lee. But you are just too much, Naruto. The two started to bicker like children, and Rin glanced at Hinata with a questioning look. The girl just mildly smiled and started whispering, Naruto really wants to beat Sasuke, so he challenges him all the time. Sasuke finds it annoying. She shrugged in a what can you do kind of way, ignoring the two bickering boys as if it were a common occurrence. Which, to her, Rin realized it probably was, considering she went to the ninja academy with the two. Why are you so fixated on M-? Sasuke loudly exclaimed, causing Rin to look back at the boys just in time to witness history. Naruto stumbled forward in his crouch. Sasuke's eyes started widening in horrified astonishment. Naruto fell forward, and he looked like a deer caught in the headlights. Their lips met. Everybody in the ramen stand froze and stared at the boys. Until Rin burst into laughter, and time as if resumed, and the boys forcefully separated, coughing and spitting on the ground with disgusted expressions. Karen looked pissed and Sakura just stared forward in horror, looking as if her soul left her body, muttering about how Sasuke's first kiss was stolen from her as its rightful owner. That's when Ino burst into the ramen stand, grinning like a loon. Her eyes mischievously landed on Naruto and Sasuke, who glared at each other, and her eyebrows rose. Hello. Did I miss something good? She curiously asked. No. Both boys vehemently rejected the notion. Nothing happened here. Sasuke gritted out. What the bastard said. Naruto quickly nodded his head up and down several times in an instant agreement, causing Ino to giggle as she sat on Ren's other side from Hinata. Rin turned toward her, only to have her tongue shoved into his mouth as he received an enthusiastic kiss from Ino. That was cruel. He sent her a mental message through his newest seal they worked on together. Oh, you don't need to be in one room with them for hours. Ino moaned into the kiss, they both deserve it and more. Besides, my own clone just made Naruto stumble a bit. I wanted them to fall on each other. The kiss was unintentional but still funny. Rin could hear her mental giggle as they finally separated, both of them ignoring their onlookers. Public affection was a big no-no in this Japanese culture. But neither of them really cared. The bimbo is right. The two of them can be really annoying. Of course, Hinata also had access to the telepathy seal. She was just polite enough not to interrupt their kiss with her thoughts. Ino and Rin looked at her, and she averted her gaze with a small blush on her cheeks, feeling a tad bad about bad-mouthing Sasuke and Naruto. Really? Rin asked, admittedly a bit curious. The relationship of Naruto and Sasuke in canon was always a bit dubious to him. Yeah. I sometimes pity Sakura. Ino complained, I've been in their heads. They have some sort of weird subconscious attraction going on between them. Dunno what it is. She shamelessly admitted without an ounce of guilt about her transgressions against privacy. Rin inwardly winced. Honestly? Canon Sasuke practically pumped Sarada into Sakura and then went on a village-sanctioned milk run for 12+ years, not showing his face even once. That told Rin all he needed to know. No man who loves his wife would leave her for 12 years unless it was absolutely necessary. But that Sasuke had a space-time ninjutsu in his Rinne Sharingan. What do you mean, he cannot show his mug once every year? Or once every 2 years? For a weekend at least? He can just freaking teleport back home. Was taking one month vacation every 2 years too much for the broody boy wonder? Would the world end? Yeah. He clearly cared about Sakura and his daughter so much. Rin still believed that Sasuke was gay. There was simply nothing saying otherwise. He didn't love Sakura. He took pity on her. He probably realized he would need to restore his clan eventually anyway. And Sakura, the girl who was pining after him so much that she could forgive him even trying to ram a Chidori through her chest, was probably going to be as good a candidate to birth his children as any other woman. The second she had a kid, a part of him she could redirect her attention toward, he decided he desperately needed to go and buy cigarettes. It couldn't be helped that all the stores all the way to IWA were freshly out of stock, so he had to wander the world for over a decade. Such things happen. Well, Rin could be wrong. But the conspiracy theorist in him was whispering to him that he was right. After all, the canon Sasuke did not visit Sakura and Sarada even once. But he did have regular visits with Naruto. At that point, Rin really had no idea what else to think. It's not as if Sakura was ugly either. She was a very sexy girl in her own way and would probably have a line of simps long enough to reach Kumogakure if the internet existed here. I pity Karen, too, Hinata shyly admitted as their ramen arrived. Naruto loves her. I can see that. But, it just looks like she will have to share him with Sasuke for the rest of her life. Yeah, Ino interjected with a scoff and gave her a meaningful look before separating her chopsticks. You should have thrown her on the bed, grabbed her by her ankles, spread her legs, and screwed her senseless her first night in the village when she stayed at your apartment. I know that she wanted that to happen back then, too. But Rin only mentally huffed at her as he dug into his food. I distinctly remember you scowling and hissing at her like an angry cat. You say that now, but back then, you'd be pouting for at least half a year if that happened. Besides, you share, too. Don't throw stones from your glass house, girls. He chuckled. That's different. I share with Hinata, who is like a sister to me. Not with another man. Ino sniffed before pausing. Wait. Huh. Could be kinda ho-dash. Don't get any ideas. Rin dryly thought and gently stepped on her foot, banishing that idea into the pits of hell where it should remain. Konoha had enough gay couples. He didn't wish to be counted among Kakashi and Guy, Naruto and Sasuke, Sarutobi and Danzo, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Hashirama and Madara, Hayashi and Fugaku, or Sakura and Sasuke. Suddenly, he felt his right side being poked and looked there, only to see Hinata giving him a precious, overly innocent look. My fingers are hurt. Would you feed me, please? Seeing it, Ino cooed beside Rin at how adorable it was, but Rin, despite wanting to kiss the Hyuga girl to find out if she tasted as sweet as she looked, only deadpanned at her. So, that's why you don't want to heal yourself. Now it all made perfect sense. She had planned this. Oh! I want the same. Ino excitedly exclaimed from Rin's other side. Please. Hinata said with quivering lips, weaponizing her cuteness. Please. Ino also said, but coyly as she put her hand on Ren's knee and leaned closer to him. I will make it worth your while. She added through the telepathy seal with a seductive undertone. That's cheating, bimbo. Hinata's dry thoughts protested. But Ino just mentally snorted. Mikunoichi, bitch. Looking longingly at his ramen, Rin was caught between a rock and a hard place. But his expression suddenly turned resolute as he figured out a solution. Shadow clone jutsu. He called out to divert the girl's attention as two clones popped into existence behind them and embraced them from behind. Don't worry, lass. The clone behind Ino, one who appeared wearing a straw hat and chewing on a stalk of grass, spoke, You shall be fed like a fat pig before butchering. Ino froze, and the atmosphere in the ramen stand instantly turned awkward. Even Sasuke and Naruto stopped arguing as they stared in disbelief at the carefree clone. Tucci, behind the counter, almost spilled the ramen he was filling into the bowl, and Ayam had to lean on the table in order not to fall on the ground as she tried to stifle her laughter. Ino's right eye started twitching, and the chopsticks in her hands creaked, but before she could say anything, the other clone who stood behind Hinata spoke. This is clone abuse, and we all know how that turns out. He spoke as he shook his head while clicking his tongue. Don't be foolish enough to imitate this Sith wannabe, young Padawans. Respect the clones. Praise the clones. Clones are good boys. Clones dash. Rin preemptively dismissed both clones before they could say something outrageous again. With a sigh, he gave an apologetic glance at the people who looked at him with their jaws on the floor. Sorry. The technique malfunctioned. Let's try it again. Shrugging, Rin created another clone, cursing his luck. The chances of getting a faulty clone were like 1 in 100. And he had just pulled 2 at once? Said clone looked at Sakura and lifted his eyebrow at her. Is that some kind of filthy Xeno that needs to be purged with holy flames? Why? Sasuke couldn't help but reflexively ask in curiosity. And the new clone smirked. Well, her forehead looks like an orangutan's as dash dot. He puffed back into smoke before he could finish, and Sakura was now giving Rin a very unhinged forced smile while Sasuke was smirking into his palm. I swear, my clones are screwing with me. Rin mumbled to himself before carefully looking at Ino, and he quickly looked away. Yeah. Too soon. He donned an amiable smile, pretending nothing happened as he nodded at Hinata. So, anyway. Sure, Hina. I will happily feed you. That day, Rin's wallet wept Rio as both Hinata and Ino had beaten Naruto and Karen in a ramen eating competition before Ino made Rin pay for all of their ramen. Only Tsuchi was left grinning at the end of the day. Chapter 100, Rin's Counterattack. In a tall tower among numerous mountain peaks, stood a tall, muscular, brown-skinned man with blonde hair, impassively watching as a thunderstorm swept through his village, covering it in a blanket of darkness only interrupted by an occasional lightning strike hitting the rocky ground. What's the response from Kiri? He asked as he saw his secretary, Mabui, enter his office in the window's reflection. It's not good, Lord Raikage. Mabui put some documents down on his table and slightly shook her head. The Kiri was conquered by the rebels, and they celebrate their previous Kage's death instead of trying to hunt everybody involved down. They are not going to go along with our suggestion. Fools! A loudly muttered, glaring at the storm in front of him. The Kirigakure's scum had as always no sense of loyalty. What about Inoki? Better. Mabui nodded, turning people into stone pissed IWA off. A grin at that. It was yet another utterly stupid thing. IWA was always jealous of Konoha's would release. Even now, when it no longer exists. Kumo actually had several Senju breeding stocks ever since the first Ninja War. But nothing substantial ever came out of it. The project was a failure, and it was pretty much still sustaining itself on Hashirama's hype. But even A's father, 2 decades ago, already knew it was going nowhere and turned his attention to the Hyuga clan instead. IWA, however, hated Konoha deeply. They saw the ability to petrify somebody as something that should belong to them. Just like the ability to make trees became Konoha's signature of sorts. They hated the fact that such an ability, which could represent their identity as IWA ninjas and boost their village's reputation, was used by a Konoha ninja. Heh. What a load of bullshit. A thought. But he knew Inoki could be petty little shit and it wasn't above using it against Konoha and the man who killed Darui. So, they will watch out for him. Good. A nodded in satisfaction. If it were the Konoha before, he would just send envoys and directly ask for Ren's head. There was a non-zero chance that Saraboy would just comply back then. Like he did during the Hyuga incident. Which was hilarious. But ever since the Academy reforms, Konoha seemed to regain its thunder, and with every year, they were just getting stronger. The shitflinger seemed more motivated than ever, and Konoha's movements showed it. Sadly, the direct and arrogant route of demanding compensation was a no-go because of this. Inoki is not stupid, Lord Raikage. He understood what we were trying to do by calling him that nickname. Mabui cautioned, subtly pointing out the possible diplomatic fallout from that decision. But A was resolute. It does not matter. He grunted, Darui is dead. We can't let that slide. And besides, even if Inoki understood our intentions, what of it? A chuckled. He has to do something. His elite ninjas would be dissatisfied otherwise. And while I could not send a multitude of assassins to Konoha in order to claim Darui's killer's head like he wanted to do, he could ensure the boy would be hunted all over the world outside of Konoha for the rest of his life. I glanced at Mabui, who was waiting for further instructions. Notify me the second this Ren enters our country. I will hunt him down myself. God help the boy if he gets the bright idea to enter the land of lightning ever again. Nobody would be able to save him then. I dearly hoped the boy would be that stupid. It was the day when Hinata and Ino would graduate from the academy, and Ren was in the capital of the land of lightning, leisurely picking up a graduation gift for Ino. They had some of the best swordsmiths in this country. Noticing the time, he cursed under his breath. He was a bit late for a meeting. Quickly teleporting to the capital of the Land of Fire, he walked out of his house, on his way to meet Rin, the merchant, who was doing business with him. Entering the man's company under Henge, Rin was quickly led to his office, where Rin, the merchant, greeted him, and soon enough, the two were seated behind a table. Rin didn't have much time, so he didn't bother with pleasantries and got instantly to the point. "I heard the Mikawa Trading Company is causing you trouble, my friend." Rin, the merchant, frowned. "Yes? It is nothing important and should not affect our Busi dash," he started to ramble, only for Rin to interject. "You misunderstand," he said with a small smile and unsealed a few documents before putting them on the table. "I am sure you have some friends in high places who are interested in dishing out a bit of justice." He gestured toward the documents. Rin, the merchant, lifted his eyebrow at him. "Do you have a problem with them, too?" he asked as he took the documents into his hands and started reading. But Rin only noncommittally shrugged. No. He didn't care about them. Human trafficking. Rin, the merchant, exclaimed in bewilderment. Slavery was illegal in the Land of Fire. If the documents were real, then this could destroy the Mikawa Trading Company. The person Rin had problems with was Danzo, who had way too many friends. And since killing the man was not an option because of his future plans, Rin decided to work on curbing his influence outside of Konoha for the time being. It just so happened that the path of least resistance for removing the Mikawa Trading Company, which dealt regularly with Danzo and his route under the table, was to simply hand over the evidence he discovered during his investigations to Rin, the merchant. The man also had trouble with them. Rin didn't think these documents would vanish or that the man would give them to a corrupt official. The merchant was far too competent for that, and he had his own connections. Not to mention, this was the kind of thing that could make or break careers for high officials. They would jump at it like hungry vultures smelling blood once they verified the evidence. "As you can see, your opponents are very naughty." Rin chuckled. "I just came to give you a way to deal with them. Now, if you excuse me." With that, Rin stood and used Henge to disguise himself again before he body flickered away, leading through the window. It was a tad bit rude of him. But Rin, the merchant, would surely forgive him, no? After all, he did just solve a big headache for the man. But Rin was not done for today. Channeling his transportation seal, Rin teleported to a dark room where his clone was sitting on the ground, using the detection seal for scouting. "How is it going?" Rin asked, crouching next to the clone. "The rebellion is starting in an hour or so," the clone said, and then opened his eyes, a small smirk appearing on his lips as the original Rin sighed. He felt a bit bad for all the normal people who would die because of his actions. But at the same time, the Lord of Kurawa Prefecture in the Land of Fire was connected to the Mikawa Trading Company and Danzo. He was very discreet about it, but he did have people kidnapped and was selling them to the Land of Earth, where slavery was not only legal but was actually booming right now. Giving that intel to the peasants and riling them up enough for them to rebel was not hard. Not after quite a few of them were given proof that their mothers, sisters, daughters, brothers, fathers, and whatnot else were sold either to mines or brothels and everything in between all over the Land of Earth. The hard part was ensuring that their little rebellion would not be squashed before it could even start. "Then we should move, too," Rin said, and the clone nodded before they disappeared from the room. Infiltrating the castle of the lord who presided over this prefecture, Rin's clone went to check on the water supply he had poisoned this morning. He was then going to support the rebels from the shadows while staying hidden. No way were peasants winning against trained samurai without the samurai involuntarily crapping all over themselves in their armor and being barely able to stand due to sudden bout of exhaustion. Rin, on the other hand, entered the castle's basement. He ignored the cages full of people and quickly walked toward the door on the other side of the room. Entering, he saw a brown-haired man sitting behind a table, doing some paperwork. Hearing the door open, the man raised his head, only for a kunai to almost nail him to the forehead, but he was quick enough to throw himself to the left, dodging the attack. The man scrambled to grab his tanto from the table, and a second later, he was ready for the fight. Only for his sight to blur as he fell to his knees, gasping for air with wide eyes full of panic. He started choking and grabbed at his neck in disbelief when the second kunai Rin threw ended his life. Witnessing it, Rin Riley shook his head. The man was clearly a high chunin, maybe even a jonin, yet he died so easily. Seriously, he should probably stop giving Ino ideas. He had one of her Yin clones in his mind. The clone created another Yin clone in the mind of his opponent right the moment he was distracted because of Rin's first kunai. The new Yin clone then gave the man a mental illusion of being poisoned with a specific poison Rin didn't recognize, creating a perfect opportunity for Rin to end the fight. His blonde girl was becoming quite terrifying with her Yamanaka techniques. Stepping over the dead body of the man who was most likely a root ninja, Rin looked at all the documents on the table and sighed. Well, now it was time for the troublesome part. Framing Konoha of working with the slavery ring. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.